For centuries, ships have played an important role in keeping the coastline and the oceans safe. Maritime competence. Strategically placed, mighty to repel aggression, propelling India's blue water economy and the economic engines of the world. Traversing the seas as India's goodwill ambassadors. We are the Indian Navy. Maritime vigilance in Iowa is the unyielding bulwark against adversarial designs. To honor this commitment, the Indian Navy operates a fleet of P-8I aircraft from INS Rajali in Tamil Nadu and INS Hansa at Goa. Indian Navy, the world's preferred security partner, first port of call and first responder. We continue to engage with the world through capacity building by enabling collective maritime competence of our friends and neighbors. Our approach is to engage and collaborate constructively, enhance interoperability, being imaginative and industrious gives wings to the desire to become self-reliant. Reducing the burden on the exchequer, generating 34.6 million man-days of employment, and serving the national target of $5 trillion economy, ensuring an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Positivity and proactivity are more than buzzwords for the Indian Navy. The nation progresses when all support national initiatives. Navy has taken proactive steps to ensure Swasth personnel, skilling its manpower, recruiting Agniveers, representing India across 646 districts, empowering women, being inducted for all roles and all ranks. Our outreach has been from Koteshwar to Kohima, Hind Mahasagar to Himalaya. Fearless, limitless, outside the familiar. It's a Blue Water Navy's mindset. The Navy is proud of its personnel making a name at the Asian Games. Readiness. A game changer for the Indian Navy, enhancing what came before, shaping what is now, and in the future. A combat ready, credible, cohesive and future-ready. Pause.
नमस्कार माननीय अतिथिगण, देवियों और सज्जनों, स्वावलंबन 2024 में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत है। एक बार फिर सभी दर्शकों से अनुरोध है, आप कृपया अपने स्थानों पर बैठ जाएं और अपने मोबाइल फ़ोन को साइलेंट मोड पर रखें। दोस्तों, समारोह की गरिमा को कायम रखना हम सब का दायित्व है। आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि समारोह के दौरान आप कृपया अपने स्थान पर बने रहें। अब संक्षेप में मैं आज के कार्यक्रम के क्रम से आपको अवगत कराता हूं। कुछ ही देर में कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत होगी और एक के बाद एक सेशंस चलेंगे। सबसे पहले उद्घाटन वाला समारोह होगा, इनॉग्रल सेशन होगा, और उसके बाद 3 इंटरैक्टिव सेशंस होंगे जहां पे हमारे बहुत ही दिग्गज वक्ता, एमिनेंट स्पीकर्स यहाँ पे हमारे साथ आएंगे और अलग अलग विषयों पे आपको जानकारी प्रदान करेंगे। उसके बाद 11 बजे एक छोटी सी टी ब्रेक होगी 15 मिनट की। सभी दर्शकों से अनुरोध है कि समय का पूरा ध्यान रखें और 15 मिनट के बाद आप कृपया अपने स्थानों पर वापस आ जाएं। दोपहर में 1:30 बजे 1 घंटे की लंच ब्रेक होगी। लंच का पूरा जो अरेंजमेंट है वो एग्जीबिशन हॉल 14 में है। लंच ब्रेक के बाद सभी जन प्लेनरी हॉल में आइएगा और 2:30 बजे तक अपने स्थान पे बैठ जाइएगा। लंच के पश्चात का जो कार्यक्रम है वो 2:45 पे शुरू होगा। इसीलिए सभी दर्शकों से निवेदन है कि 2:30 तक आप अपने स्थानों पर बैठ जाएं। दोस्तों, हमें इंतज़ार है, हमारे कुछ दर्शक अभी भी आ रहे हैं और हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं। तो तब तक आइए देखें एक विशेष फिल्म स्वावलंबन 2024 के बारे में।
In the face of an uncertain world, to safeguard our future, Indian Navy propels forward, ready for every challenge. Strengthened by the spirit of innovation and indigenization.
भारतीय नौसेना की भूमिका निरंतर बढ़ती जा रही है, इसलिए नौसेना का स्वावलंबी होना बहुत आवश्यक है।
In the heart of India's capital, a vision for the future unfolds. Swavlamban 2024, where innovation ignites strength and where power meets purpose. Where strength and innovation converge to shape a secure, self-reliant Bharat.
Innovation and Indigenization Seminar is Indian Navy's annual event that brings innovators, incubators, and industry partners together towards charting an Atmanirbhar future for the Navy.
United in purpose, the Army, Navy, and Air Force march forward under one mission: to build a stronger, more self-reliant defense force. With the latest homegrown technologies, we are equipped to defend our nation by our nation. Our forces are equipped with cutting-edge advancements, from precision-guided weaponry to state-of-the-art communication systems, all developed and manufactured within our own borders. Through the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, we foster a culture of innovation that goes beyond the ordinary. This platform is a melting pot of ideas, connecting the brightest minds from startups, academia, and industry leaders across the globe. At Swavlamban 2023, we unveiled revolutionary solutions under the Sprint Initiative, a true game changer in maritime defense. Leaders from across the nation gather at Swavlamban, where key decisions shape the future of India's defense. In this forum of ideas and strategy, policy makers, military leaders, and innovators come together to chart a path toward a more secure, self-reliant India.
The previous two editions of this seminar saw enthusiastic response and energetic participation, resulting in more than 2,000 proposals, 171 contracts, an outlay of over 2,000 crore rupees.
At the core of this transformation is innovation, a word that goes beyond mere progress. It signifies a commitment to breaking barriers, pushing boundaries, and redefining what's possible. Our dedication to indigenization ensures that the future of Indian defense is Atmanirbhar, self-reliant and self-sustaining. Swavlamban. We enhance our Navy's float, move, and fight capabilities, thereby safeguarding our maritime borders with unparalleled precision and strength. Each vessel, each piece of equipment symbolizes our nation's resolve to stand tall and independent in the face of global challenges. We've seen an unprecedented surge in our efforts to ensure that our defense forces are not only prepared for today's challenges, but are also ready to meet the unknowns of tomorrow. Today, we celebrate the power of Indian innovation. These innovators amplify our strength, redefine our strategies, and elevate our capabilities. They are the game changers of tomorrow.
TSA Technologies started as a space company. Thanks to the IDEX program, we were able to venture into the defense side of things as well.
Which 150 square feet when it started off, today has expanded over 3 acres of factory space. This has only been possible due to undaunted support of DIO and TDAC NIO.
Each prototype, each piece of equipment embodies the spirit of excellence and the relentless pursuit of perfection that drive the Indian Navy forward. This is where dreams take shape and where the future of our defense is built, one innovation at a time.
Let Swavlamban 2024 showcase our collective strength and power, propelled by the constant drive for innovation and indigenization.
Swavlamban 2024, where strength and power through innovation and indigenization lead the way to a secure and prosperous future.
ऐसा देश कभी न देखा कभी न सुना है देशों का सरताज ये भारत देश है
Namaskar. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Swavlamban 2024. Swavlamban is the annual convention of NIIO, the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization. Swavlamban is conducted by the Indian Navy in association with the Ministry of Defense, Department of Defense Production, Defense Innovation Organization, and SIDM, the Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers. However, Swavlamban is much more than an annual seminar. For in real terms, Swavlamban is a precise recognition of the challenges faced by the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian defense industry, and a celebration of the collective effort and progress achieved to overcome these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted and honored to have the presence of so many distinguished persons from various walks of life, the Indian Armed Forces, the Ministry of Defense, scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, industrialists, business leaders, all persons who have committed themselves to achieving self-reliance in the defense sector and attain the national objective of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now brief you about the sequence of today's program. In a few moments from now, we will have the inaugural session of Swavlamban 24. The inaugural session would be followed by 3 interactive sessions led by distinguished persons, all of whom are subject matter experts who have attained the highest level of excellence in their respective professional domains. These experts will present short talks on specific topics, and thereafter we would have a question and answer session with members of the audience, which basically means that the audience will be asking questions and the experts will be giving the answers, just to clarify. After the first interactive session at 11 o'clock, the good news is that we'll have a short tea break, but it's going to be a 15-minute tea break. So all guests are requested to resume their seats in time after the tea break. Thereafter, we will have the second and third interactive sessions. And after the third interactive session, at 1:30 p.m., we will have a 1-hour lunch break, wherein all guests are requested to proceed to Exhibition Hall 14 for a nice, delicious lunch that would await them. After the lunch break, the proceedings would shift back to the plenary hall for the plenary session. All guests attending the plenary session are requested to take their seats by 2:30 p.m. Okay, I can see some of the service people looking at me. 2:30 p.m., 1400 hours, 1400 hours, whichever way you want to know, bhaiya time se वापस आ जाना. Because we've got people from the Army, Air Force, Navy, and the civil organizations, and everybody reads the clock differently. So 2:30 is the time that all of us need to be back in our seats in the plenary hall. After the plenary session, we shall witness the arrival of our chief guest, the Honorable Raksha Mantri of our country, Shri Rajnath Singh, who will preside over the final session for the day, which would witness the presentation of innovation and hackathon awards and some special releases and launches. No, I will not let you know the details right now because we would like to retain the suspense as to who's winning and what are we going to release and launch. Only when the moment arrives, we'll let you know all the details. So please stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, all persons are requested to adhere strictly to the timings of the tea break and lunch break. Please also put your mobile phones on silent mode. So we are all set. Let's take a deep breath as we are all set to begin the inaugural session of Swavlamban 2024. May I request the following dignitaries to please join us on the stage. Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan. President of SIDM, the Society of Indian Defence Manufacturers, Shri Rajinder Singh Bhatia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have an auspicious start to the proceedings and put your hands together. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary, former Air Chief, Sri Rajendra Bhatia, President SIDM, speakers and moderators of the 3 sessions of the seminar, Flag, General, and Air Officers of the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, the Indian Air Force, and the Coast Guard, Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Defense Production, Sri Amit Satija, participants from the Central Armed Police Forces, techno-entrepreneurs from startups and MSMEs, venture capitalists, members of the media, students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to be here at the inaugural session of the 3rd edition of the Indian Navy's Innovation and Indigenization Seminar, Swavlamban 2024, and see it as my singular privilege to extend to all of you a very warm welcome. I also thank the galaxy of moderators and speakers who have very kindly accepted our invitation to be part of the seminar and share with us their views, perspectives, and expertise on a range of topics that relate to the practical pursuit of innovation and indigenization. Swavlamban 2024 has been carefully curated to converge our collective efforts even more towards our national vision of attaining Atmanirbharta in defense production. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the first speaker of the seminar, please allow me to set the tone for it by reiterating 3 broad facts that define our current times and would be of direct interest to all of you. The first, as always, relates to geopolitics and the lessons the current international environment holds for all of us. All of you are perhaps aware that the Russia-Ukraine war, the Israel-Hamas conflict at Gaza and Lebanon, and the violent acts of other non-state entities like the ones perpetrated by the Houthis in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden have had severe economic and security ramifications in almost all parts of the world and will impose serious consequences on several nations well into the future. They have disrupted critical supply chains and caused significant turbulence to societies across the world. Superimposed on international competition, confrontation, contestation, and protectionism, this means that a nation dependent on a foreign source for crucial supplies could find itself in a bad spot at crucial times. When it comes to national defense, this may not be acceptable, especially to us in India, given our unpredictable, ambiguous, and volatile security environment. Self-sufficiency is therefore key to national security. For a developing nation and emerging economy like India, that sees its neighborhood in a state of perpetual uncertainty and chaos, it would be unwise to take peace for granted. Even as our comprehensive national power continues to increase and a global standing continues to rise, we continue to be surrounded by a variety of threats and serious national security challenges. The need for us to build a strong and indigenous defense ecosystem is thus both urgent and undeniable. For us, self-reliance in national security is not merely a matter of preference, but indeed a national imperative. The second significant fact I seek to draw your attention to is the weaponization of everything. With disruptive technologies such as AI, ML, big data, and quantum computing at the core of this phenomenon, countries across the globe are investing heavily in miniaturization, digitization, and autonomous systems. Here again, India can do better. For instance, it currently stands 10th in the global list of countries pursuing artificial intelligence, when even a country as small as Singapore ranks 3rd, right behind the United States and China. We certainly need to invest more time, effort, energy, and money in big tech and in developing niche and disruptive technologies if we want to continue remaining relevant in global affairs. As a nation that missed the Industrial Revolution but fared reasonably well in the information era, we need to be among the leaders of big tech if we seek robust internal and external national growth. The third crucial factor I draw your attention to relates to the domestic defense industry and its contribution to national growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as has been commonly said, India's economy is slated to become the world's third largest by 2030. Our youthful and technologically adept workforce has often been cited as being the key driver for this. The demographic dividend is what we know this as. But has the domestic defense industry shown growth that is commensurate with the needs of national economic growth and national security? Let us examine that. India's defense exports reached an all-time high of rupees 1.27 lakh crores, which roughly equates to $15 billion in the year 2023-24. While this growth is extremely impressive, it is still a small, minuscule portion of our GDP, and we are nowhere in the top 25 arms exporting countries in the world. On the other hand, we continue to be the world's largest importer of arms and ammunition, catering to about 9.8% of the global arms imports from 2020 to 2023. This is a position I'm sure none of us is proud of. As a nation that prides itself as a startup country and is looking internally quite aggressively to fulfill its defense needs, the huge imbalance between our military exports and imports reminds us that the road ahead of us in our quest to achieving self-reliance is indeed long and hard. That road, however, is filled with promises and possibilities, and we need to move along it with a sense of urgency. Swavlamban has been conceived by the Indian Navy for precisely that purpose. As a platform that supports innovation and indigenization through collaboration with the Indian defense industry, Swavlamban has grown in scope and stature over the last 2 editions and has already translated into contracts something worth around 1,100 crores or more till date. The trust we repose in our innovators, startups, MSMEs, and DPSUs have begun paying dividends. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Through this edition of Swavlamban, we intend to accelerate our pursuit of self-reliance by challenging young innovators, startups, and MSMEs with a new set of problem statements that we hope they will address with alacrity and enthusiasm. Among other things, the Indian Navy sees Swavlamban 2024 also as an occasion for introspection and seeks constructive feedback that could enable us simplify processes and procedures further and provide you greater opportunities and flexibility in your endeavors. We remain open to new ideas and possibilities that support innovation and indigenization at all levels. We are aware that innovators seek effective organizational support, good teamwork, and a predictable environment in which to work, and we offer you all three. At the heart of the Atmanirbharta vision of Swavlamban, after all, lies a firm belief that if it can be done anywhere, it can be done in India, only perhaps more effectively, efficiently, and economically. So partner with us, develop niche and disruptive technologies, and surprise us with your intellect, ingenuity, and innovations, and with systems that provide the Indian Armed Forces cutting-edge combat capabilities in the sea, land, air, space, and cognitive domains. The theme of Swavlamban, as has been said, ladies and gentlemen, is strength and power through innovation and indigenization. I hope this seminar provides all of you a good platform to ideate, conceptualize, and innovate so that we collectively take India to the next higher level of defense excellence and national security. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
I now request Shri Rajinder Singh Bhatia, President of SIDM, the Society of Indian Defence Manufacturers, to please address the House.
Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, Vice Chief of Naval Staff, thank you so much for setting the context. Air Chief Marshal Chaudhary, Mr. Amit Satija, senior officers of 3 services, veterans, ladies and gentlemen, my friends from the industry, members of the press. It's indeed my honor and pleasure to stand here and talk to you. My talk is going to revolve around 4 quotes, and that's about all. The first one is, India has always disappointed the pessimists and the optimists. Take a look at the situation when the COVID came. First wave of COVID, India tackled it the best in the world, so we disappointed the pessimists. The second wave came, and we didn't know what happened. So we disappointed all the optimists who were there. And then came the third wave, and we vaccinated 200 crore shots. By far the largest, even if you had put US and complete Europe together, this figure was higher. Take a look at some of the other things. 10 years ago, our exports were 760 crores. Last year, we did 21,000 crores. Who would have imagined in 2013-14 that we'll do exports of $3 billion? We went on to disappoint the pessimists. But then, we still remain the largest importer of weapons and equipment. So we are again disappointing the optimists. My talk is all around ensuring that in the future, we only disappoint the pessimists and not the optimists. Take a look at where do we stand in terms of our defense industrial base. Last year's production was 1,28,000 crores. Give and take. This was an increase of approximately 17% over the last year. If you take a look at exports, it went up by 32%. But if you take a look at a $4 trillion economy, where do we stand with 1,28,000 crores? Is a very small figure. Why are we still importing? The answer lies in the fact that while the manufacturing in the country has come off the edge, our technology development has not really reached those levels. If I was to sum them up into quarters, I would say manufacturing is in the 3rd quarter, whereas our technology development still remains in 1st quarter. So, what do we need to do? I will again give you 2nd quote, which Vikram Sarabhai gave in 60s. And it said, if India has to rightfully occupy its place in the Committee of Nations, it has to be second to none in application of advanced technologies. So where are we in technology development? And this is the foundation of creating a vibrant defense industrial base. So if you take a look at technology development, there can be 3 elements to it. Research and development, which is more basic, which is more fundamental, will always remain a state function. Innovation is a gradual increase of what you have. You're trying to innovate and you're trying to do something which is little better. But the 3rd part, which is the most critical, is what we call the breakthrough technologies. And where do the breakthrough technologies come from? The world has taught us that the breakthrough technologies have always come through the startups, the garages, the people who had a vision, the people who had a dream. So this is exactly the way we can go ahead and develop our technology. My 3rd quote is, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. And somewhere our erstwhile president, Mr. Kalam, said, you first learn to dream. So what was our dream? I can tell you, as our company, we went on dreamt one day, not one day, after a lot of thought, that we will become the largest manufacturer of artillery gun systems in the world. Gentlemen, I can assure you, we are almost there. We are already producing 6 guns per month, artillery guns, totally made in the country with indigenous technology, 90% indigenous content, and this is almost twice or three times more than any manufacturer in the world. We are now converting it to 12 guns per month. I am not here to sell my company, neither am I going to talk any more about it. But the key point is we need to dream. We need to dream. Are we dreaming about a Viksit Bharat? Yes. Are we dreaming of 3 lakh crores of production? Yes. Are we talking of 50,000 crores of exports in next 3 years? Yes. So if we are dreaming, we need to be prepared for what the future holds. And this is the most interesting quote. Somebody said an astrologer can very well predict where every star will be in the sky tonight. Unfortunately, he can't say the same thing about his daughter or son. This is exactly the future is. It is going to be the most unpredictable. Let me give you 2 examples. IBM, a IT giant, made a statement in 1950s, world has only place for 5 computers. That's all. There was a gentleman who headed the Italian Air Force. When he saw the destruction carried out by the German Air Force in World War I, he said there is no place left for any navies or armies of the world. World will be dominated only by Air Force. How wrong these predictions are proved. So what do? How do we tackle what the future holds as what we don't know today? While we do not and cannot predict what the future holds, one thing is there that you can see the direction the future is taking. And if you take a look, and there was a very interesting book which I read, which was called Conflict. It said 3 phenomena which are going to happen. The first is the war in future is going to touch every part of it, every part of your life. It's not going to be just the soldiers, everyone will get impacted. Secondly, technology will change faster than you can anticipate. And the third part, which was extremely interesting, was that technology will now find its way from civilian domain to military domain. Hitherto, is the military domain which was the generator of technology. So if this is going to happen, then what we need to do? We need to do exactly to bring millions of startups. This country needs to become a startup nation. My last quote, and before I come to way forward, is if you do what you ever did, you will get what you ever got. So what have we done differently? Let me give you a simple example. 5 years ago, we started with the IDEX initiative. Total money spent in the first year was close to $8 million, approximately 60 crores. What did it do? It kick-started 800 startups in this country. 60 crores, 800 startups. This is what we did differently. We are sitting here today because we are thinking differently. Swavlamban came out with 75 challenges in 2022. You saw 1,000 people coming forward to address that. I think 2,000 proposals were given against those challenges in 22 and 23. This is exactly what we did differently. This was not done before. And see the dividends you have got out of this different thought process. Let me give you an example. You must have seen in 2 years ago, after the Republic Day parade, there was a swarm drone parade which was done. What is the cost? I could be wrong by a few thousand or few lakhs. It costed 65 lakh rupees. That's all. And you had 500 drones on an algorithm flying together and doing all the things which a nation could do. We were all going into so-called, talking so highly about what China did on this, particularly swarm drones. But take a look at this. An Indian startup with meager amount of money, less than $100,000, could perform the same feat. So this is the key. The key is what we are sitting here today is exactly what we need to do. My question, my rather only one request or 2 requests to say would be, take a look. We talked about 1,00,000 crores for deep technology. With a $10 million, we could kickstart 800 startups in the country. Imagine what 1 lakh crore will do to this country. We need to operationalize that. That cannot remain a budget item like the Technology Development Fund remained a budget item from 2007 to 2013. So it cannot be a budgetary line. We need to do that. And the second thing I'll request is, we need to learn how to tackle failures. If you do not have failures, then you have not attempted hard enough. Then the research and development was superficial. We still do not have a way, how are we going to address failures? We still have finance and many other people, and I am not questioning anybody's authority on this, but we need to learn how to tackle failures in life. The last point, we need to break down barriers, unshackle innovation. The silos need to be broken. Let me give you 2 examples, and I'll conclude my talk for the day. During the COVID time, a PESO license, which in normal time would take years, were granted in less than 90 days. People who had not seen a ventilator started producing ventilators in less than 3 months. My own company did that. So my point is, we need to break those barriers. We need to start thinking how to unshackle innovation in this country. And for that, we need to be sure that we can tackle what the failure would bring in any research and development. With these words, I can assure you, sir, this is what we have said is being done out of ordinary. Let's just take it to the final conclusion, and I'm sure Indian industry will come up trumps. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your passionate and inspiring words. In fact, sir, after listening to you, I've got very inspired about predicting the future. So let me let out a secret for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to predict the future about our stock markets. Listen carefully. Day after tomorrow, the stock markets will be closed. 100% accurate prediction. May I now request the Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan. Sir, could you please felicitate the President of SIDM, Shri Rajinder Singh Bhatia. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for an auspicious start to the proceedings today. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments from now, we'll have our first interactive session. We are just resetting the stage to welcome the 4 speakers. So this first interactive session is going to be on the subject of future warfare and emerging technologies. The session explores the transformative role of cutting-edge technologies in shaping future warfares. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be listening to our eminent speakers talking about unmanned systems, AI-driven strategies, smart materials, quantum navigation, and many more high-tech subjects. Together, these technologies promise to elevate defense strategies to unprecedented levels of sophistication and resilience. I'd like to request you to please put your hands together and welcome our eminent speakers. May I request the following dignitaries to please join us on the stage. The panel moderator, Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, former Chief of the Air Staff, Commodore J.A. Mavlankar, who will be giving a special address on autonomous aerial platforms and impact on warfare. Dr. Naresh Bhatnagar, Dean, Research and Development, IIT Delhi. He'll be addressing the House on smart materials. Shri Rajat Sethi, founder Qbeats, who will be speaking on quantum navigation and sensing. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't look so serious. This is not a seminar on raising your income taxes. We're having an income tax session separately. This one is on future warfare and emerging technologies. Have a smile on your face. This is going to be a great start to Swavlamban 2024. Over to you, sir. All the best from Juliet Cotton.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, a pleasure to be here to speak on such a very interesting topic. And I must compliment Mr. Bhatia for having set the pace for today's discussions. And here I would like to just add on a few things to what he had said. He mentioned about the drone show on the beating retreat 2 years ago. Very interestingly, it started off from the Meher Baba drone competition, which was initiated by the Indian Air Force, which I would say was a Shark Tank event. The total investment from the Air Force side was around 17 or 18 crores, mostly in prize money. But what it gave rise to was companies like Bot Labs and others who made the display possible. And the ecosystem, the drone ecosystem, grew to almost 2,000 crores as of last year. So this is the innovativeness that is really the order of the day. That is what we seek for the future in the country. Just another point which I want to make is some of you would have read about the history or the growth of Tesla and Elon Musk. I keep asking, the new generation, when will we have an Elon Musk in our country? When will we revolutionize things? When will we take huge leaps forward in technology adoption and integration into the armed forces? These are questions that we need to keep asking ourselves. In the past, comparison of militaries was made purely on bean counts. He's got so many aircraft, so many ships, so many tanks, and so on. Today, that is not the correct way of assessing asymmetries or military might. What today sets apart one nation from the other is the adaptability to new technologies. How quickly has a nation or an armed force been able to adopt innovative technologies? And how effectively can you use these technologies to nullify any asymmetry of numbers that may be prevalent at that time? So here, this innovation or this process of innovation does not just stop at mere integration of a few new ideas or new products. It has to bring about doctrinal changes. It has to bring about structural changes. It has to bring about changes in our procurement processes. So the entire paradigm has to undergo a change with every new innovation. New technologies, whether it is unmanned vehicles or robotics or distributed denial of services may not win you the war. They may not decide who is the victor in the next conflict. But what they will definitely do is give rise to new strategies, new tactics, new ways of thinking about war fighting in future. Many applications today are sufficiently mature for induction straight away into the armed forces. Why has this happened? Primarily because the drivers, the innovators, have been the academia and the private industry. And compliments to all of you here who form part of that group of people who have helped innovation and new innovative ideas take the rightful place within the armed forces. We've been, I think everybody now talks about the outcomes or the lessons learned from the ongoing conflicts. We are all aware of the use of drones in the Russia-Ukraine conflict and Israel-Hamas conflict and so on. Pundits have already started predicting that drones will change the character of war. Let me tell you one thing. Drones will definitely affect the way we strategize or we formulate our tactics. Drones will definitely increase the accuracy of our artillery guns. They will increase the overall capability of the air forces or the navies. But I am a little skeptical about whether they will actually change the character of war. Today we have, the kamikaze drones, the first-person view drones and so on, which are actually making a huge impact on the way we are going to conduct future warfare. I can keep rambling on the, this subject, but I will not steal the thunder of my first speaker on the panel, Commodore Malankar. I think for most of you in the whites here, he requires no introduction, but allow me to just say a few words about him. He was commissioned into the next NDA officer, commissioned into the Indian Navy on 1st July 1985. This is one term which I have never got used to, the naval term, that is swallowed the anchor on 30th June 21. Most of his service, I'm happy to say that he spent with the Air Force. He's been graduate of the Indian Air Force Test Pilot School, the Carrier Suitability Test Pilot from the US Navy. For the Navy, he has commanded the INS 300. He has been the commanding officer of INS Udaygiri and INS Ganga. A huge, long career with the test pilot community or the testing community. He's been served with the flight test squadron with AST in Bangalore. He's been involved in the MiG-29, MiG-21 upgrade programs, the LUSH program of the Sea Harrier. But more importantly, and I think the pinnacle of his service career came when he, after having spent almost 12 years as an experimental test pilot on the LCA Tejas of the Indian Air Force, he also was the key design team member of the LCA Navy project. He undertook the first flight of the LCA Navy back in April 2012. He was the first one to carry out the ski launch of the LCA, this first arrested landing, and most importantly, the first takeoff and first arrested landing on INS Vikramaditya on the LCA Navy. So I think he deserves a huge round of applause for that. Currently, he is the Executive Vice President for Technology Development at New Space Research and Technologies Limited. He is working on a development of range of autonomous and AI-driven aircraft and weapon systems, including HAPS, loitering munitions, and several unique air vehicle configurations. Currently, he is studying the convergence of swarming-style warfare, collaborative authority, and the OODA concept as intended by John Boyd's, seeking opportunities for enhancement of human capabilities via advanced computation and AI techniques. So I'll not come between you and Commodore Mao, all yours.
Morning, gentlemen. Admiral Dahiya's timer has started, so without wasting time on niceties, the Air Chief Marshal has obviously done a great job of my introduction, but I'd like to introduce you to my current job which is about 80% systems engineering, system architecting, in order to meet the requirements that have the needs that, or rather the wants that the customers have expressed in the form of requirements. About 20% of my job I try and do, which is trying to shape, trying to understand, trying to divine what your actual needs are. And for that, we need to delve into some of these technologies. The title, therefore, is really not necessarily what you want, but definitely, hopefully, what something close to helping you realize what you need. Why are we talking about this? What is the reason for this particular interest that is there? I would like to call it as there is this new upsurge of democratized aviation. Pretty much everybody always wanted aviation without the nakras of the aviators. But as long as aviation was available only in the form of big expensive aircraft, the gate guardians, guys with wings on their lapels, kind of made it overly complicated. But now technologies are permitting you to get aviation at any cost bracket, aviation in any form factor. So really speaking, what is it that is shaping our thought processes? And that is, I would say, Ukraine, which I would characterize as pretty much a small UAS war, proliferation of UASs across all kinds of use cases. FPVs, of course, they're very sexy. And of course, jury-rigged weapons. So that's pretty much, it doesn't sound very high-tech. It just sounds far more innovative than tech-intensive. You could look back a little bit further at Azerbaijan. That was male UAVs, loitering munitions. This word seems to have captured our imagination to our detriment, I believe. And of course, artillery and tactical ballistic missiles. Pretty much actually the dream of Marshal Ogarkov, the Recce Strike complex. Actually, it pretty much amounted to not much more than that, just in a modern form. What about commercial tech? That has moved on and it's pushing a whole lot of tech at us. Edge computing in the form of small form factor, cheap computing that is available. Electro-optics in, again, small form factor ever since plastic lenses have become the norm. Mesh comms, which is highly underrated. And AI, in the form of LLMs, ML, etc., which is, I would think, a little bit overrated. CNNs, which are not so well understood. And CV, which is highly underrated. But that's all pushing towards, pushing in technology into people's innovators' hands, and they're going to come up with more and more wicked ways of doing the same old things. Lastly, the word swarming. Now, everybody says swarm drones. I will like to change the format to swarm tactics. Swarming tactics is age-old, right from the Mongols. It's not for nothing that the original, the OG swarming program was called Golden Horde. Which was the original Golden Horde, you need to ask. So that really involves multiple drivers coming together. The first is sticker shock, the realization that sticking with ever more exquisite systems in ever fewer numbers is only going to result in a vicious spiral, which basically makes those weapons unaffordable, unusable, even when you afford them. The second is this mythos of swarming, which actually always drives it towards this huge cloud of darkening the sky coming at you. But actually swarming is a lot more than that, and I think we'll talk about that in the next slide. The underlying technologies, which is autonomy and collaborative robotics, it's not a coincidence that they are in the colors of my company, because that's something that we've been trying to push really hard. So all of this comes together to create the right recipe for something where everybody can have aviation without the air forces standing in the middle. First thing is to define what is autonomy. Autonomy, really speaking, is a culmination of the desire to do certain things and the technologies that make it possible. So what we desire to do is reflected by the top two on the top left. That is, what do we mean by autonomy? We need to understand it in the framework of the OODA loop. Every stage of the OODA loop, we haven't realized how with all the automations, we don't call them autonomies, but even simple things like filters in your sensors have started actually already coloring. That means your preconceived notions already color what you are getting to see. So it's very, very insidious and pervasive, the spread of autonomy and technology into even your worldview, and therefore looking at autonomy without defining what you mean by autonomy. The extracts there, the slides have been made such that you can go over them in detail and pick a whole lot of useful ideas. But basically, autonomy concepts across the full chain of the OODA. The next is the technologies that permit it. Basically, collaborative robotics, multiple robotic doctrines. There, the driver for autonomy is the fact that the communications channel is a bandwidth. The bandwidth is a choker. You can't just transmit everything down, and therefore that pushes you from remote operation style RPAs and stuff like that into objects. If you want to scale up and operate more than one object at a time, you have to get into making those objects that much more autonomous. And of course, the fact that in case COM is denied, you should not have a single point failure of your whole capability, and therefore it needs to be something that some capability still goes through even after COMs are lost. All of this, when it comes together, it actually offers you the ability to use multiple robots simultaneously, which then enables swarming for the first time. Swarming without humans, but swarming with robots. So I would like to define swarming by these three words: wide area ISR, pulsed effects, parallel effects. This is a whole topic by itself that needs to be dwelt in detail, but let's leave it here. It's swarming tactics and not swarming UAVs. Okay, busy slide. I'm not going to go over it line by line, but I just want to draw your attention to the difference between the aerial vector and air power. Now, the aerial vector has the characteristics, the weaknesses as shown in the reds, which by themselves are extremely attractive. Man plus aircraft versus man without aircraft. The man with aircraft is always going to win. That means to say that the aerial vector by itself provides you unassailable advantages. But it's short-sighted to just look at that and not look at the absolutely new style of thinking that needs to be done in order to truly exploit it. And that I would encapsulate in the term air power. Now, there's a very interesting paper which I've referred at the bottom of the thing, which kind of covers the blacks. The reds are pretty much my inferences. The slide doesn't give away which side my leanings lie. I come from a tactical air force. I've been an integral air arm, so I guess it took me a long time to understand why is it that there is so much competitive tension constantly between people who are clamoring for use of the aerial vector, which is integral air arms on the left-hand side, the left axis, and people who say you are wasting this whole asset. You must use it in the form of air power principles, which is on the right-hand axis. I have tried to map all the various services and what they look at, how they look at aviation as a whole. And you'll see that, of course, the big boy in the room is the conventional Air Force. They span a large part of it. One could criticize them for not being tactical enough. But the opposite can be said for the other services which are overly tactical. I like to think that the Navy occupies a really good space. You'll see that I've split up the naval aviation into three. They're pretty much three completely different charactered air forces. That is the carrier-borne aviation, shipborne aviation, and shore-based aviation. They're actually pretty much three different air forces. Nobody talks about it too much or realizes that much. Then, of course, there is Army aviation, far more tactical even than what the Navy is all about. But most importantly, there is this purple force. Everybody is now asking for all the requirements that people are putting out are pretty much actually aviation without the aviators, and that's why I put it in purple. The fact that people are pulling in different directions can be good, healthy competitive tension, or it can be destructive, a zero-sum game. Now, if I was to say that let's change the game, or let's try and make a prescription for what we should be doing. So in the good form of there should be a lot of sunshine, should always be part of your cure. I have drawn the vectors that I think are important. Notice that I have put small UASs and exotic UASs, which is actually occupying a lot of the space in the conversation about UASs, and chosen to emphasize collaborative robotics and the technologies and enablers of swarming in the real cure that we need to throw at this problem. I have blanked out the original usage of the conventional aircraft, not because I believe that they're going to be replaced by drones, but just simply for enhancing clarity of this graphic. And you can see that there is a lot of space for different users to occupy different parts of the spectrum of direct application of aerial vectors and actually realizing the full potential of air power. I've used terms like collaborative combat aircraft. I've used MUMT. Frankly, not much difference in the way the systems are architected, but I would say MUMT is more for re-enabling, re-energizing the original platforms in their original mission, whereas collaborative, whatever collaborative aircraft or collaborative vessel would be in the form of allowing you to address new styles of mission, new capabilities, adding them to the existing platforms. Notice I've added a small little box for the Coast Guard, a reasonably small box for PMFs, but they are largely on the more tactical side of the bottom left-hand corners. The part which you all should pay attention to is the Air Force in a box. Everybody, if you read the RFPs of a whole lot of the users that are put out, pretty much everybody is saying tanks cannot wait for the infantry. Infantry saying tanks may not always be available. It's always useful to blame the users not in the room. So examples are more easily accepted. But that's pretty much how everybody is defining their requirements. Nobody is willing to wait anymore. All I'm saying is that if you look at it holistically, everybody can have everything that they want as per their it can be a full a la carte buffet, with the Air Force occupying the more high-end elements of it. I don't think they should give up on the collaborative combat, the power of collaborative combat aircraft. And frankly, I think it's good to throw out a challenge that I'm really happy that the Navy has taken the lead with CCAs, but frankly, it ought to have been the Air Force. Thank you, gentlemen.
Very much, Mao. We go on to the next topic of quantum navigation. We are all seeing in the ongoing conflicts how vulnerable systems are to GPS jamming, spoofing, or even signal jamming and loss of connectivity with these kind of systems which are completely dependent on some kind of GNSS. My generation of people, or even before us, we were quite used to operating without the GPS, and we were quite happy with the performance of the inertial navigation systems, which despite all their shortcomings of errors in drift and accuracy and all that, still allowed us to make good targets, allowed us to carry out the navigation as desired. But today, with over-reliance on GPS or GNSS systems, deniability of this capability is going to be disastrous for any armed force. We are completely reliant on these external inputs to improve the accuracy of our navigation systems. So here steps in what is now new in the domain of navigation is the quantum positioning systems and the quantum navigation, inertial navigation systems, which are based on atomic interferometry, and this dramatically improves the precision and minimizes or almost nullifies the drift. Statistically, it has been shown now that the accuracy of such quantum navigation systems is down to 1 centimeter, which is a huge jump from the best of the GNSS-based systems, which were giving about 3 to 5 meters of positional accuracy. While our country has made huge strides in this, we have taken a lot of initiatives. There is a national mission on quantum technologies and applications. It is being led by IISc Bangalore, who have established a quantum tech research area. ISRO has also demonstrated a free space quantum communication, which gives an accuracy of about 300 meters. So work is in progress, and to gain more knowledge on the subject, we have with us today Mr. Rajat Sethi. Rajat Sethi is the co-founder of QBeats, a quantum technology startup specializing in advanced sensing, metrology, and communication solutions. Rajat is a graduate of IIT Kharagpur, MIT, and Harvard, and has earlier served as advisor to the Chief Ministers of Jharkhand and Manipur. His talk will focus on how Indian defense can position itself at the forefront of leveraging quantum science to develop next-generation technologies for high-precision measurements and ultra-secure communications. So over to you, Rajat.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, very good morning to all of you. I'll start off with a concept. It's a mathematical framework or a scientific framework, whichever way you want to see it, which is called theory of catastrophe. What does theory of catastrophe sort of stands for? It says that systems undergo sudden changes in behavior and it happens abruptly. I'll give you an instance. For example, if you were to pound a piece of toughened glass repeatedly, it won't break. And it won't break till the time t is equal to n minus 1. And then you will see that if you repeatedly pound it, at time t equals to n, it suddenly shatters. Why does this happen that nothing changes, no visible changes are there till a moment before, and suddenly you will see massive shifts in technology, shifts in science happen? A lot of technologies go through that same pattern of micro achievements, and then you will see a sudden big breakthrough which completely redefines paradigms, it redefines how things are done, and completely moves into an order shift of how capabilities have to be brought in. Quantum technology is one such technology. I remember when I was a IIT student and we were being taught quantum courses, and it seemed like a distant future, and we had absolutely very little. It used to be a very difficult and a boring subject, but we were never sure that when it is going to see the light of the day. But all of a sudden, you will see now around 2023, 2024, there have been such sudden and massive shifts in the quantum ecosystem that has actually challenged some of the existing classical equipments and classical technologies capabilities, and completely hopes to redefine how we foresee security measures, strategic maneuverability, and tactical maneuverability in the days and the years to come. I'll give you one other example. Interestingly, for communication encryption, we use RSA and AES. These are pretty standard encryption tools and technologies. And it was believed that even if quantum computers come, you would require millions of quantum computers and entangled qubits, etc., for decades to run to break an RSA and an AES. Just 2 months back, Chinese civilian scientists, they published a paper wherein they said that they've been able to substantially weaken AES and break RSA using quantum annealers. Quantum annealers are quantum computers which are specifically made for a function. So they were able to achieve it and demonstrate that they can actually break it, and most of these annealers are available off the shelf. So things which we were hoping that our communication is secured and attacks on it would be decades out in the future, and all that you can focus on is hack now and decrypt later, those kind of strategies. But with these papers and with these advancements, we will have to very quickly switch into a post-quantum encryption scenarios. There are still 3 or 4 algorithms which are competing against each other to come up and say that they are purely and truly resistant to any quantum attacks in the future. But those are vulnerabilities which are haunting us on the face. Therefore, as I said, quantum technology is not an incremental change. It's a complete shift, a paradigm shift from the classical systems, and you cannot measure the success or the scale of impact of this technology by those yardsticks. The importance of this, as I've stated earlier, can be highlighted from the fact that European regimes or the US or UK, they have very strict export embargoes on all the building blocks for quantum technologies and quantum sensors and metrological tools as we speak. Even the US State Department is coming up with newer regulations to further tighten the export controls around these technologies. Suppose if you require precision lasers today for your cold atom interferometers, you cannot procure lasers from the markets because they will want to require you to prove that this is for civilian use cases alone. And because of the dual use case scenarios, it becomes really hard to procure it and to service it. Servicing a defective or a malfunction laser will take you at least 1 or 2 years, and we still do not have indigenous capabilities around basic building blocks like these very high precision lasers, which can, strike laser beams onto atoms in a cold atom scenario close to Kelvin 0. So that capabilities we still don't have. So largely speaking, quantum technology for a fairly long time, we were talking about superposition, entanglements, and bunch of such technologies, which is a bunch of these properties which seem like purely theoretical in nature, but it is only now when lot of defense forces around the world have started incorporating it and making it part of their military applications in a very, very real scenario. So if I were to specifically talk about naval and naval use cases, I can begin with navigation. Like quantum positioning system was a classic example that Air Chief Marshal just mentioned. In a GPS denied scenario, how do you go about very accurate measurement in terms of your drift, in terms of identifying your gravimeters, constantly sensing with a very high degree of precision where your location is. Essentially, you require a combination of accelerometers, you require combinations of gravimeters, magnetometers, all working in tandem with a degree of precision and form factor which can help you navigate in a GPS denied scenarios. Now, the challenge for all of this is that while in civilian cases we still know that what are some of the tentative use cases around it, we are completely immune to what the Indian Defense Forces would require. Therefore, one of the strategies when we have to develop indigenous capabilities around this is co-development. Co-development is the norm in the US. DARPA funds most of these programs in these universities. But it is exceptionally hard to operate and develop technologies when you do not know the specific use cases, which means what are the thermal footprints, what are the power footprints, what is the form factor, what level of miniaturization do you require? All of these things we don't know. So therefore, having that strategy that we need to work together hand in hand with the startup ecosystem to develop this is absolutely going to be necessary. I can talk about the inertial measurement units. Now you will see there will be quantum enhanced IMUs, which will give you further degrees of precision, which I said that will help you measure drifts in centimeters and low meters than current state of affairs where the drifts are not measured with accuracy of several hundred meters as well. Recently, NATO and the US Department of Defense have made significant strides in quantum sensing and metrology. However, an interesting anecdote is US Department of Defense came up with a paper saying that quantum radars is of no use to our defense forces. Immediately after that, a prototype by the Chinese was put forth, which talked about quantum radars. Quantum radars is incredibly hard because it talks about entangled photons. Achieving that state of affairs in a real life scenario is very hard, and this is what the US defense also thought. But then they had to withdraw that paper after the Chinese put out that prototype. As I said, the field is unfolding before us at such rapid paces that you really don't know what's happening with your adversaries, what technological capabilities have they evolved, and where are we in terms of the state of affairs so far. I've already talked about quantum encryption. If I were to tell you about some of the communication that you require to coordinate interfleet exercises, etc., you will have to secure your communications in a post-quantum scenario. In that scenario, you would require a lot of these modern-day softwares and encryption tools and techniques. Largely, as long as it is software that is relatively within our realm of control. We can put some of the best PhD minds, best engineers to develop these codes and make it work. But when it comes to physical systems, setting up these gravimeters, setting up these magnetometers in a vessel, in a ship, that is where the real hard problems come in. And it requires a degree of craziness to be able to achieve those things because it hasn't been done in India. Quantum computers, we still are decades away as of now to build truly entangled physical qubits. Our quantum mission wanted us to progress in that direction, but I still believe that we are far away from achieving 1,000 qubits goals that were set up in the quantum mission. Quantum computing is hard, and the promise is certainly bright. Today, you must be hearing that artificial intelligence requires a lot of data centers. Massive data centers are being set up across the world, where you have these graphics processing units, the GPUs of NVIDIA and other big companies, being stacked up into these big data centers. But with quantum computers, it can do the job hundreds and thousands of these GPUs cannot achieve. So you can imagine even artificial intelligence would be turbocharged with these quantum computers. Therefore, we need to build certain capabilities around it. Only certain companies like Google, Microsoft, etc., and some sovereign organizations, especially in the US and in China, have been able to achieve 300 to 400 quantum computers. I don't know how many of them are entangled. That is not out in public domain, but that remains a significant challenge for us to look up to. Let me tell you from one standpoint as to how hard this is going to be. If I were to ask you that how many atomic, molecular, or optical physicists who are capable of assembling and operating these high-tech quantum systems and sensors in India exist, you'll be surprised at people who have actually done that, not theory, actually building stuff. It is in low single digits. That is our human resource is going to be the most significant challenge. The reason is that most of the quantum mechanical engineers and quantum scientists are all out of the country. Convincing them to come back to India is extremely hard because there are, we are not at that cutting edge. Our civilian use cases will never appreciate the kind of capabilities it can bring to. And I think I wouldn't have been discussing all of these things had Swavlamban-like initiatives not been there. I was really happy when ACNS sir reached out to us and said that while you're working on quantum magnetometers, can you help us, even give us a conceptual outlay of how a quantum positioning system looks like? What are some of the factors that we have to consider for its practical deployments? This kind of motivation is unheard of, and I believe this is what really motivates us. At Qubits, the biggest challenge for me was to find those set of not just scientists, but driven entrepreneurs who can build this system at scale and can deploy it in your physical settings. And getting hold of people out of Berkeley ecosystems, Maryland ecosystems, Cambridge ecosystems to come to India and develop this was the hardest part. Capital and finance can follow. It is the minds that have to follow. And that can follow with initiatives like Swavlamban, which can help us even dream for Manhattan-like project, which can give us the confidence of going wild with our craziness and trying to propose things which otherwise would have been incredibly hard. We cannot match the amount of funding and financing which US and China have been putting in, which runs into $15 to $20 billion only in quantum sensing capabilities and quantum compute capabilities. We can't match that. So we have to have Indian price sensibilities. Can we achieve those key objectives, Manhattan Project objectives, with minuscule budgets? I think that's only going to happen when the top leadership of our Indian Defense Forces give us some nudge, some hand-holding, and some power to dream. And we will run with you, and we'll run to achieve all the goals that you have set forth for us. Thank you so much for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajat. It's a great talk. Since the dawn of civilization, one item which has actually shaped how mankind has grown has been the use of materials. And historians have even recorded the use of materials in terms of eras. We've had the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, the Copper Age, and so on, underlying the importance of how materials have shaped our human lives. They've helped us, they've helped civilizations conquer, reach across the world, and so on. And it is not unlikely that in future, probably our age today would be called the composite age. Today we have, from the basic materials, raw materials, we have grown on to nanomaterials, which actually are a variety of, a combination of material science, chemistry, physics, biology, and engineering. And the application of such technology, specifically in the areas of defense and in warfare, will pave the way for future research in the context of miniaturization, weaponization, and so on. And it is definitely going to have a huge impact on our future, the strategies that we'll have for warfighting. To speak on this very interesting subject today, we have with us Professor Naresh Bhatnagar, who's done his PhD in 1992 from IIT Bombay. He's worked in the industry before joining academia. He's pioneered the research in areas of machining of composites at IIT Bombay back in the early 90s, which is still relevant today. He's worked extensively over the years to produce innovative and reliable products from fiber-reinforced polymer composites with applications spanning diverse fields from defense to aerospace to automotive to medical technology. At IIT Delhi, Professor Bhatnagar has pursued multidisciplinary research in areas of polymer material processing, biomaterials, and biomedical implants like dental implants, orthopedic, cancer, ENT, and cardiac stents. He has published more than 200 international peer-reviewed journals and more than 200, taken part in more than 200 international or national conferences. He is currently the Dean of Research and Development at IIT Delhi. His current research interest is the design and development of armor materials, lightweight composite structures, ballistic and blast mitigation material systems. So over to you, Professor Bhatnagar.
Jai Hind. A very good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais as well as in the audience. It's a moment of great honor for me to be among you today, and it's a pleasure to share a few moments with you this morning. Particularly when I see the defense forces, I also look into their commitment, into their dedication, and their passion to serve the nation, to serve the humanity, to serve the country. And I also feel that we should get aligned to that, to make them feel much more that they are part of us and we are also working for them. One of the things which recently I achieved was the development of a lightweight bulletproof jacket for the Indian Army, which is one of the lightest globally. And that gave me so much of confidence and pleasure that at least something I am able to do for our security people who are just guarding our borders. And this has happened just because I was working with materials. I got trained as a production engineer. I did my research in the area of composite materials, particularly fiber-reinforced plastic composites. And therefore I could dream about it. And if you just look at 10,000 BC, what was the first metal which was discovered by humans? Any idea? It was gold. The first metal was gold. It was not bronze, it was not cast iron, it was not steel, but it was gold. And the first polymer was the biopolymer from the trees, from that. And the first ceramic, we can say either it was a stone or a flint, and then only later on glasses and so on. So 10,000 BCs to 1,000, it took almost 10,000 years for the real engineering materials to come down. And in the last 200 years, we have seen, after the First World War, the Second World War, and now today, we are able to see the advent of materials all over the world. In terms of metals, we are having intermetallic glasses and so on, high temperature alloys. In terms of ceramics, we have got toughened ceramics, which allow the re-entry vehicles to take care of the very high acceleration and temperature thereby. And almost all the aircrafts which we see today are almost 50% composite, or composite means plastic composite. So that means the materials science and materials research and technology development has been paramount in shaping today's society. And without that understanding, it is very difficult to keep a pace to have a good society and healthy living. Now looking at that, one of the things which as a country we lack is in terms of research on material science, and we try to get things from abroad. We can make manufacturing, as the earlier speaker in the inaugural session said, we are in the Q3 of manufacturing, but in terms of R&D of materials research, we may be in Q1 only. So there we have to have a very good focus, which needs long-term planning. It is not a short-term planning. We have to invest in the materials development, metallurgy, for example. And if I just think of a frigate or a ship and armoring of a ship, I feel that it is only steel, steel, and then steel. It is nothing beyond that. Whereas if I look at the aerial density of, let's say, a frigate armoring, it may be around 280 or so aerial density, kg per meter square. We can reduce it to 100 just by using a right combination of composites, and thereby decreasing the weight, improving the CG, improving the effectiveness, improving the mobility, and so on. Now somebody has to initiate whether our ships, frigates, submarines have to be faster, agile, and so on. So we have to spend that much of innovation. And there is no dearth of manpower who can look into it. There is no dearth of ideas. There is no dearth of companies or startups who can take that job. But there is a dearth of one thing, and that is the motivation to work in these domains, which are hardcore engineering. At IIT Delhi, we get a first-year student, and the parents come and ask what will be the package after 4 years. And it gives a jolt to us that we are here to teach them, to make them learn engineering. Why are you asking this question to us? They say whether doing an MBA will be better or whether doing a master's abroad will be better. So how to capture that? It's a very big question. And out of 100 students, if I say hardly 10% will be interested to learn engineering the way engineers should be. And that is one thing where we have to work more than anything else. Just now Rajat was talking about quantum computing and quantum. We don't have, let's say, the quantum materials here. There is only one company in the world, in Israel, who developed the 2D materials. And everybody has to buy from them to make a quantum device. Why can't we have many companies making those 2D materials? Yeah. We have recently showed at IIT Delhi that we can do quantum key distribution from Prayagraj to Allahabad. There was 100 kilometers through the fiber. It was a DRDO project into the domain, particularly of plasmonics and photonics. So these are all material systems. So it is very hard, and the stage is very set that if we do not enter into the domain of material science, manufacturing, there will not be any product realization, and until unless that product realization happens within the country, then only Swavlamban can happen. Then only we'll be proud of it. Otherwise, if we are just integrating with subcomponent, sub-assembly from outside, we are not doing 100% indigenization. We might be not true to ourselves. So we have to pitch in, we have to get the right directives, we have to have that lot of perseverance, and the future engineers, scientists should have a passion and fire in their belly to work towards the nation and develop a national character, to chip in their best, to give the maximum possible, whatever latent talent is hidden in them, it has to come out for the nation, not for others. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the interactive session on future warfare and emerging technologies is now open for questions from members of the audience. Members of the audience who would like to ask a question are requested to please keep your questions precise. Please introduce your name before you state your question. Keep it precise. Yes, sir. Just the mic is reaching you.
Check. Good morning, I'm Commander Raut. I want to ask a question to Mr. Rajat. What is the potential of quantum navigation and sensing in submarine operations? Like one example I can think of is it can definitely improve the accuracy of submarine navigation. So you can please elaborate a bit on this. Thank you.
So first thing is precision, and the other is around the sensitivity with which you can measure your data with. Both these are achieved at scale through some of these quantum sensors. If I were to talk about positioning system itself, if you rely on GPS, and this room would be marked as one dot on GPS, but with the quantum positioning, you can actually mark each one of you in this room. That's the level of precision. Not that I understand the problem statements in the defense setting, but what I've realized and understood is that the drifts, a 24-hour drift, can be measured with very high degrees of precision. And the second is identifying stealth objects under seabeds. Identifying them with very high degree of precision is also possible. There is something called quantum imaging, quantum ghost imaging, which has the ability to, pick up images and then process those images with very high degrees of precision. There was some tests which were done that 2 kilometer at a distance there was a license plate, and through quantum imaging you were able to read the license plates 2 kilometers out. So you can imagine and translate into your problem statements that what would it entail in a setting where you have a lot of disturbances underwater. How do you, improve your imaging and sensing techniques and technologies over there in that setting? I think that's pretty much what I can understand of, but I'm happy to discuss about the capabilities with respect to your problem statements as well.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Members of the audience? Yes, sir. Right there.
My name is F. Commander Angad Singh. My question is to Commodore Molankar. To enable the effective use of UAVs in military combat operations, how should regulatory challenges be addressed concerning ethical considerations around autonomous decision-making in combat scenarios?
The ethical aspects are currently, a hot topic, and there's a whole lot of work that is happening on it. But frankly, it is already a ship that has sailed, because we've already handed over so much of authority to so many systems. We've already struggled with whether to put our Barak to full auto or not for, I think, 20 plus years. So frankly, it's going to be much more of the same. I would like to think that it's going to be technology-led in terms of how much complexity can we introduce without confusing it too much. Are we introducing complexity because we are saying that we want to dumb down the human and still give more power in his hands, in which case the complexity has to be more autonomous? Or are we saying that we're going to take PhDs and turn them into snipers, and therefore we're going to give him far more complex but explainable AI? That means he's going to use the technology. So depending upon how you want to shape your forces, whether you want to go to a conscript force or whether you want to go to a reservist or kind of a force structure, these kind of choices will actually determine what your attitude to these automations and autonomy and AI kind of capabilities. The disruptors, that is terrorists, are always going to exploit it to the maximum.
So my question is to Mr. Rajat Sethi, retired naval officer, quite old. We hear that the Chinese have gone to quantum communications. What is the difference? Because I believe the Indian Navy is also looking at it very seriously. What is going to be the difference in the equipment? Because I have worked in intelligence. You can break certain communications with the amount of computers you've got. And repetitive messages can be broken. But what is this quantum communications involve in equipment? What will happen in ships? What will happen in the naval signal stations? I believe the Chinese are way ahead on it.
I think so far the best established classical know-how in terms of encryption was a settled affair, and we all knew that as long as we have those signals, etc., I protected through AES encryptions, etc., we are good to go. The challenge is that the underlying theory around these classical encryption technologies was that you require very, very high computational power to be able to break it. It was not unbreakable. You just were waiting for that compute power to be there. And what has happened is the computational power through some algorithmic advancements and with some hardware advancements has been made possible. This is where the Chinese have posed a threat, internally when we discuss, and I've been working closely with the army, the signals corps there, the problem statement was more of defense, less of offense. I think the Chinese have laid a roadmap for even offense-based approaches to using quantum encryption technologies to first attack, gather the data, and then decrypt at ease. What we are trying to do is to at least ensure that some of this communication has AES, all these classical encryptions, and on top of that, it also has some kind of a hybrid quantum encryption as well, just to be future secure and future proof. That's how much we've sort of advanced, and quantum key distribution and all of these technologies are part of that. And I think we can very quickly build capabilities around it because it remains largely algorithm driven, less hardware dependent, so we can still make good strides in a very short period of time.
So one final question.
Okay, one last one.
Last question for this session, please.
So this is Komodo Kulkarni. I have a question for Professor Bhatnagar. So this is, I came across recently a writing from a Chinese think tank, which was basically about India and the ability or the capability of India to rise in the future. And I came across a point that was made in that paper or in the article, which says that India is having all the ingredients to rise, but it is going to be held back and shackled back because of its social problem. So at that point, I just paused as to what could be the social problem that the Chinese think tank is talking about our society. I just imagined that it could be our religious differences, it could be our caste system. But then I continued to read, curious to know what is it that the Chinese think tank is talking about that's going to hold us back. And it said that the Indian society values its managers more than its scientists and engineers. And this is recognized by the Chinese people, saying that this is going to prevent India from rising up to its potential. And how true it is, whether it is our marriage market or whether it is our MBA market, we value our engineers, we value our MBA capabilities more than our scientists and engineers. And all the things that the Swavlamban is trying to, as enumerated by Mr. Bhatia in the morning, is not going to be achieved by managers. It's going to be achieved by the scientists and engineers. So I question to Dr. Professor Bhatnagar is, sir, what you mentioned about what the parents ask you in IIT system. How can we overcome the shortcoming that has been identified in the Chinese think tanks?
It's a very, very relevant question, and it belongs to our own society in India. How much value do we give to a school teacher where our kids go and learn? Do the school teacher get the amount of salary which they deserve? If I give you an example, in Italy or in anywhere in Europe, they are the highest paying person as compared to any other jobs, the school teachers. The same way, all the sanskars, whatever things which we want to give to our kids, it has to be given at the school and at the homes. Now the society has to change, it has to start thinking in a different way. Earlier days, 20 years, 30 years back, it was okay, a very mediocre or underdeveloping country, and now we have developed to that level that there is no dearth of food, there is no dearth of living as such, and comfortable jobs to everyone. But still, what is the attitude, what is the mindset of the parents, young parents or even older parents, is that their kids should shine and they should have the maximum fulfillment in their life. And that defines the character, that everybody starts moving towards money, not towards what they should be, a good human being and asset to the nation. So that mindset has to change in the society, and that is where even Chinese are picking it up, and we also know we are unable to change because of the dynamics. It's the market demand, it's the forces. So the best of our computer science engineers would like to go and work in, let's say, banks or some other rather than in computer science itself.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will all agree with me that we've gone through, we've listened to three very fascinating talks this morning on three completely diverse subjects. And we go back not only more enlightened on these topics, but more cognizant of the fact that these are the emerging technologies that we need to prepare ourselves to absorb within the armed forces. We need to be able to recalibrate our thought process, realign our way of thinking, realign our procurement processes, because traditionally we've gone by making out staff requirements and then following up with the procurement process. With these new technologies at the doorstep and so many innovators sitting here amongst us, I think the time has come for us to rethink the way we carry out our procurement process. So, someone had rightly said that in the armed forces, we procure solutions and not technology. I think time has come for us to change this thought process. We need to start investing more in technology. And here, I think one of the biggest takeaways from this session at least is that we need to invest in and involve ourselves more with innovators, incubators, and people who grow from seminars like Swavlamban. So my compliments to all the participants, first of all, for such excellent talks. And my only complaint to the Navy, the VCNS, is I think you gave too short a time for such excellent speakers. Probably next edition we may hear more from such speakers. And finally, while acknowledging the contribution of such seminars, I wish to place on record the excellent work being done by all the innovators, the MSMEs, the participants of this seminar in ensuring that we continue to remain a force to reckon with. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All that is left for me is to request you to give a big round of applause to the speakers today.
I now request Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary to kindly felicitate members of this session. Dr. Naresh Bhatnagar. Mr. Rajat Sethi, founder Qbeats. Commodore J.A. Maulankar. And I request the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan. Sir, could you please come onto the stage to felicitate the panel moderator, Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, former Chief of Air Staff. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we conclude the first interactive session. It's time for enjoying a short tea break. I'd like to inform all members of the audience that hot tea and coffee is waiting for you right outside the hall and at the basement. सभी दर्शकों से अनुरोध है कि टी ब्रेक के बाद आप कृपया अपने स्थानों पे समय के अनुसार आ जाइएगा. 15 minutes. And a very important announcement for all members of the audience. Please don't do bottoms up. The tea and coffee is hot. May I request you to please take your seats? Right, we're all set. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the tea and refreshments. We shall now have the second interactive session titled Boosting Innovation Ecosystem. This session will examine India's evolving defense innovation ecosystem, highlighting key initiatives driving advancements and collaboration. Discussions will focus on the SIDBI IDEX Partner Incubator Fund, which empowers startups, MSMEs with monetary resources. I'd like to invite the following dignitaries onto the stage. The panel moderator, Lieutenant General V.G. Khandare, Major General Ashwani Kumar Channan, the first Additional Director General of Army Design Bureau. Major General Channan will be speaking on the evolution of defense innovation ecosystem. Shri Satyaprakash Singh, Chief General Manager, Head of Venture Finance and Investment, SIDBI, Small Industries Development Bank of India. Shri Satyaprakash Singh will be speaking on the SIDBI IDEX Partner Incubator Fund. And please welcome Ms. Vrinda Kapoor, the Chairperson of SIDM Startup Forum and Chief Executive Officer of Third Eye Tech. Ms. Kapoor will be addressing the House on funding startups and MSMEs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a delightful round of applause to welcome all these panelists. And the subject matter of this session is boosting innovation ecosystem. Over to you, sir.
Jai Hind to all of you. May I have a loud Jai Hind, please? Yeah. Anyway, good start. So I just wanted to look around and see. May I just request the startups and MSMEs to please raise their hands. Let me see what is the head count. Very good. Okay, fine. Now this particular session, you know the stalwarts who are on the stage, and I do not want to stand between you and the expertise that they are going to explain in front of you. And we have got a good setup of experts here. General Channan is the first ADG ADB starting it. He has his experiences, and now a number of years, closer to a decade, that he's been into it. I will expect him to be very honest, truthful, and tell us from the start till now, where are we? A very honest and candid reply to that, in addition to whatever presentation he has. Shri Satyaprakash, again, we would like to see how the funding mechanism has evolved and what more can we do to ensure that the pain point of the startups and the MSME can be reduced, and more in terms of hand-holding and reaching out rather than expecting people to come. So these are a few things which are there in my mind. And Vrinda, you are one of the achievers. Be honest, be forthright, don't be worried about what you have to say. Please say openly. And my compliments to the Indian Navy for starting Swavlamban in 2022. And I think Admiral Satish Ghormade, I don't see him here, but he was one of the pillars that pushed Swavlamban. And with the present Vice Chief Swaminathan, Admiral Swaminathan, I'm sure it is going to go great guns or great ships, as you want to hear. So let us start with, I would want General Channan to start.
can we get to the present? Okay. Thank you. A very good morning to all the dignitaries present on and off the stage. My 10 minutes is all about the evolution of the innovation ecosystem. Rather than getting into specifics of this evolution, I plan to pitch my talk at an abstract level, trying to basically see, just in a very short time capsule, trying to put across how beautifully we've evolved over the years. So actually, building a scientific temper was always there as part of the higher planners design. Okay, thank you. Their design. And so we had the first scientific policy resolution way back in 1958. People say science and technology evolved, but this policy remained in vogue for 25 years before somebody wanted to revise it, and then we had the technology policy statement, which again lasted 20 years. But as you see on top, as things progressed, the speed and the interval with which this thing kept on kind of getting updated became lesser and lesser. And it is only in 2013 that the word innovation was also put inside the science and technology basket. And thereafter, we had another one coming up in 7 years, and the next one is ready. It should be out anytime. Basically, this is how it is. Basically, we are looking at technological self-reliance as the crux of the entire system. Innovation, a lot of people use this word in a very limited sense of the word, because it's probably related to scientific or technical innovation. However, innovation can also go beyond in services or any kind of processes which will actually help in improving the system and giving you better outcomes. We all speak glowingly of the IDEX. If you ask me, because we sat down many years back and actually wrote out the IDEX as a concept, IDEX itself is one of the finest innovations that has happened in terms of our processes to attract. It was the need of the hour. So I take one of the biggest examples of soft innovation is the IDEX and the evolution of this form. So as I said, technology can come in many ways. You can incubate technology. These are long and very, very, difficult ways of doing things. Then you can import technology. There are so many ways in which you do it. You can have takeovers. You can have strategic investments. You can have transfers of technology. You can buy out technologies, things like that. And then there is innovation, which is the fastest, quickest, and probably the only way if you have to play the catch-up game and not remain tailgated to the powers that be. So essentially, in a nutshell, all innovation must achieve one or more of this. It should either help in increasing your market share, or it should give a significant performance advantage. It should result in better quality, or it should lead to reduced costs. As far as defense innovation is concerned, I add a few more things. It has to give you a decisive strategic advantage as far as military outcomes are concerned. And in today's context, it must also contribute towards attaining a greater sense of strategic autonomy or Atmanirbharta as far as the defense ecosystem is concerned. We have this concept of soft innovation, which I already covered a little bit. But soft innovation is something that really is beyond. It's more creative. It is beyond the typical product-based activity. So we realize that this is something that we need to look at. And the Indian ecosystem, and that's how this whole concept started, the Indian mindset is very, very strong. We may be, still having technical thresholds which are a little, we probably have to catch up. But as far as the soft innovation is concerned, it has been our traditional strength. We use various words like jugaad, etc., to define soft innovation, but we have been very good at it. And in pockets, this kind of excellence was there, which we needed to harness. I will not cover this, time is short, but this is exactly how we are looking at today. There are no conventional equalities in this world. And if you have to kind of survive in this and deliver, you will have to resort to very, very innovative means, be it innovation in terms of technology, be it innovation in terms of processes, procedures, or innovation even in terms of financial systems in which you are able to fund, support, and get people on board. There are obviously two types of ways that we look at defense innovation. One is incremental, the other is disruptive. Largely, now this is 2-3 key points that I want to focus on. Largely, most of our defense innovation, the way we define it, and ours is not a 360-degree definition, is incremental in nature. Incremental innovation is basically improving existing products, getting more out of them, etc. It's not disruptive, which radically changes the outcomes. So if I were to kind of just put it graphically, we will have largely the military or the security requirements, which I have brought down to 3 different channels. We have present requirements. We have emerging threats, which we can kind of foresee because we learn lessons from across the globe. And then there are future scenarios which we simply do not know how they are going to unfold. In the present requirement, we largely look at mature solutions. How do you optimize mature solutions? How do you get better and immediate values out of these solutions? Be it getting the platforms better, be it getting better systems in place, etc. The focus here is on execution and deployment of systems. Even till date, most of our entire ecosystem is targeted towards this particular end of the innovation spectrum because it immediately translates into deployable products and also delivers certain, ROIs in quick time. However, when we come to emerging threats, the focus has to change from mature solutions to risk mitigation. You will have to probably look at the midterm, you will have to develop capabilities, you will actually want to scout, pick, and bring innovations in a manner that they are able to be deployed. To address the capability gaps, you have to play the leapfrog. And for future scenarios, there is a totally different, there is actually, this is a little bit of a gray area which we need to look at. And therefore, I have put it, you will have to have a long-term vision, you will have to have a long-term strategy. We have long-term plans. We have, that terminology is also used in a different context. But we have long-term plans in our systems. But these are all related to, as we look at these things from the prism of today, we are just extrapolating the future. There has to be a separate system which totally divorces itself from the day-to-day and purely looks at the future. And that is how you will probably get those 1, 2, 10, 15 capabilities which will really give you a global leadership role in times to come. My absolute last point, and I really want to put a little bit of time on this. You know, the concept of innovation will only succeed. When we built the IDEX way back in 2018, that time as people realize, and those who have been associated, most of people I recognize have been associated in various capacities. So when we built this, we built the Make To and so many other initiatives that have come about. We actually did not look at the integration part of the whole thing. By and by, it's a very happy system that now the integration has come complete. And by integration, I don't mean Army, Navy, Air Force, etc. The integration in this space largely is that the technology, the social aspects, somebody did mention social aspects in the last session, and the business models. All three must get integrated, and it is only then that you will have the capacity to scale up and deliver and have a sustained kind of a system that this innovation ecosystem will deliver.
Chanan, your time is up.
Thank you, sir. I will also maybe just give one small example of the scouting part by giving a personal anecdote. We had a session here with one of the ladies who had come from the US. I'm forgetting her name. Ellen Lord or something her name was. And we showcased a particular technology. 14 hours later, there was a team from Singapore which had flown in to kind of interact with the people who are building that technology. So that is the scouting mechanism that is in place. And we need to actually focus on this in a very, very big manner. And of course, financial slack. I can speak about all of these, but I think I will leave it here because the time is very short. And we will leave the rest of the interaction to the question answers. Thank you very much.
Over to Satya Prakash ji, and while you take the rostrum, General Chanan, please come. And subsequently, when we come to the question answer session, you can gather your thoughts. When you started, the number of startups who got associated with you has been quite some time. Is there any percentage of startups or MSMEs which has actually fructified in orders? Because that is the pain point. So you can get your thoughts and subsequently answer. Over to you, Satya Prakash ji.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And I'll prefer to speak rather than running the presentation because it will take more time and we have to adhere to the time. My presentation can be shared with everyone, right? So SIDBI, in fact, what I have brought for you is that we bring wings to your ideas. And that is our tagline in SIDBI. And how we have intervened in the defense sector. Conventionally, in fact, if you see the whole MSME ecosystem, there are mature MSMEs. Banks and financial institutions have been funding these matured MSMEs based on certain financial parameters. What SIDBI has brought uniquely to the defense sector, there are three interventions which I would like to share with all of you. The first intervention which we undertook is the IDEX scheme, though very good, but has some problem in terms of raising your own capital matching to the grant which has been sanctioned by the IDEX. So how to address that idea? And thanks to Navy once again, Mr. Dahiya, in fact, he took a lot of initiative and it is because of him we took immediate initiative. And what we did, we collaborated with the leading incubation centers in the country and said that we are placing our corpus with you, and wherever IDEX challenge winners are there and they have been supported with suitable grant, support them with the initial capital infusion in them by a suitable structuring of the product. It may be convertible or non-convertible or a pure equity, whatever suits to that particular startup which has won the challenge of IDEX, and let them start their journey. The moment that journey will start, what will happen? Within 6 months, 1 year period, it will come out whether this startup idea is going to reach to the next level or not. And again, there SIDBI will come. We feel proud to share with you that we are the single largest domestic capital provider to the startup ecosystem in the country. Because we are managing the Government of India 10,000 crore fund of fund operations, and we are also managing with various state government fund of funds where we are providing growth capital to the startups. The only problem which a defense sector was having, because of many restrictions which have been in the past, many AIF have not invested exactly into the defense technologies, but now many of them are coming forward. Now when we took this initiative to collaborate with various incubation centers in the country, the problem which came with us is that each incubation center takes equity of every incubating company who is going to be incubated in that incubation center. And you will be happy to note that we made it a point that any company coming in the defense sector to your incubation center, you will not demand any equity for just being incubated in your incubation center. So that's the kind of value which we have brought to the startup ecosystem in the country. We have already tied up with 5 leading incubation centers, 5 are there in queue, and we are already going ahead. Based on this experimental capital which we have put through these incubation centers, our management is very open to take it to the next level. The second intervention which we brought to this kind of startup ecosystem in the country is that once you have started growing, obviously you will need more and more capital. But if you are going to the equity route, what you are going to get is that more and more dilution will take place. And if your startup is really valuable, no promoter wants to dilute more. So what to do? We brought a special project and program for such defense startup, that is venture debt. And that venture debt is basically combining 2 aspects. One, wherever you have got extra order from the services, defense forces, and you are lacking capital at that point in time, but you are having a cash flow to service that debt, we brought a special product with a concessional feature that whatever general interest rate would be charged by SIDBI, 2% below that interest rate will be charging from the defense units, right? And we shall be financing this venture debt to you to fulfill that order. And the second, even if you don't need that, you are not having sufficient order, but you are looking forward to postpone your next round of funding because to realize greater valuation, still we are sitting and we are standing with you to support you so that you can realize maximum value. So you see the value proposition which we have brought to the startup ecosystem in the country, particularly for the defense sector units. And the third intervention we have undertaken very recently, and a new scheme which we brought. And there, what we have brought, you know that we are a bank and financial institutions are regulated by Reserve Bank of India. So as far as your repayment behavior is concerned, as far as your interest payment date is concerned, EMI is concerned, everything is fixed. If there is a deviation, you will be categorized as a stressed asset. If it is beyond a particular date, you will be categorized as a non-performing asset. So the new product which we have brought is that if you are a unit doing reasonably well, growing, based on your cash flow and the order which you are receiving to supply, we shall be funding you, and we are giving the flexibility that the repayment of the principal can be even in a bullet form or in EMI form, depending upon your cash flow and the future orders. Again, this scheme is having a special feature, which is concessional to the defense sector units, right? So if you see what we have brought for the defense sector is, if you see the life cycle of a startup, the life cycle of a startup starts with in an incubation center where you need a seed capital, and we are there with you. We have tied up with these incubation centers. IDEX is fully familiar with. We have held joint meetings, so seed funding is there. Then you are moving to the growth capital. We are there with you. We can organize a special meet with the AIFs. You can pitch with them. Whosoever is finding you good, they will be investing in you. Third intervention, you have special orders. You are looking forward to postpone your next round of funding. We are there with you, venture debt, we are directly providing to you. And the fourth one, that if your cash flow is permitting, any amount of capital can be invested in you. So you see the whole life cycle, we are looking forward to travel along with you. Because हम भी चाहते हैं देश अपना आत्मनिर्भर हो हर चीज में, right? And particularly in defense. So I think after that we will be question answer session में बोलेंगे ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा. If you want to listen more, I can speak more.
Thank you, Satya Prakash ji. As you walk back, subsequently one question, and Vrinda, please take the rostrum. What is the outreach to tier 2, tier 3 cities? When we finish, आप उस समय बताइएगा. Vrinda, all yours.
Thank you very much, sir. And I think I'm following some big booths to take forward this conversation. So I hope I can be as engaging as our first two speakers. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much to the Indian Navy for having me here again this year. And thank you very much to the entire innovation ecosystem and the kind of support that we've received over the last couple of years. I'd really like to start with, this is a conversation that I have very often. What is a startup? Right? There is this view that a startup is a small company. It is a young business. Actually, we already have categorizations for that, right? We have MSMEs. Those are the way to describe the size of a business. I think really what we're talking about in this room over here is disruption. And I really believe that we ought to change the mindset that we bring to the word startup as to a disruptive entity. I believe in that categorization. IDEX is also a startup because it is an extremely disruptive organization. The Army Design Bureau, when General started it and led it, was also a disruptive organization. What we need to do, I think, to keep this momentum going is keep thinking about the next disruption. How are we going to take this disruption and continue the momentum so that the future generations of startups, of military officers, of warfighters will be able to continue to enjoy those fruits of disruption. So that's the thought with which I'd like to start. I think this is something that we're seeing more and more as a global trend, is that in complex and regulated industries, defense, energy, technology has become table stakes. And I'm saying that and I'm pausing on that because I really think that that needs to seep in. The technology that we need to develop is out of the labs and in the market. What we need now is both investors and government to think more holistically about policies, about market structures, about capital formation, and about governance, including, and I will emphasize this in the rest of my conversation and also in the question and answer part of it, accountability. Accountability is not just from the startup. Accountability is not just from industry. Accountability is also from processes. Accountability also is from delays. Accountability is also an overstringency of policies. We see this very often that from the government's perspective, and this is particularly in the defense sector because it is so regulated, we take the most stringent view of everything. We take the most stringent view of our financial procedures. We take the most stringent view of how to read an MOU. We take the most stringent view of PSQRs. We need to come up with better flexibility because ultimately we all win when we win together. If a startup wins, it is because the government has backed it today. If the government gets a better product, it is because a startup has delivered it in the field today. So the more we think of each other as a team, the more we will be able to push forward together. And I think this is the crux that we are sitting at right now. If everybody in this room, MOD, IDEX, the services, the startups, are not able to rally together and think of a whole-of-nation approach, all of the momentum of the last couple of years, all of the work done by the leaders who have come before us will all fall into an abyss where we go back to business as usual. And that is the disruption that I'm hoping to spark from this conversation today. How do we push this to the next level and not fall back into business as usual? We saw those changes from 2019 onwards. We saw the change from software-based back to a hardware-based economy. When the supply chains shut down in 2020, when the Galwan crisis happened at our borders, we realized that just innovating on the software side alone was not enough. We needed to invest in hardware. We needed to invest in semiconductors. We need to invest in the infrastructure for AI. We need to invest in quantum. We need to invest in missiles. We need to invest in ammunition. We need to invest in supply chains for UAVs, not just the UAV solution itself. I call it there was a generation before where software was the buzzword, and we came back to see that the hardware was eating the bits. The bits are not possible without the software, without the hardware, which means we need to think about financing mechanisms differently. Hardware requires far more upfront capital, far more longer gestation periods in development. While a new software can be rolled out in 6 months by a small team, to roll out anything in hardware, you need 3 years to build an infrastructure. You need 2 years to get it certified and tested. And you need to be able to sustain a team of brilliant but also dedicated people for those 5 years. I read a recent blog post by one of the new Silicon Valley funds that just put together $1 billion of investment for a single company. That sounds like a lot, but what they've done is extremely, extremely innovative, and it's an idea, again, a disruptive idea that we could think of for ourselves. So they've committed $900 million to a single company upfront. This is a venture capitalist. But what they have done is they have structured this in a way that this funding is unlocked only as the company achieves predefined milestone. The only funding that comes month on month is the salary bill, because that is the bloodline of a startup. If a company, if a founder is running from pillar to post every 6 months trying to raise funds to pay his salary bill, what happens? He's distracted. He's not focused on the product or the technology. He's focused on keeping his company alive till the next round of funding comes in. That's a reality that I think the government needs to be slightly more empathetic to. And we've seen these kind of innovations happen from government funding in non-defense spaces. Recently, MITI, under the semiconductor mission, said that because grant disbursement is slow, what is the feedback we can take from startups? And now, for every project that they are funding, a monthly release of the salary bill is happening. What does it take for us to create that kind of a paradigm at MOD? What does it take for us to create a paradigm where each one of the founders sitting over here is not sitting helpless on the 30th of every month thinking about how they are going to fulfill next month's salary bill on a growing team? That is the paradigm, that is the accountability we need to have amongst each other and for this ecosystem to grow. So I'm quoting from the press release about this $900 million funding structure. They say that capital is the lifeblood of a company like this, and that frequent piecemeal financing exposes companies to negative funding cycles, which is a distraction from the work. It creates a kind of misalignment of investors. We see this happening very often. If you speak to most of the startups in this room, their biggest problem with investors would be on valuation. We heard the chairman of SITB talk about the dilution that companies have to face, eventually where you become an employee in your own company. But at the end of the day, again, it's a collective win or a collective failure, because 20, 30, 40% of zero is still zero. So we have to think about, in this room, what are the funding mechanisms that we can unlock? What are the regulatory mechanisms that we can unlock? What is the accountability that we can create to each other? And how do we collectively push this ecosystem forward? I was having a conversation with a very senior financier in Europe last week, and we were talking about how the current funding structures are broken. Venture capital was really built for the software world. A small amount of money, a proof of concept, product to market, more traction, more money. Private equity, on the other hand, it does not fund greenfield, which means new businesses, new ideas. Most of the startups that we are talking about in this room today that have their products displayed at the exhibition are in between. They are neither pure software companies nor pure hardware companies. And they have the toughest market to fight, which means it's not a venture capital kind of investment, but it's not a private equity kind of investment. We're kind of stuck somewhere in between. There, I think the government has an outsized role to play. And while the IDEX ecosystem is doing everything that it possibly can from MOD's perspective, another idea I'd like to leave you with is, why don't we align ourselves with other policies of the government of India? The National Quantum Mission, the National AI Mission, the National Semiconductor Mission. They are all looking to create national champions where there are users. And where are there more users than in this room, than in this ecosystem? The second is the ANRF, a 1 lakh crore fund that has been set up by the government. And I think that is a good place to start for the discussion, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Vrinda. And while you take your seat back, I will leave another question for you specifically, because the startups, they reach a particular stage where exports have to come their way. And if exports come their way, then the funding part the financial stability becomes important. It becomes like an achievement. So that part also you could cover, because right now you spoke about the incubation part, but I would like to hear from you. And one more question which is common to you and to Satya Prakash ji is the journey of a startup from utilizing the angel fund to getting listed on a stock market. Because final dream of a startup is to get listed and to generate the amount of fund that is required. And we've seen a couple of these startups which have now become MSMEs, and they are listed now and they are doing pretty well. So that is one more question. So before I open up to the audience, I will ask General Chanan to give out a reply to what I had asked.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, you had basically said that when I started, how many people had associated and how many success stories have emerged out of it. Let me answer this question with a little bit of this thing, sir. Whenever you start something new, the problem of acceptability, the problem of that particular system growing roots into the system, the awareness that is in the environment is actually the first major challenge that you have to go across. And therefore, and you know, by the time kind of we got through all of that, COVID happened, and so we lost out probably, you know, what should have been the peak of performance was lost out into COVID. But yes, I will be very happy to say, sir, that there were three kinds of entities that engaged with us. There were entities who actually came with content. There were entities which came with intent, sir. And there were entities which just came probably, I mean, I call that also intent, but they were looking at the funding part purely as the operational dynamics. So the entities which came with intent and content both have stuck on and really exceeded expectations. Content has happened, but then, like Vrinda said, they are stuck somewhere in between because, well, the intent is there, but the system has to probably evolve to kind of match up to their problems. And of course, I've had examples of people who have come and just kind of flown away, sir. So
Just one part, is there any mechanism which does an audit as to what is the percentage of success or percentage of, I won't call it a failure, but in this mechanism, even the failure has to be handled. So is there any body or is there a requirement? What is your suggestion to that?
Sir, actually all the funding happens through various established mechanisms like the services technology boards and the technology funds that are available to various organizations within the MOD. The IDEX is one such. So everywhere there are quarterly and 6-monthly kind of reviews and meetings, and projects are routinely kind of seen where they are. Some projects are foreclosed, some projects are kind of just abandoned, etc. And there is good provision, there is good understanding in the finance for the small projects to take write-off stuff as well.
Thank you. Satya Prakash ji, your point.
So a couple of points I would like to make, as Madam referred, that government intervention, before going to any other specific question. In fact, if you see in recent past, Government of India has placed lot of thrust on the defense technology. And a couple of initiatives I would like to bring to your notice. Space Tech Fund, you would have heard, 1,000 crore has already been approved by the cabinet just 3 days back. And InSpace is handling that. We are very closely working with this organization that how this 1,000 crore should be channelized to the space tech startups so that the desired result should come out. The second important initiative which government has taken, 1 lakh crore R&D fund has been announced by the Government of India. And this fund is now being planned in association with the Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India and DST. And they are looking forward to establish excellence centers product-wise in various parts of the country. And I hope one of them would be, more than one would be for the defense sector. This is the second intervention. The third intervention is that you see what I spoke, that IDEX grant has also brought a challenge for the startup how to bring money, the matching contribution which he is looking forward. Small interventions has already started. Now government is looking forward to establish another fund where such type of instruments should be available to such startups which are carrying either very low interest rate in the beginning with a bullet payment options so that these companies could travel their journey. So government is fully familiar with. The only thing is perhaps the policy level interventions which were not there in the past. Now government is coming out. I think next 5 years the defense sector will be seeing altogether a different space in the country. That's what I feel.
Tier 2, Tier 3 cities?
And yeah, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. If you see, when this fund was started way back in 2016, which I am managing on behalf of Government of India. In fact, the same question was being asked from the Government of India, that majority of these startups are sitting in Bangalore, Mumbai and Delhi NCR. If you see put together, you will be finding that approximately 80 to 90% money goes to these three places. But I'm happy to share with you that we have deployed in more than 163 startups, approximately 2,000 crore in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. Right. You'll be happy to note that this money has gone to as small as town like Shahjahanpur, Bareilly and something like that, right? And similar is case with other states as well. So what happens that always that ecosystem evolves at certain places. In America, every city is not a Silicon Valley. So of course the Bangalore is having an advantage because there is an ecosystem which has evolved over a period of time. But you see what it has contributed to the society is that now majority of people have started thinking about starting their own business through a startup. And that message has gone very well, and that data is there. 2,000 crore going to Tier 2, Tier 3 cities in the country is a huge number.
With your expertise, one more last point, which is about starting from being seeking angel fund to getting listed on a stock market. Would you have advice for the startups on that?
Yes, you see that in a startup world, there are two types of startups. One, those who are looking forward to, I'm very blunt and I'm sorry if somebody takes it otherwise. A startup is started, there is one set of startup which is being started to create an artificial competition in the market and subsequently being taken over by somebody, right? Yeah. And there is another set of startups who is looking forward to create its own brand, take it to the next level, right? And perhaps it is the second one where your question is relevant, right? And there if you see the journey, my advice to every startup is that you cannot turn yourself unicorn overnight. It's a slow and sustained journey which you have to travel. And each and every time you have to see that what we are creating and where we are leading. And every second step you have to decide that where there is a need to pivot or to travel the same journey which I am journeying. One example I would like to quote with all of you, Joho promoter, Mr. Vembu Seridhar. Once I was interacting with him and I asked, man, you have created such a wonderful organization. They are serving in more than 160 countries of the world. And what is the secret? He simply told me one thing, sir, I never thought to create an unicorn or a company of $1 billion in valuation. I always try to create a company having a turnover of $1 billion. What does that mean? That is the basic difference. Never chase the valuation. Never chase the valuation, and that is the secret of a success of a startup.
Very good words of advice for the startups. Vrinda, very quickly, we are in a T20 match. So the two questions which I had posed to you.
So again, I think I do agree with Sir, is that on the right terms, funding is available from other agencies of the Government of India. I'm saying this again, we in the defense ecosystem need to get out of the traps of our rules and procedures and think about pushing things forward. A simple thing I would really recommend is a review on a dashboard. It will give us an analysis of our failures, and there will be failures. It will give us an analysis of what companies are posed for that inflection point so the right connections can be made to other parts of the government, for example, financing. I don't believe that if we have companies which have export orders, agencies like CIPIs will not come in to back us.
Absolutely.
Right. So in that journey, I think the hardest part is getting your voice across at every stage. Right. Early stage startups and late stage companies need to be handled differently. But collectively, the biggest issue that we are seeing is that delays get created, they get compounded, and that cost becomes untenable and unbearable.
Very valid. In fact, most of your points are for the users, especially because the users are the most important stakeholders in addition to the designer and the developer. So your point about how quickly things can happen, you measured,
So IDEX
mentioned.
has shown us how quickly it can happen. I remember when the IDEX journey first started, this was early days of the pandemic. It used to take weeks and months of paperwork to get tranches released, and now it happens in 3 days. So the ecosystem has gotten better. They have improved their processes.
See, the compliments to the Indian Navy creating an organization like TDAC and then sitting overnight in an environment where they were only focused on looking at the people who had applied for the challenges. So a lot has changed, but what more needs to be done is what you've highlighted, and I think
The ultimate user, the line directorates, there needs to be better responsivity from them. There are some in which we have a fantastic time, and there are some in which, we are playing file for 6 months on end.
Okay. So I get your point, and I'm sure people who are there in the organization who have to decide are also taking some lessons out of that. And my request to the Vice Chief of Naval Staff is at the end of this particular seminar, we could have a lot of lessons which are to be used by all of us. And I'm not keeping myself away from that. The entire triangle, that is the funding, the user, the designer, all of us need to take a lot of decisions from there. We can take questions from the audience.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the house is now open for questions from members of the audience. Please introduce yourself and keep your questions precise.
Sir, good afternoon. I am Captain Neerav Bhatt from Directorate of Naval Air Staff. So I would like to throw my question to Ms. Vinda. Ma'am, you covered all the points very beautifully and rightly punched. Ma'am, we understand the ecosystem is giving us freedom for funding, which CIDB also covered. What is not happening right now is, and maybe I would want to take your opinion, the DAP 20, which got amended in April 24 as recently, has put a cap of 250 CR on production. Now we need to understand that, especially for aviation, I first need to get aviation grade equipment on the system on my aircraft. Thereafter also certified by SEMELEC, which is even double the cost. So how do the ecosystem or the startups who put in their energy for HR, the infra, take all the risk of failure, which has been equally voiced over here, be awarded with adequate contracts so that they are surviving and thriving and in fact building the nation? So your points on that. Do we need 250 CR cap at all, or we should just remove the cap?
Sir, I think we can look at this in 2 ways. Either we can work towards removing the cap on a case-by-case basis, right? Because blanketly removing the cap, I think, from DAP 20 will be difficult. But on a case-by-case basis, I think a provision for where this cap can be removed, if there is a need for it, I think, sir, is something that is an easy battle to fight out relatively. The second, sir, is the transition from IDEX to MAKE. One of the amendments that came out in DAP 2020 this year was that this concept of spiral development, right, is now enshrined in the defense acquisition procedure. It is something that we work very closely with both the user community as well as with Defense Finance on all of last year to make it happen. But ultimately what it means is that if a startup has developed a product and there is a need for that product to move to a higher magnitude order of acquisition, we have now that transition pathway within defense acquisition procedure from a successful IDEX to MAKE one. And that is, I think, the pathway that can be explored without much of a fight on the regulatory front.
Questions?
Sir, this is Jagan from Cypher Technologies. I would like to start with a appreciation for what the Navy has done in terms of coming up with a lot of challenges, helping the startups come up with solutions. The question that I have is for Satyaprakash ji. when he talks about valuation of a startup, not asking the startup to go behind valuation, it is his own organization which is also asking the same question when we approach the organization for a funding. So how are you valued? And to give an answer to it, or to give a anecdote, we currently have a pretty sizable order from the Navy. We are looking for funds to execute the order. But now the question is, how are you valued? And what is the guarantee that you would be able to repay that? And these are challenges not just for a startup. These are challenges for, or rather, these are not just challenges for startups within the IDEX environment. These are challenges across the board, right? So I would like to take your opinion on that, sir.
You see, valuation matters only for equity investment. If you are looking forward for raising fresh equity, then valuation matters. But if you are going on the debt side, basically debt always sees your capacity to service the debt, right? Now, in capacity to service the debt is one part, and the second part is the security to the debt. So any financial institution, when you are going, will be asking these two questions. So far, so the security to the loan is concerned, to a limited extent up to 5 crore rupees is absolutely security free, and that is covered under the guarantee scheme of Government of India. That is run by SIDBI itself. So we have been facilitating that all across the country. More than 5 lakh crores worth of loan have been guaranteed under that particular loan. So as far as your security aspect is concerned, limited intervention has already taken place. Now, second part, if you are equity funded in the past, and now you are looking for the debt, that is venture debt, then there is no security required. It's basically an unsecured loan. The charge is taken only on your current assets, whatever you are holding, right? That is a facilitative to bridge the gap in your fund demand, which is going to likely to arise in next 1 year, 2 year, 3 year maximum. So again, there is no problem as far as the security is concerned. But as far as serviceability is concerned, if that is not measured and you are not properly educated into that, you will be into trap. Because the banking system has a problem. Suppose the debt you are taking and you are not paying your interest on the due date, your account is categorized as a SMA account. And your CIBIL score will continuously be declining, jeopardizing your future. So as a prudent banker, what step we take, we always guide and handhold the customer. You see, this would be the ideal debt at this stage for you because your cash flow is permitting like this. If you have order in your hand and your order is categorically making out that how the inflow will be coming, accordingly the product can be designed. I hope I have answered your question.
Any questions, please? Yes, mic is reaching you, sir.
So since there are no questions, I'd like to have an observation here. My name is Admiral Suresh and I'm outside the MOD at the moment. I notice here that procurement of 2 years and 3 years and 5 years is taken as a perfectly valid, pertinent and acceptable time span. In my organization, where my foundational document says that I need to acquire technology in 6 to 9 months procurement cycle, we were pretty well off till a three-letter word kicked in, the GFR. My request to the Vice Chief and future Swavlamban is, please have one session which also addresses the problems faced by the procuring agency. Whilst Ms. Kapoor was very articulate in indicating where the problems lie, but on the other side of the fence, even if I manage to convince finance, your bills won't get cleared because the director A&A has a problem with the way the whole process has been done. There is indeed a need to find a solution to procurement, and especially with regards to startups and MSMEs, where whilst your funding cycle is sorted out, till your numbers have gone up adequately, you do not gain traction. For that to happen, we got to procure. And for us to procure, a 3-year or a 5-year procurement cycle for your requirement is far too long. We got to find solution to the GFR. Thank you.
So if I may, I'd like to come in over here and, to both the Vice Chief of the Navy, but as well as to IDEX. The beauty of where we are sitting right now in the startup ecosystem is that most of our file work is digital. We submit our milestone reports online. We submit our challenge statements online. A lot of the paperwork that we do with the services online. What that means is with digital data records, putting together a tracking mechanism on both sides is actually very easy. It would take hardly 2 months of effort to build an MIS, which would start to flag to us where files are getting delayed, which startups are not translating adequately. What are those gaps? You can do targeted intervention if you are able to collect and harness that data. That holds true for everything from aircraft health, but also to processes. Right now, what we're talking about processes is anecdotal. I have a view because I have had a certain set of experiences. My colleagues in the audience will have a view because they've had a certain set of experiences. But why not make this data-based? And the beauty of it is in this ecosystem, everything that we are talking about is all online anyways. So it would take very little for us to convert that into a series of MISs, which could generate alerts when something goes into the red as per the defined turnaround time in the procedure.
Any questions, please? Yes, there, gentlemen. The mic is reaching you, sir, right behind you.
Jain sir, Jain everybody. Vrinda ma'am, thanks for echoing the startup founders' biggest challenge, the 29th and 30th of the month. I just acknowledged it on Twitter. I think I should do to this audience also. Thank you. And the second point I would like to make is that we are a startup focused on developing solutions for the Indian Army. Now we are doing for the Navy also. When we first went into approach central banks, where with GEM showing that there is an award, but contract is still to hit our books. One central bank came and said, sir, defense is mushkil hai. Payment cycles are longer. But I should say, another central bank immediately came in, sir, if you are serving the defense, if central bank doesn't support you, what will you do? So I'll name the second bank, which is UCO Bank. I'm extremely grateful to you. And they have no objection for founders to take salaries from the CC that they provide. So I think things are changing. While challenges are still abound, I wanted to draw your attention that there are banks which are considering to support startups supporting the Atmanirbharta mission. Thank you.
Any further questions? All right. Time has come to conclude this session. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll take the liberty of making an observation from my side because we heard a very candid and passionate address from Ms. Vrinda Kapoor. And she talked about that everybody needs to, within the defense ecosystem, everybody needs to work in an equally committed manner, work equally hard, and in good synchronization. And that reminds me of something which all the men and women in whites will agree with. It reminds me of a sport called boat pulling. Because when you're rowing a boat, the entire team has to be equally committed, work equally hard, and in perfect synchronization. Anybody goes out of the frequency, you'll never reach your destination, you'll never win the race. Let's have a big round of applause for all the panel members. I now request Lieutenant General Khandare, sir, could you please felicitate members of the panel? Major General Ashwani Kumar Channan, Shri Satyaprakash Singh, Chief General Manager, Head of Venture Finance and Investment, SIDBI, Ms. Vrinda Kapoor, Chief Executive Officer, 3rd ITEC and Chairperson, SIDM Startup Forum. I now request Vice Admiral Kiran Deshmukh, Chief of Material. Sir, if you could please join us on the stage and felicitate the panel moderator, Lieutenant General B.G. Khandare. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin our next interactive session in just a few moments from now. I'd like to inform members of the audience that we are just about to begin our third and final interactive session before the lunch break. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I request all members of the audience to please settle down. Please take your seats. We're all set now to begin our next interactive session, the final session before our lunch break. This interactive session is titled Indigenous Defense Ecosystem. This session will spotlight India's strides in building a robust indigenous defense ecosystem to enhance national security and self-reliance. Key discussions will cover developing indigenous combat potential to strengthen operational capabilities and explore the role of startups and MSMEs. I would now like to request the following dignitaries to please join us on the stage. The panel moderator, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, Director General, National Maritime Foundation. Air Marshal Shirish Babandeo, former Vice Chief of Air Staff and the founder of JSR Dynamics. Air Marshal Deo will be addressing the House on developing indigenous combat potential. Shri Madhu Shankunni Nair, Chairman and Managing Director of Cochin Shipyard Limited. Shri Nair will be addressing the House on indigenization of shipbuilding. Shri Atul Dinkar Rane, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of BrahMos Aerospace. Shri Rane would be addressing the audience on design and development by Indian defense industrial sector. All right, folks, all the panelists for this interactive session on indigenous defense ecosystem are there on the stage, all set to start off. May I request all members of the audience to please welcome them with a round of applause. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me bid everybody a warm good afternoon. Without further ado, let you know that I am surrounded by eminent personalities who are better not only to able to define the ecosystem that we currently are working within, but also in many ways to have shaped it. So I will give each speaker maybe 10 minutes, if that's okay by you, and then that will take 30 minutes, and try and keep 10 minutes for myself. And because I have a few points that I would like them to consider, and before we open up the subject to the floor, I think we need to be guided by something in terms of an overarch, and that is something that I have learned from many personalities, such as the ones I'm privileged to be seated with, and that is that he who says, listen to me, he who says it cannot be done should never interrupt he who is doing it. And therefore, when people say that it can't be done, I think that you just have to look to my left and right, and you will see that people who are already doing it should be allowed to do it. And therefore, without taking up any more of the time that is immediately available, it's already short as things stand, I am going to now request our first speaker, namely Air Marshal, is that right? Yeah. So I'm going to request our first speaker, Air Marshal Baban Deo, Shirish Baban Deo, who was commissioned in the Indian Air Force on the 15th of June of 1979, so he's roughly our kind of generation, and I can speak with him, to him, and of him. He's very much been there, done that variety. He's been he has tenanted a number of impressive command and staff appointments, including being the commanding officer of the 15th Squadron. He's been in TAC D. He's been Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief of both the Eastern Air Command as well as the Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Western Air Command, which is a feat by any stretch of imagination. He's been the Vice Chief of the Air Staff, and I do not think that we could have had a better point at which to launch ourselves into this session. So would you allow us to take off, sir?
This one. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Admiral Chauhan, dignitaries on the dais, Admiral Swaminathan, and dignitaries sitting here. First of all, a happy Dhanteras to all of you. My talk, I'm going to limit to 10 minutes, surely because this is a pre-lunch session. And I remember one of our Indian seniors saying, "An hungry man is an angry man." And there is. Okay. So we can't forget, Admiral Chauhan very forcefully telling us when we joined the India, when we saw the film, "An hungry man is an angry man." And I won't let anyone become angry now, now that I'm a businessman. Right. So very quickly, I will come to the lessons learned in these two wars that we're having. One in Gaza and the other in Ukraine. And what it tells us about supporting our indigenous combat capability. Okay, there's a difference between combat potential and combat capability. Combat capability means that you're going to continue to support when the bomb's falling. Combat potential means, oh, we are good now. Okay, so there we are. The lessons learned in Ukraine and Gaza, that OTR calculations that one does in peacetime are invariably short in the real world. Okay, like Air Force, Army, and Navy, I'm sure, you have a cell that does on-target requirement calculations. How many weapons are needed, how many aircraft are needed, how many sorties are needed, how many bombs have to fall. All that is driven by statistics. Okay. What I can tell you from what I've seen and what my friends who are currently fighting the war, some in Russia, some in Ukraine, and some in Israel, they tell that whatever OTR calculations that you do multiplied by 10, that is what you require. That is what you require to sustain a war. That Russia is doing so effectively and Ukraine can't. So that tells you that if you thought just about, maybe 10 years back, Ukraine export, okay, they have a brochure still. That brochure is still available on the internet. See the kind of weapons they have. As per that brochure, they have made, they have tested, and it's available for sale, everything that they're desperately wanting now. Okay, so that was combat capability. That is combat potential. Okay, combat capability in real time is a different matter. I'll come to that very shortly. The other thing that we need to understand is that man and machine, whenever their back are against the wall, okay, you'll find that they can deliver a whole lot more than what is expected. Just to give you a small example, I think it shouldn't be secret now. It's, typically, traditionally, when you plan in the Air Force for strike aircraft, you plan 3 sorties a day for strike aircraft. So just on a whim, we decided, okay, when I was in WSC, let's do 4-8-9 exercise. That means we took Jaguar as an aircraft, so 8 Jaguars, carrying 4 bombs each. So that's 4, 8 Jaguars is 8, and we did 9 sorties in 24 hours. And the pilots were raring to do some more. Some of them were on those go pills, but still they were raring to do more. Same thing happens whenever a carrier does, capex surge exercise. The consumption of bombs, the consumption of, the ordnance, it increases markedly. And as long as you have a healthy, pilot to cockpit ratio, this kind of thing is not foreseen by planners, that with this healthy to cockpit ratio, this is how we can utilize it, and this is how this will be our requirement. Okay. So this, even when you talk about 10i, you talk about 20i, this thing is, the surge is never factored in when we are tendering. The surge is not factored in when we are calling for weapon stocks. Depending on it will seriously compromise the outcome, unless you're Israel. For rest of the countries, Vrinda mentioned some time back, during Parakram, we went all over the place. There was a stated policy before 2014, where we were told that, listen, okay, no war is going to, just descend on us without any warning. And what we're going to do is that we know that there is a chance of going to war after, say, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. Okay, we'll go around the world, we buy what you want. It didn't work. Okay, all we managed to do, okay, Mrs. Chaubey was the PIFA for the Air Force, and she's an achiever, and we gave her the job. I said, you go around and get us this. All she managed was that we got some APUs for the N-32s. There's nothing in the world to supply at a short notice. Okay, so that is another thing that we must remember, that unless you're Israel and you're supported by USA, okay, like another small state of USA, okay, you have to make sure that you're able to produce these things yourselves. Okay? One very, 2 examples, in fact. I take inspiration from Bhatia Sahab, okay, when he said that he will quote, there are 4 quotes, and he, themed his discussion on that. So, first example is GBU-28. Okay. What happened in the first Gulf War was that Saddam, like all dictators, believed in the adage that if it's not your backside, let it rub against the thorny bush. He, as long as he was safe, okay, he was ready to fight, he was ready to sacrifice people. So the Air Force guy said, don't worry, we'll take him out. Just let us know where he is. But the kind of bunker that he had built, even BLU-109 could not penetrate that bunker. So a request went to Washington, we need a bomb that can do a better job than BLU-109. That bomb was GBU-28, It was made within 28 days. 28 days from the need felt to the bomb dropped on Saddam's bunker. If it could happen, then why can't it happen? Every time that people tell me that, it's going to be a long time you develop something new, sir, minimum 3 years, I get upset. I'm 66 years old and I'm going to wait for 3 years to develop something new? Ridiculous. And this is a problem that all young people have. They think that they have, oodles and oodles of time. I don't have time. I want things done immediately. That is how all the planners, that is how all the people who take decisions in the forge, they must think like that. Okay, the second example is Neptune. Neptune, till now, only 15 of them have been fired by Ukraine. It's a good missile. But why couldn't Ukraine make more? That is because of two reasons. They made this missile, okay, and that missile was a victim of what I call timid tendering. Okay, we'll take 10, we'll take 20, oh, we'll see later, not now. Not realizing how long it takes to make this missile. So now they're desperately asking other countries, please give us Storm Shadows, please give us long-range vectors. What happened to your own long-range vectors that you were ready to sell some time back? Not working because the country doesn't have the strategic depth and the financial depth. The engine was MS-400 made by Motosich. Motosich factories in Zaporizhia are bombed out. Okay, so no engine. Evshenko Progress, not agile enough to go somewhere else, get the engines and, put it in the aircraft. When the war is on, they're coming here and saying, would you like to partner with us? Okay, it doesn't work for your country. So, whenever you make something, okay, it is, you have to see whether you have it in adequate numbers, whether you have the infrastructure to make sure that when the bombs are falling, can you produce them? Okay. So, this, if you're conservative in placing orders, only 300 crore is my delegated power, and that's all I'll handle. Okay, when the balloon goes up, even a system that is working well, you can't just tell them, we increase the production like Mr. Bhatia has told, 12 guns per month. Please give us 30 guns per month. It's very difficult for him. So give him adequate margins to invest in additional capacity. And if you promise him that I want 10 guns from you, okay, make sure that you don't let him down by, dilly-dallying and delaying these orders. It's very important for industry to survive and to be strong, to do as you say. Okay. The last bit is joint ventures. Joint ventures is something, I'm very happy to see that Army has now realized that joint ventures really don't help you. If you don't have the IP, you have nothing really. IP is a must. You must have IP with you. And in a joint venture, if some critical IP is left with that company, little that you can do. So true indigenization is that IP is with you. You can scout for, I want one system from somebody, another system from somebody. As long as the IP is with you and you're getting subsystems from outside and they're readily available, that's not a critical issue. Okay. Next, where are we today? We are in a happy place when it comes to basic ingredient, explosive and propellants. You don't know how important it is. Okay, please ask Mr. Nuwal of Solar, please ask the guys who are making TNT, which used to be sold for $6 to $8, is now selling for $14 a kg. Please ask all the foreigners who are making a beeline to Nagpur, my city. Okay, it's an explosive city. Okay, where, they are being told, sorry, we'll give you only 2 years contract. They want 10 years contract. They want 5 years contract for RDX. There was a time, HMX is used in some of our strategic weapons. So our scientists used to go all over the world, 15 kg HMX from here, 30 kg HMX from here. 2 minutes left? Yes, sir. So, and they would, try and put this together and make a strategic weapon. Now, the biggest HMX plant in the world is in Nagpur and is doubling the capacity. Okay. So rapid growth of military explosives industry, mainly owing to international demands, not because of our demands. Domestic consumption is still limited by timid tendering. How many bombs you want? I say we want 1,000 bombs. No, please make do with 200. Okay. Explosives industry needs protection, physical as well as financial. You know, if these factories are taken out by missiles, okay, then we could be in grief. So this, you require air defense protection. Okay, wherever these critical factories are coming up, you require protection for their storage. Okay, and of course they require financial protection too. You know that the orders must be sustained. Okay, situation platforms is no better, not enough platforms for the tanks, ships, or aircraft. Recent conflicts indicate that the weapon stock depletion is always faster than planned. I covered this before. Even a tepid war like Gaza has stretched IDF. A hot war can cause severe shortages. Okay, Israelis are also already coming to Nagpur and telling us, you know, can you make Mark 84? Can you do this? Can you do that for us? Okay. So industrial base for weapons. Okay, well, quantum and all those things are okay, but if we go to war in the next 10 years, 15 years, this is what we need. We need small turbofan engines. We need MAMES, gun-hardened sensors. Okay, we need fog gyros. Okay, with, you know, navigational grade accuracy, not centimetric accuracy that we will handle in some other way, but we just need fog gyros that will give you navigation grade accuracy. We need specialized forgings for, you know, aerial bombs. We need IR imaging sensors, which Vrinda is doing. You know, she's setting up a plant. Okay, and we need a carbon fiber production, and we need resins that are quick cure resins. You know, our company has been wanting to transform the automotive model to this model, and I was told that you do it, and you know, Semilac and RCV will sink you. Not true. Okay, we tied up with them, we found them refreshingly visionary. The leadership in Semilac, the leadership in DGAQA, okay, contrary to the notions that we had that, you know, they will sink you in case you suggest something revolutionary. On the contrary, okay, they're encouraging us. And what currently Parker Lucky is doing in Anduril, okay, we intend doing in JSR Dynamics. Okay, of course, he's raised $1.5 billion, okay, and we are still, like Runda says, we are still struggling. Okay, so there we are, and way ahead is focus on IP, not profits. Okay, again, you know, same thing was repeated by somebody else. There should be real spend on R&D. What we realized was, you know, that R&D, when you speak to a CA, he looks at R&D spend as something to reduce the profits. You know, that's not correct. Real spend on R&D. Make capital available to small players. Okay, like, take example of Anduril, take example of you know, there is amongst Indians, okay, we have one common trait. Okay, that is, ghar ki murgi dal barabar. Okay, Anduril does something, oh, it's exceptional. We tell the Navy and we convince the Navy that we are making a long-range cruise missile for them. Okay, Navy is very happy with it. Okay. But rest of the guys will say, "Arey yaar, ye to kya normal cheez hai." And when you say make capital available to small players, I must quote here that when Admiral Daya came to my factory, okay, the first thing he told me is that, "Sir, how you fixed for funds? Can I help you?" Look at that. Okay, bilkul amrut jaise kaan mein pada hua ho. Somebody tells you, the customer tells you, do you need any help for funds to make sure this is a good project, and we'll see it through. Okay. So, great job, Navy, on that count. And a level playing field where the government is not a competitor. Currently, you know, DRDO, it's a government-owned thing. But to the credit of Semilac and RCMA and DGAQA, absolutely fair. The only problem is that they don't have the kind of resources that are required to process things quickly. Because, you know, you can't bootstrap a large project. Okay, you need to have debt. When you have debt, when somebody says, "Sir, I'm down with chikungunya, I'll come back after 10 days," that is 6 lakhs interest per day into 10 days, 60 lakhs gone. Okay, so in order to sort that out, the resources need to be, you know, buttressed with, by any means. Okay, get people from the services to join them, give them more people. Okay, like DGNI, it's a wonderful organization. Okay, has something like that for every service. Okay, that said, okay, please grant me 30 seconds. I will just run through the slides. If I don't take this opportunity to plug my company, okay, then how will I justify the airfare to come here and go? Okay, so this is what we do. I won't take any time. Okay. These are videos, but I'll let that pass. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirish. Thank you for compressing the slides to fit at least roughly within the time frame provided. And now it is with a singular sense of honor that I would request Mr. Madhu Nair, Chairman and Managing Director of Cochin Shipyard Limited, who's been with the been at the helm since 2016, and so he's got 8 years of front leadership under his belt. And you are all familiar with Cochin Shipyard. It's one of the lead yards of our country. It has, for all those fellow naval officers of mine, of course, you are intimately aware that they are the builders of our aircraft carriers. So we place all our burdens upon you, and not the least of which is the time imposition that we're going to put on you, which is 10 minutes. So, sir, you have the floor.
Thanks a lot, Admiral Chauhan, for that kind introduction. Thanks, VCNS, the entire fraternity here. At the outset, it's a privilege talking here. And I have a few slides. I have a context to bring in, but potentially I'll just rush through the slides because, again, interest of time, and potentially many of the things which I'll be talking here would be well known to most of the people in the audience. These are matters that would be touched upon. Then we talk about Indian shipbuilding, as if it's something great. But the fact is, we are much, much less than 1% of the world. And this is after 75 years of independence. On the defense shipbuilding, things looks good, thanks to the efforts of the Navy, especially the design organizations and a set of people 60 years earlier who thought unless they invest in technology, unless they invest in design research, matters won't change. I think the country is reaping the benefits with more than 60 platforms of various hues being developed. But when we are talking about the classical merchant shipbuilding, and for a moment I come from both the spaces, and I feel in a venue like this, we can't just talk about defense. At the end of the day, this is one combined entity because thought process, technologies, everything flows on both sides. So if you are a shipbuilding nation, you can't just aspire to be a defense shipbuilding nation. And I always take a minute to touch upon this point because if you're looking at the top 3 shipbuilding nations in the world today in the pecking order, China, Korea, and Japan together, my slides will show this in the next slide. I'm saying that this 85%, current rate has crossed 93%. So 3 countries, 93%. And why I want to touch upon this is, let's look at a few names in the industry. Japanese, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Kawasaki Heavy Industries, Hitachi, Toshiba. Come to Korea, Hyundai, Daewoo, Samsung. All these names, we think a Samsung is an engineering technology company. We think Hyundai is an auto company. We think Mitsubishi is an engineering giant. All of them are shipbuilders. Post-World War, Japan used shipbuilding to turn around the economy. Korea followed, and all these countries, when they moved forward, when they became more affluent, this drove their heavy engineering. We missed this bus big time. Over the last 50 years, we have missed this bus big time. And where have we landed? Heavy engineering today, you look at all these companies, its name is Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Kawasaki Heavy Industries, Samsung Heavy Industries. And for us, there is one Larsen & Toubro, there is one BHEL. We miss this big time. This is the classical story of Indian shipbuilding. Today we are talking about how we can drive it forward. And I want to touch upon the point which the government of India today has recognized this aspect. And this is today being discussed at the highest levels of the government. And for a change, it is not one ministry talking. It is the whole of India talking. The Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, where my company is aligned to. MOD is involved. Ministry of External Affairs is involved. The PMO is involved. Commerce is involved. External Affairs is involved. Because we have realized when the Houthis started firing at us and when we are having Russia walking into Ukraine and we are not able to pick our gas or the crude which we have secured and we don't have the ships, we have suddenly realized that it's not just the defense and the naval vessels which are strategic in nature, but we have realized that shipping in its classical form is also strategic in nature. The kind of multiplier, and this is the solid reason why Japan and Korea took this upon themselves to develop their industry, basically. It's a huge multiplier. It's one of the best multipliers from an economic point of view and from an employment point of view. Most importantly, that employment multiplier comes at the normal and the lowest strata of the society, which is what we want. We want jobs at the grassroots level. We want riggers, fitters, we want unskilled labor. That's at that level. The economic multiplier, banking transactions, typically more than 2 times. And that is where MSMEs come into play. And this has been recognized by the country. And if we are talking about how an MSME comes into the system, 90% of all industrial units in India belong to the MSME space. The kind of force multiplier it can bring in. And 30% of India's GDP and 40% of India's market share. When we talk about MSME, the session just before this talked about startups. Is there a big difference between a startup and an MSME? I think the lines are getting blurred. We have this thought process that a startup starts off with something absolutely fresh and new, and it's a new thought process. It need not be always that case. Let's not be too bothered about whether it's always inventing something kind of a thing. If we can get something done very well in a consolidated manner, we have heard the speaker just prior to me, as also the previous sessions, talking about various problems of how you move forward. I heard Admiral Suresh talking about who will buy, because without somebody buying, what good is a startup? What good is a MSME? And the large thought process we have heard, TDAC, and the various systems, IDEX and various other systems, we are trying to promote, we are trying to push from a government as a whole, but at the end of the day, there must be industries both in the public space and the private space. They must actually go and do business. At the end of the day, this is business. It is not just about technology, it's about business. However good a business you have, however good a technology you have, if you're not able to build up at the end of the day P&L and your balance sheet, we are not moving anywhere forward. The role of startups, I'm not getting into this in detail. We have discussed how startups are to move. But I just touch upon, we have created whatever little we can. Within Cochin Shipyard, we thought a maritime kind of a startup ecosystem. We have committed 50 crore rupees as initial corpus. And it's not a grant scheme. We have 30% in different grades of grant, but 60% of the money we are looking at equity funding. And the equity funding is our way of showing the connect and the support and bringing them into the system, and that equity support would be, we won't take more than 9% because we don't want controlling stake, any sort of controlling stake. Because from a startup's point of view, the startup today is very about, they're not comfortable with a government or a PSU coming and taking a stake, because they think if a government or a PSU comes and takes a stake, there would be controls coming along with it. So we wanted to keep it well below the 10%. Even at 10%, there could be some controls coming in. So we wanted to keep it at that. And we also wanted to stay away from a selection process, because we thought, again, governmental controls would come in over there. So IIT Madras and Indian Institute of Management Kozhikode, through the IMK Live incubators, are involved. I'm just touching upon a framework which we are trying to evolve. I think there's something in the slides. I'm missing a few slides here, but yeah, I'll just touch upon. See, what we have done is within the startup ecosystem. Let me see if there's a slightly different presentation that's come in, but let me just touch upon what we are trying to do in what we call it. This is the USHA's startup program, and with IIT Madras and IMK Live, we have actually touched upon very critical initiatives, which we feel we can take it forward. And none of these companies have got anything to do with shipbuilding or ships per se. They come in with, for example, that's getting presented here. This is a little bit of an earlier version that's coming here. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely brilliant. The slide movement was a bit kaleidoscopic, and that actually gave us the opportunity to think non-linearly. It is now my great pleasure to request our final speaker amongst the panelists, Shri Atul Dinkar Rane, who is an outstanding scientist and the Director General of BrahMos. And all of you know him as Mr. BrahMos. He has, as the CEO and MD of BrahMos Aerospace, his mind-to-market approach has certainly led to a great deal of design development. I'm just back myself from the Philippines, and they can't stop talking about the fact that they're finally able to tell China where to get off. Not because of any other thing, but because they are particularly delighted with the performance of BrahMos, and at the recently held exhibition there in Manila, BrahMos was the co-sponsor. And for all of you who are Indians, it should be a remarkable surge of pride to recognize that McDonnell Douglas is on one hand a sponsor, and BrahMos is an equal sponsor. McDonnell Douglas held a 49% share. I think BrahMos held a 51% share, so you deserve a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Rane. Having said all that, you still have only 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't know if I'm worthy of what you said, but yes, BrahMos has been hard work done by my predecessors, my teachers, and it will go ahead. I am not going on my usual BrahMos story. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use BrahMos as an example on how and where we should be moving to in the forward. I will start as usual, of course, though Air Marshal did not plug his company directly, but I would do it in a different way. The Republic of India is the first and only nation to have operationalized a supersonic missile triad. Inducted, operated by the Indian Armed Forces in all sorts of variants. The BrahMos supersonic cruise missile has become a force multiplier and capable to undertake joint network-centric operations. I'm reading because I'm so scared to just talk. I do get emotional sometimes when I talk about BrahMos. The BrahMos missile has been integrated into the Indian Air Force Sukhoi 30s, deployed on the frontline Indian naval ships, and numerous regiments of the Indian Army. It's a powerful, conventional standoff weapon. Much has been said about the successful Indo-Russian joint venture, BrahMos Aerospace Limited. I'll be extremely brief on the history part. In a short span of 3 years, BrahMos Aerospace was formed in 1998. The first flight trial of BrahMos missile took place in its initial configuration as an anti-ship cruise missile. On setup of the BrahMos integration complex, in another 3 years, we did our first deliveries to the Indian Navy. The missile evolved over years into a land attack version with the capability of launch from land, sea, and air through various developmental and user flight trials. Today, if you add all our development and user flight trials, we have actually crossed 110 trials of the BrahMos missile among all the 3 forces. Today, the missile is operational in all variants of anti-ship and land attack with the 3 arms of the Indian forces. Since its creation, BrahMos's motto has been mind to market. Right from the start, the right mix of concurrent engineering and the vision of our board of directors, the company reached out for Indian industry partners. It was always clear that one of the main aims of the joint venture was to nurture and nourish the capabilities of India to manufacture and produce a futuristic missile. It was a push towards what we know today as Atmanirbhar Bharat through the establishment of a missile industry complex. We at BrahMos are truly proud of the indigenization effort and the robust supply chain created. Robust? Yes. With the active participation of DRDO and our Indian industry partners, with inputs from our joint venture partners. A blend of 200 public and private enterprises employing over 20,000 personnel are partners of BrahMos, from supplying raw materials to manufacturing of whole subsystems. The guiding factors of the BrahMos attempt at indigenization is extremely akin to the clarion call of our Honorable Prime Minister in 2020 for the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan based on the 5 pillars. Of course, one of the greatest challenges to production was the cost reduction and the saving of foreign exchange, which has been the main driving force. The development of certain production technologies by our industry partners and building up a full-fledged supply chain was the main mandate of our company. A push was made for self-reliance in materials and standard items capable of being produced in the country, along with the technological challenge of meeting stringent quality and design requirements of a supersonic cruise missile. The challenges were many. Large number of material grades, both metallic, non-metallic, finding equivalences to these materials, and at the same time grappling with Russian military standards, looking for indigenous or Western equivalents, creating methods of manufacturing processes. The list goes on. Nevertheless, the BrahMos supersonic missile is largely indigenized and manufactured in the country. Apart from the mundane answers to the question, what do we achieve by indigenization other than Atmanirbharta or self-reliance? There are mountains of gains obtained from the indigenization process. Enumerating and explaining them would take me hours. I can speak for hours on this, on what we have gained, what we have achieved for the industries. The industries have really moved forward. I would take only a few examples or a few moments to explain. It's been a huge leap in technology manufacturing. Processes, capabilities, manufacturing capabilities, documentation, quality standards. Our industry partners have established production of specialized alloys, cutting-edge processes, high-technology composites with unique characteristics, including chemicals, resins, glues, a unique fusion of quality practices of the Russian Federation and the Western world. We were always used to the Western world practices of quality. Networking of industry and academia while setting up these capabilities. Many industries especially the MSMEs, have developed niche technologies and skills, today adopting and adapting them to other applications. On the financial side, BrahMos Aerospace has done wonders. After the initial investment of $300 million, yes, sounds large, but our order book says something else, all due to the acceptance of the superior properties of this missile and its now proven track record. Another learning which we believe and will be mimicked by the Indian defense industry, our partners have actually tried to start it off, set off a large portion of the wealth generated towards a self-sustaining improvement of the product. Create newer updates. In other words, invest in your own R&D. Don't depend on someone else. Technology costs, but it gives back too. As explained earlier, our 200 industry partners are involved in the supply chain, manufacturing systems and subsystems from raw material stages. The whole ground support equipment of the BrahMos missile is designed within India, along with our partner industries, and manufactured in India. On board the missile, there has been a steady growth from the measly initial 3% indigenous content to a whopping indigenous content today. Systems manufactured initially as our process stock from India were elements of the onboard guidance and control system, consisting of the onboard computer, the inertial navigation system, and other electronics. The airframe was initially designed by our JV partners, but is now largely manufactured in India, which consists of the metallic airframes, the composite airframes, rubbers, gaskets, chemicals, resins, glues. This process stock of our JV partner has also been indigenized, save for the ramjet engine. That's one of the IPs which we are still struggling at, doing it on our own, but efforts are on by BrahMos and DRDO for indigenization of this too. It may take a wee bit more of time and money. BrahMos has set up 3 integration centers in Hyderabad, Nagpur, and Pilani. A 4th center, largely meant for the future, I'll touch upon that, is coming up in the UP Industrial Corridor at Lucknow. It's getting ready in stages. Life extension repairs of a missile are but inevitable with time, and they're mainly handled at our Pilani Work Center, though now the Pilani Work Center has also been extended to integration of articles with an increased number of demand of numbers from the users. Albeit today, our country still awaits many capabilities, which should be first and foremost on our national agenda. Today, every electronic-based subsystem, though manufactured within the country, is still 60 to 70% foreign exchange in terms of components and parts. We need to change this somehow. Our partner industries work hard to keep up with the bludgeoning demands of numbers which we put on them in turn from our users, especially looking at the current geopolitical conflicts and the lessons learned from them. We need to look for a rise in our production capacities, which means we are still dependent on foreign supplies of even subsystems. BrahMos Aerospace is continually on the lookout for newer partners, Indian, to keep up with the demands and satiate our requirements of the future versions of the BrahMos missile. We have matured as a company and have a matured product. Let me tell you, it's just one mantra which BrahMos worked with. Success lies in that single mantra of 3 prongs. Develop a cutting-edge product which has no equal today. Deliver on time that product with quality and reliability. Improve that product to stay ahead of the competition, though we don't have it even now. BrahMos made the first steps towards export in 2022 with the signing of our first export contract with the Philippines. We expect and will be doing much more in the future. It's just a matter of time. BrahMos promises to fly longer, faster, lighter, from more platforms, and hope to continue being a partner in the cutting edge technologies which DRDO is working on and being developed. Well, cutting a long story short, what holds for the future? We as Indians and Indian industries should look for nurturing and spearheading an innovative ecosystem, creating a global competitiveness, open up avenues for future collaboration. I exhort to my partner industries and the whole ecosystem of the public-private industries, create indigenous consortiums, compete with each other to be the best, but complement each other in the interest of the nation. Let us not cut each other up. Yes, we still need to collaborate and have joint ventures with other countries, but the bottom line is, if we work together, we may not need anyone else. We will truly be self-reliant, truly Atmanirbhar, and just a step away from being Viksit. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. And before we get taken charge of by the MC, who's standing on the right side, as you can see, tapping his right foot on the floor with ill-concealed impatience, I do want to say a few things on my own, and things that we need to think about and maybe discuss if we have any time, and you can keep your stomachs rumbling a little longer, or discuss at lunch. But there are some things that we need to talk about and we need to think about. One is these challenges that we put out in these various Swavlamban and IDEX fora. These challenges are actually limited by our own imagination, and here I'm talking to the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, and I dare say the Coast Guard. So our challenges which we put out, they themselves are a function of how imaginative we are in being able to assess the future and the future of warfare. The second is this business of technology and the extremely short life that technology has. We are still talking about quantum cryptography. In March of 2023, QServe, which is a private company in the United States, demonstrated the first of its kind end-to-end post-quantum cryptography satellite link, which was resistant to quantum cryptography breakage. So the life cycle of a technology is really short. On the other hand, with the lessons that we've learned from the wars in Ukraine, war in Ukraine in particular, is that we need to shed these shibboleths. Didn't all of you grow up on the belief that future war will be sharp, short, and swift? Didn't you grow up with the comment that, don't worry, the boys will be home before Christmas? Do you remember that they never tell you Christmas of which year? There are no short wars. And history does not show this to be correct, no matter how many admirals and generals and air marshals come to how many staff colleges, etc., and say this. We have to be able to shed these shibboleths. We have to be able to move to understanding. That means the relationship between our industry and our Navy, our Army, our Air Force has to be much more robust. As a Navy, we are in serious danger. And this is something that I would like to leave with the senior leadership of the Navy to think about. We are in serious danger if we continue to have just the float, move, and fight elements of our matrix. There is a fourth element, and that is survive. So you have to be able to float, move, fight, survive. You have to be able to fight hurt. Just as you are building warships in Cochin shipyard, in various other shipyards in India, and these warships are being built to deliver and dish out punishment, someone in Dalian is also building a warship to dish out punishment. What you need to figure out is, all this punishment which is being dished out with such gay abandon, where is it going? Who is absorbing this punishment? So hopefully, some part of our punishment will be absorbed by them, and some part of their punishment, unfortunately, will have to be absorbed by us. So industry cannot be driven, and the Navy cannot afford to tell industry that we are interested in reliability, in redundancy. Reliability is simply large mean time between failures. It's an industry activity. It does not cater for the fact that someone is coming and putting TNT into your machine. It doesn't cater for that. Redundancy always has single point vulnerabilities. The only term that applies to militaries, whether it is the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, is degrade path. What is your degrade path which has been built in so that you can go from high tech to low tech and so on? We all need to remember that warships are built for the first 3 letters of that word, not for the last 4 letters of that word. So if you haven't understood and conceptualized war correctly, we're going to be problematically placed when we are trying to pass on information to industry. Industry looks at us as those great gods who know everything. And so the great gods cannot afford to have clay feet. And my last point to you is this, that in this whole process, there are newer technologies, newer domains of warfare. We've just had the Indian Navy sponsor a really good interaction on the whole business of seabed warfare, and seabed warfare is miles away from where we are. Currently, what is the largest Indian naval problem? We can't detect the Chinese SSNs as they move from China into the Indian Ocean, from Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean. How should we detect them? Where are the underwater surveillance technologies that should have been abounding in our space? If we can't detect the submarine in the first place, no matter how many P8Is we buy or build, we will not be able to detect these submarines. So IUSS, so underwater sensors, so large companies like L&T, like Bharat Forge, like so many companies that are here, I mean, these are friends of mine and we grew up together. But the investment that should have been made in underwater surveillance is currently perilously low. So to all the people in industry, I want to say, shift some focus of your great amount of attention to the underwater domain, to underwater domain awareness, to the ability to handle seabed warfare. This is going to define us. The next 2 centuries are going to be centuries of the sea and space. In these 2 centuries, India is either going to be a space and a maritime power, or India is not going to be any kind of power at all. It is the Indian Army that will ensure that there is an entity called India, a geopolitical entity. The army gives us India. We need to be able to take this India and go forward. Now we'll open the subject to the floor, begging the leave of the organizers and Vivek Daya, and allow for at least 1 round of questions. Thank you. Of course, we can spend 3 minutes staring at each other as well. Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Perhaps a mic
Just
will come to you really quickly.
The mic is reaching you.
Thank you.
From your right.
Very good afternoon, sir. I'm Lieutenant Commander Shushan from DNAI, sir. My question is to Dr. Rane, sir. Sir, where are we at development of BrahMos Mark II, sir? And is DRDO looking at AI capabilities in the missile systems, sir?
A little out of syllabus, but yeah, BrahMos 2 has been tom-tommed as a hypersonic cruise missile. BrahMos doesn't do R&D on our own, it's our joint partners. And yes, the joint partners, both DRDO and NPO Machinist Training, I say it with pride, our joint venture partners have worked very hard on hypersonics. The Zircon missile, which is out there, has been developed by NPOM. It's on offer always, but not at the moment, but the technology bricks are available. DRDO is working on it, and as I flashed very briefly, but very covertly on my slide, it will be there someday when the technology bricks are in place. AI, it's a buzzword. AI is there in every weapon of the Indian Navy, the Indian Air Force, and the Indian Army. Only it was not called AI. Formalized AI is going on, and it will happen. There are a lot of people working on it. I mean, we've been hearing about the various methods of moving AI forward. AI in weaponization, of course, is always a debatable topic. Whether it just goes down to just ISR or should be used in deployment. these are going to be debates which will take some more time to solve, but people are working on it. It's more like in terms of data analytics, which we need more as of present, more than AI in terms of being humanoid or something like that. I'll put it there.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Commander B. Pradhan, sir, from Directorate of Naval Air Staff, Indian Navy. So my question is to Shri Atul Rani, DG BrahMos. Sir, this is with regard to the joint venture. Do we have a plan to do away with the joint venture and become complete autonomy in developing BrahMos? As you have told, we have achieved quite a bit of indigenization in this. How about doing away with the word MOS and replacing it with something else, so that integrating this weapon into our platforms which are of different origin would be easier? Deep integration, I mean to say, sir.
See, integrating the current weapon into any platform is not a problem. We will keep the joint venture partners away and they don't need to be there. Whether we do away with the joint venture, do we have hypersonics yet? We are studying it. Do we leapfrog on our own, or do we use the shoulders of our partners? I think a joint venture is still required to get over that small part. Once we are there, once I have the BrahMos ramjet, which is it's a ramjet, it's not the hypersonic, but at least once we have that hardware working in our country, built in our country, maybe it might be time. But there are still a lot more things left behind there, which they are willing to give. Let me tell you, I may be pushing the envelope a bit, but if we are to get the nuts and bolts of technology, it is through a joint venture with Russia, not anywhere else, is what I believe, if that is what we are looking for. But as I say, if all of us work together with the right amount of push and help, the government has put in a lot of schemes. We could do it on our own, but we have that problem of time and money. And it would be most probably a joint venture has to stay alive, maybe another 5, 10, 15 years. Yes, after that, let's get rid of it, because by that time, we will be actually the world leaders.
Last question,
Good afternoon,
please.
sir. Good afternoon, sir. I am Commander Navdeep Singh Rathore from DGNA and also a Vistar member, sir.
So long as your question isn't to...
Air Marshal Dev, sir.
Good.
Sir, in your presentation, sir, you have touched upon regarding the critical tech like gyro sensors. Sir, during my tenure at DRDO, sir, there is always an important discussion about the semiconductors, sir, and its import, which always leads to delay in manufacturing of the subsystems. So, sir, how does this dependence on the import of semiconductors affect our indigenization process, sir?
If you ask me, not too much. Okay, if Vrinda is, she's not here, she's setting up a fab lab for sensors. That's very important. But just look at North Korea. See what they're doing. See what weapons they have. Look at Iran. See what they have done in spite of all the sanctions. So that's not a showstopper. Surely we would like to have our own fab labs. And if you ask me, in the 80s, that fab lab that burnt in Chandigarh, I attribute that accident. It was not an accident. It was sabotage. Those days, you go to the fab lab that is there in Chandigarh now, and you see that black spot. There are old-timers there, there are tears in their eyes, okay, when they say, sir, ye jalna nahi chahiye tha. If that thing hadn't burnt, we would be where Taiwan is today. Okay, but our own people, we are very kind to traitors and people who are treacherous. We are very kind to people who sell the country short. Okay, and that was one example. But when it comes to fighting a war, getting weapons made, which chip you use in Su-30, which is one of the most modern aircraft. It's a 486 chip, not a big deal. Okay, the big deal comes in wherever you're using GPUs. Like in one of our products, we use a GPU. Okay, that GPU, because we also want to do some image processing there. And again, the swap dictates that we have to use a GPU. Okay, so now these GPUs, they can stop. But we have we thought about it and we said we will use a GPU that is also used in automotive sector. Okay, so push comes to a shove, we will give you everything they want, even if, semiconductor, but in commercially, we must have, our own fab lab, we must manufacture the semiconductors. It will not stop me from making weapons if somebody tomorrow tells me that there are sanctions, you can't get this. There are a whole lot of chips there, I can get it off market, it will cost me a little bit more, doesn't matter. Do you know who is the biggest consumer of Xilinx FPGAs in the world? No, it is Tejas in Bangalore. Okay, so we use one Xilinx FPGA, and when we ran short, I just called up the Tejas guys. He says, don't worry, sir, these Taiwan guys are under my control. Okay, and we got those FPGAs. It's not a big deal. Just look at Korea, look at Iran for inspiration. Okay, whenever somebody tells you that, oh, things are very difficult, we can't handle it, when you want weapons to fight, okay, and the nation decides that we will have it, nothing is impossible. Okay.
One last final question, please. Let's keep it short and sweet.
Sir, my question is for Shri Madhu Nair, sir. I am Commandant Arvind from Coast Guard Headquarters. Sir, it's related to shipbuilding and MSME sector. In the recent past, we have observed, sir, the MSME have taken lots of orders, and due to the capacity shortages, the shipbuilding projects are delayed. Do you feel there is a need for the shipyards to have this factor in mind, like capacity assessment before placement of orders, or other ways to mitigate these issues in shipbuilding timelines?
I think it's a real problem, but I don't think there's a easy way forward also, because as a company in business, they will actually try to pick in orders. The expectation for them at that point of time would not be to just sit on the orders and not deliver. I wouldn't think that. They all think that they can expand a little bit more once they get the order and move forward. I think it will take a little bit more of time. Capacity assessment can help, but then it's not blocking them either. Maybe giving them more cash, giving them more flow of fund flows will help them execute better. So I think helping them to execute better is one method. Parallelly, yes, there could be another player also if it's with entry barriers not so high. Couple of another players also we should try to invent. But then I think we need to support these organizations and we need to take it forward.
With that, we come to the end of this question-answer session. And our request, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan. Sir, could you please felicitate members of the panel?
First of all, can I ask you to please put your hands together and say thank you to our panelists?
Big one. Big one. Shri Madhu Shankunni Nair, Chairman and Managing Director of Cochin Shipyard Limited. Air Marshal Shirish Babandeo, former Vice Chief of Air Staff and founder JSR Dynamics. Shri Atul Dinkar Rane, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, BrahMos Aerospace. I now request the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan. Sir, could you please felicitate the panel moderator, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause because the lunch break is about to start. What an honor it is to have so many eminent speakers brought together by Swavlamban. Never elsewhere does this happen anywhere in our country where we have so many eminent persons from different walks of life who come together and exchange their candid thoughts. So ladies and gentlemen, quick brief. We'll now have our lunch break. It's a 1-hour break, slightly shorter. So please be on time. For the guests who are attending the plenary session, the plenary session will be in the plenary hall. Please take your seats by 14:40. 2:40 p.m. for those not in uniform. Thank you so much. We hope you enjoyed this session. And the last caution, please put your mobile phones on silent mode, or you can even retire them permanently. Ladies and gentlemen, Swavlamban is the annual convention of the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization. Swavlamban is conducted by the Indian Navy in association with the Ministry of Defense, the Department of Defense Production, Defense Innovation Organization, and SIDM, the Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers. However, Swavlamban is much more than an annual seminar. For in real terms, Swavlamban is a precise recognition of the challenges faced by the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian defense industry. And Swavlamban is a celebration of the collective effort and progress achieved to overcome these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have the presence, and in fact honored to have the presence of so many distinguished persons from different walks of life. The Indian Armed Forces, the Ministry of Defense, scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, and business leaders. All persons who have committed themselves to achieving self-reliance in India's defense sector and attain the national objective of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And we would like to accord a very special welcome to the future of India, which looks really bright. A very special welcome to all these young students and the NCC cadets who are here with us. Let's have a round of applause. दोस्तों, एक विचार पे जरा सोचिए, जो देश आत्मनिर्भर ना हो उसे शक्ति कहां से मिलेगी? और जिस देश के पास शक्ति नहीं है वो अपनी सुरक्षा कैसे निभाएगा? और जिस देश के पास न शक्ति है न सुरक्षा, वो विकसित कैसे होगा? तो इसीलिए आत्मनिर्भरता विकसित भारत की नींव है, और आत्मनिर्भरता के साथ विकसित भारत की रचना करने वाले ये हैं हमारे विद्यार्थी, हमारे युवा जो आज हमारे साथ हैं. You are the ones who will be the creators of a developed India. We are really proud to have your presence here. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now brief you about the sequence of today's program. In a few moments from now, we will have the plenary session, and you will be witnessing some distinguished, eminent speakers joining us on the stage. After the plenary session, we shall witness the arrival of our chief guest, the Honorable Defense Minister of India, Shri Rajnath Singh, who will preside over the final session for the day, which would also witness the presentation of some awards for innovators and hackathon winners, and some special releases and launches. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm not going to give you the details because we want to retain the suspense. Please stay tuned. We'll be right here. All persons are requested to adhere to the right decorum and dignity. It is our responsibility to maintain the decorum and the order for this ceremony. We are all set now to begin the plenary session. This session delves into fostering a culture of innovation and creativity within the defense forces, vital for adapting to dynamic security challenges. Discussions will explore how innovative technology enhances national security, showcasing breakthroughs that enable faster, smarter defense strategies. We're all set. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the following dignitaries to the stage. May I request Dr. Krishna Ella, the Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Biotech, to please join us on the stage. Dr. Krishna Ella shall be giving a special address on inculcating innovation and creative culture. Dr. K. Vijay Raghavan, the former Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Dr. Raghavan will be addressing the House on innovative technology and national security. Shri Baba Kalyani, Chairman Bharat Forge, Shri Baba Kalyani will be addressing the audience on the subject of strengthening innovative defense product manufacturing. So before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, for an auspicious start, may I request you for a round of applause to welcome the three eminent speakers for the plenary session. I now request Dr. Krishna Ella, Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Biotech. Sir, could you please address the House? Dr. Ella would be speaking on the subject of inculcating innovation and creative culture.
Chief, Vice Chief, and all the Navy employees, and all the friends, and all the kids, young kids, future innovators of this country, and my co-panelists, really honored to be here. I don't know whether Navy missed my name, Krishna, some other defense person should have been invited. I'm a vaccine guy. I don't know why I've been invited, but I still love to be here. And so I think I'm going to touch very simple concepts, and I think Navy people can relax. I'm not going to talk about bombs, Navy, warship, and all that, nothing. Simple things. I think we truly appreciate your contribution. I want to ask young kids, how many people want to join to be innovators? Young kids, how many people want to be innovators? Clap, clap. Good, good, thank you. I want to say, no innovation is taught in the classroom. It's a simple thinking. What I want you is, think science or any problem in a simplest manner. If you think simple, you'll find the best solutions. That's a life taught, even Nobel laureates, all simple ideas that came into this thing. And I think I'm going to give a simple example of Bharat Biotech as an entrepreneur. I was like you, a startup in 96, 97. How one person can create in this country, thousands of people can create like this, the whole country will be different. That's my story. And I think, the sea power has always influenced history. And every war, fall, and everything has happened because of sea. I want to say another one, important. Who made the Navy first? I think Chola Kingdom. And first, even Harappan, Mesopotamia, culture was their Navy. And the Chola Kingdom made a trade and the culture desperate. I think you are the best. You are better than even Army and Air Force. So that you can be proud of that. You are the earliest of the century of the world, the Navy. I think that you should be proud of that. And I think the entire China was rich only because of marine, nothing else, Navy. So the sea is also used for terrorism. So that is another good example, how it can happen. And I think you are the best person. You just see the biodefense, biowarfare. That is in 1942, anthrax, British have used it. Why I'm saying this one? Just see the mind, what is the biowarfare, thought about 1942. Japanese, they used a plague in 1939. Plague was used in the Navy and released into the ocean side so that it can spread to the main continent. So that means it's got a biowarfare, biodefense, even thought about it way back. Today, maybe people talking, but whether real or not, that's a different matter. But it has been thought, the mind is there. And I think, why we want to be opportunities? We need to be really self-dependent. If we are not dependent on the nuclear, we are not going to be respected. So naturally, our Army and the Navy, everything has to be sacrificed. Compass should be there. The world is divided. Whether war, NATO, Warsaw, all these things, developed, non-developed, all those things. But now the future is going to be which country has got knowledge, which country doesn't have knowledge, is going to divide the world. And innovation is the key. There's no question about that. And it is the only one. So I'm going to give a simple example to the kids here. Innovation, who creates innovation is individual. Not the Navy, not the Indian government doesn't create innovation. It is individual who creates innovation. So naturally, human resources should be very critical. So what do you need? 3 components are required. for an innovation. One is imagination. I'm going to touch upon what it is imagination. An example, knowledge. Knowledge means a degree. You have a BSc degree or BTech engineering degree and a skill set. I'm going to tell skill set how important it is, and even Navy, it is how important is a skill set. And that is what leads to all three put together into innovation. You look at, you have a catering technology degree person, but he doesn't know how to make a good idli. Will you hire him a cook? You will never hire him a cook. So that means he may have a degree, but if he doesn't have a skill, he's not going to be a qualified person. So skill is the most important, powerful tool in an imagination of a innovation, a culture. So skill is very important. And you look at Surat, the nanotechnologists, they don't have a degree in nano, but the precision of cut of nano diamonds and a goldsmith is a nanometer precision. That's truly a nanotechnologist, but the only thing is they don't have a degree of BTech engineering or BTech nanotechnology. But their skill set is amazingly proven, but without a degree. So I think, imagination is more important than a knowledge. That's what Albert Einstein said. And India was the innovators of discovered the zero. If zero was not there, today no software has been existing in the world. So how that has come? Nobody knows how the zero has come. Look at Lord Ganesha. Only we pray the Lord Ganesha whenever the exams are there. I look at as a scientist, an elephant head put on the human body. That means head is an organ. It's a transplanted on the human body. And look at recently, a pig kidney, a big heart is being transplanted on the human body. That has been happening. The transplantation is happening with organs. So I think Golconda, 4 kilometers down, somebody can clap and it can hear the sound at the 4 kilometers down. That means there is no sound engineers, nothing, but how the imagination has happened. That is a simple example of imagination power of that. And innovation fast. India was the most innovative country in the world. We discovered. A cataract surgery was done by Indians. In India, ink is discovered. Diamond discovered by Indians. There's so much of history with that thing. And look at some of the internet, which came only because of DARPA Army. Many Army and Navy, whatever the discovery, that is what leads into civilian technology. Even micro oven has come from defense to the civilian. So that means the reverse flow happens in US and other part of the world, from defense to the civilian. And this is a good mRNA technology launched by US government under National Disaster Defense Program, not by healthcare, but defense disaster management. So in the defense disaster management, you can't sue anybody. So under that mRNA, a new technology was totally introduced. Innovation present, we are lost out, unfortunately. What happened? Our kids are being coaching class driven, exam driven, market driven. What gets a US visa is driving our education system, job driven. And parents' status is all pushing us on our kids. And that is lost the brain power of the people, of imagination power of the kids. That's a major problem we are facing in the country. You look at a very good example, I'll tell you. In South India, it's called, I don't know how many people knows Tamil Nadu and Kannada people. You will read that, Vallanne or Nallanne, Tamil. And all called good oil in South Indian oil. And even now, India, we don't know why it's called good oil. All South Indian pickles are made with this pickle, but we don't know why science. So that means the innovation is there in front of us, but we're not realizing the potential of that. I'll give you another example. Canola oil. US Canadian government exports 50% of agriculture export Canadian oil, called canola. Can means Canadian, ola means oil. And this is nothing but mustard seeds taken by Canadian government. In 1962, they've grown Canadian mustard oil in Canada, and they export 50% to other part of the world, $64 billion of export of oil. And they don't want to call mustard oil. If you call mustard oil, you compete with India. So they call intelligently, imaginating power way, they call us canola oil. And today is one of the largest exporter of the oil. And we drink orange juice. The reason we drink orange juice, Americans are drinking, Europeans are drinking, so we also should drink orange juice. So even juice drinking also became a copycat in the country. You look at the Musambi and Kino fruit in Punjab. Have you seen a Tetra Pak in India? It is not. You have not seen Tetra Pak. If the Americans have grown Musambi and Kino fruit in Punjab, you would have seen a Tetra Pak. That means innovation is there in front of us, but we're not realizing the value or potential of that in front of us. And the coconut, Harvard people said it's a highly saturated fat, it's not good for health, and all that. But now, everybody in Americans drinking every day 2 tablespoons of virgin coconut oil every day, it helps Alzheimer's and Parkinson, I believe. So you go to a Costco, any grocery store, everything is chips, coconut chips, coconut shampoo, coconut soap, everything coconut. The same Kerala people were having a coconut oil everyday massage, everyday drinking, and everyday cooking with a coconut oil, but they don't have any problem. But we don't know science. But somebody at Harvard said, oh, it's a saturated fat. We all do. So their innovation, now everybody is coconut product in the global. So I think, can we imagine for some ideas for Navy? Bioluminescence is one of the way to detect submarine or down any luminescence can be picked up. The simple 3D printing. Navy has got fly going. So can we grow hydroponic vegetables in the ship? It's simple ideas. So you don't have big technology. It's all simple idea. 3D printing. Can you put a burger or samosa can be made with 3D printing? Food is right in the ship. So simple ideas. MIT has come out new technology in 2 years back that the plastic as strong as steel. That means now future Navy, is it going to be a plastic? That's one when we have to ask the question. And I think, the future is going to be great because the parents in this country, they want to sell their house and give it to the children for education. That's a creative culture. We believe in knowledge. We believe in a country education. That is what is going to keep us alive. How to kill innovation? Mobile phone and laptop. You give them 2 mobile phone, and I think you kill. You don't see anything in the world. So you're always on the mobile phone, on the email, and you don't see the surrounding. You don't see the innovation in front of you. That is a problem with the younger generation we're facing. And I think, Bharat, but I want to touch upon 5 minutes. I think when I came to India, 97 to India, 96, 97, there was no innovation in this country. Even today, no pharma company has launched a new molecule in this country. We're still making a generic product. So I said we should do something for the country that develop innovation so that we don't copy from Americans. And we made first Abdul Kalam launched our hepatitis B vaccine. And we got into the rotavirus program. Is one of the 300,000 children die in India, poor people, because of diarrheal problem. And we made a vaccine and Indo-US bilateral program. Dr. Vijay Raghavan is fully involved in the project. And my grandson was the first one to take the vaccine. So Dr. Vijay Raghavan, you can see him there. Is right, Dr. Vijay Raghavan right here on the photo. So we were all there. The Prime Minister launched the vaccine. This is the first new vaccine in the developing world launched by the India. And we made this one. And also, we need to make a first new molecule because India never made a new molecule. So far, everything we're copying, importing, everything is there. So we said we should make a new typhoid vaccine. The existing typhoid was not useful for children. Only for adults, but 60%, but every 3 years you have to take. We made a vaccine, then Gates Foundation and US government said, we have done a clinical trial in India which are not acceptable for us. So we did a human challenge studies in Oxford, in UK, and we got 89% efficacy trial in the human challenge study. And we got, then the question is, will it work in the field? Entire Navy is vaccinated, will you protect the entire Navy? So we've shown in the different countries, the clinical trial, that in 7 or 8 countries, we've shown that it's almost 87 to 91% effective in the field situations. So it covered in the Nature Medicine is one of the first new molecule and one of the best molecule came in 2018. And how do you work in pandemic? This is my dream because I predicted pandemic will be a reality. The reason is reality. Today with a $10,000, you can make any virus. Any mutant virus, you can make it in the lab, nothing, no impossible. Just anything can be done. A political system want to abuse it, you can do it. So we said, we'll work on a chikungunya vaccine. We got delayed in the project. We got CEPI funding. We are doing in a different country clinical trial right now. We were the first one to make a chikungunya vaccine, but we lagged behind on some of the strategic issues. But we predicted chikungunya came from Madagascar to India. Then we asked next question, what pandemic will come from Madagascar to India? There was only Zika, unknown virus, in that place, in Madagascar. So we said we'll work on Zika. We made a first global patent. Even US government was surprised that how did we pick up this virus? And even they invited me to predict how did you predict this analysis? How do you anticipated this virus? It came after 6 months of us. The Brazil incident came. And it is one of the major problems spreading now globally. And I think, we did various clinical trials, various parts of the world. It's not important, but we are strong intellectual property protection because we are not IPR protected. We will not be respected. Any country, we think India has got a bad name in a way that we are copy masters. We want to change that. A younger generation certainly can change that. And I think we're selling more than 100 patent, 100 publications, not only a commercial company, we're also an innovative company. So SARS-CoV vaccine, SARS-CoV problem came in, we predicted that it'll come. We are the one in ahead of the game. We created a BSL-3 production facility. This is the world's first BSL-3. Wuhan lab is a BSL-4 lab, not the production facility. So this is the world's first BSL-3 production facility, predicting that pandemic will come. I don't know what happened, but it came, and we created that facility, and we made the Covaxin in partnership with ICMR and NIV Pune, and we made inactivated vaccine, and we made shifting the immune response. This is where innovation came. Even Anthony Fauci from US government said, this is the best vaccine we ever seen. Because we switched because we expected the variant to come in the virus. So we added one chemical that shifts to Th1 response that meets into more T cell response. You may get infection 1 or 2 days, but you will get recovered by the T cell response. And you will get a long-term immunity. Children's vaccine is a 3-dose vaccine, is a lifetime immunity because of the T cell response. The same concept, we created that, we made it to happen, and we've done one of the largest, this is probably the second largest clinical trial after the US government. After India is the second one. Third is the UK government, AstraZeneca. Third, they would only done 5,500. We have done almost 26,000 people by multinational company clinical trial. If this is not done the quality of the standards, you mean to say US and UK would have left me off? Nobody would have left me off in that, because we are following geopolitics in a global competition. It is not a competition within India, it's a global competition. We made a nasal vaccine also, and that is, again, this is the first global platform technology. Any pandemic comes, you can plug in a gene and make a nasal vaccine. And nasal is much better for respiratory pathogen. So we partnered malaria also, is again important for the army and other point of view, malaria vaccine with GSK partnership. And Honorable Prime Minister said, we want tuberculosis free. 25% of Indians in this room, 25% was infected with tuberculosis and no vaccine. No chemical is there available. So we made partnership with the Spain government, and we made this vaccine, which is now entering into phase 3 efficacy trial. I'll tell you a simple example of the young kids should know. There's nothing innovation. My grandmother was making a chili powder like this. Now the president, you're making like this, and so much of microbial, and US government has blacklisted India. You've seen some of the MDH masala history, what has happened in the embargo by the US government, Singapore government, Australian government. They're using ATO, one of the carcinogen chemical, to bring the microbial down. So I said, we should not do this. We should do something, predict the problem. So we made cryogenic spices and filled the bag, passed through gamma radiation, totally microbial free. It's like we call FDA means Food and Drug Administration. Food also should be treated like a drug. That's a concept we built in. And I think, highest startup country in the world, Israel is a very good example. The reason is they've built in all the defense people, particularly the IDF is a very interesting story. 8,200 people are signal processing people. And all the 8,200 people have become entrepreneurs. And one of them who made Waze software for Google purchase for $32 billion on a signal processing company. Just see any employee who are in the Navy or Army, Air Force, who retires, don't think that you are too old. Now, 60 is too old. 60 is, even people are marrying 60. Murdoch is marrying at 89. So don't worry about it. So you can be a startup. The Navy can be a startup. You look at young, bright mind recruited by them. They are not highly educated people. They're not IIT graduate or any Ivy League students. They're all ordinary, brilliant people hired, and they trained in the cyber security, and they become startups. One of the Israel's success is because that people from defense have become a startup. And I think, this is my last slide. This knowledge and skills, that means a degree and a skill set, makes you to be confident, and the confidence makes you take a high risk. And what risk takes you innovation, and the innovation leads into entrepreneurship or a startup. And what startups build, more startups comes in the country become developed nation. And I think all defense employees in service or retired fulfill the above criteria. All of you take a risk by living in a Navy. Every day you are taking a risk in your life. So you are the right person. You are confident how to Navy ship can go. You are confident. So that means both are there, and you can be innovative by looking at the objective. You can ask how the Indian government is so dumb, why they are not doing like this. You can ask a question and you become an entrepreneur. Simple questions, nothing great. And I think, welcome to new generation Navy human resource. And I want many employees of the Navy should become entrepreneurs instead of asking others to be an entrepreneur. And thank you very much, and honored to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Here's a bit of interesting, important news for our friends from the United States who are with us in the audience. You just heard Dr. Krishna Ella, who's a graduate of the University of Wisconsin. Dream country, simplicity and grandeur of nature, dream country for any horse rider. Dr. Krishna Ella's first statement, dear students, his first statement was, keep it simple. Your thought processes, keep it simple, which reminded me of the iconic words of Albert Einstein, that if you cannot explain something simply, then you haven't understood it well enough. And also, the great Leonardo da Vinci, who said, simplicity is the greatest sophistication. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for Dr. Krishna Ella. I now request Dr. K. Vijay Raghavan, the former Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, to please address the audience. Dr. Raghavan would be speaking on innovative technology and national security.
Respected Chief of Navy Staff, Vice Chief of Navy Staff, distinguished officers, veterans, and students, it's a great pleasure and honor to be here. I feel like the cucumber in a sandwich whose job is to make both slices, Krishna Ella and Baba Kalyani, soggy, and I'll try not to be so and actually say something useful. I'll be talking about innovative technology in national security, and let me first of all, summarize what I'm going to say. Firstly, we have done amazing work in this country over the recent decades and over many decades earlier. So that's the numerator. Our achievements are great. However, there's a big challenge, and that's the denominator. The world is changing, so new things need to be done. We have to be constantly innovative. Our costs each year are steady and they are cumulative, so our innovation per unit cost becomes less and less unless we are more and more innovative. And the demands of government, the public, the political ecosystem globally keep increasing. So the denominator becomes bigger and bigger, and for us, our challenge is how does one respond with making a quality numerator? Now, the answer to that is really a high-quality civil-military fusion. Technology is absolutely critical in the world as we go by, and the importance of civil-military fusion cannot be understated. And the reason is almost everything which we use in defense today has a counterpart use in civil work, and even more and more so in today's cyber-physical world. So this is critically important. This slide shows what the Chinese People's Liberation Army calls military-civil fusion, and they have embedded that in a way which is unique to China and not emulatable, should not be emulated by other countries. We need to have our own way as are other countries. And that's another time, another place to see what we can do in this way and what we should do differently. Now, the next reason for us to be enormously innovative is supply chain disruption. And we saw that, as Dr. Krishna Ella pointed out, during the COVID pandemic, when supply chains were disrupted all over the world, not just for vaccines, but for many other things, the vitality of our economy depends entirely on our ability to be innovative and have key components made here so that supply chains don't disrupt us. So that's the second important point. Now, going forward, there are many areas where there have been extraordinary achievements and advancements in Indian in the Indian Defense Services and technology. And some of those are listed there. Missile technology, howitzers, Baba Kalyani is here. Our space capabilities are remarkable. Cyber warfare, we've got a clear focus now, submarines, and in certain kinds of aircraft. So these are all remarkable achievements. But there are many areas of improvement. For example, in the area of power packs for our armored vehicles,
jet engines, AI integration, various other kinds of technologies such as drone technologies, quantum computing applications. These are aspects which are a dramatic changing world. And my concern here is a very simple one. If we list these kinds of technologies and say this is what we need to catch up, our mentality is going to be constantly catching up. We must put ourselves in addition to catching up. We must put ourselves in a position where we are truly innovative, that we lead in the development of the next generation technologies. And that's really our challenge going ahead. So what are the determinants of a successful development? First of all, it is political leadership and a willingness to go for the long haul. And to India's credit, that is not lacking. That is not the source of our problem at all. The second is our institutional determination, our frameworks which must be outcome-oriented. And the third is our cultural shifts moving away from silos. The latter is the biggest problem. Our structures of quality required isolation to develop that quality, but now we need to break that isolation to get outcome-dependent work. So those cultural shifts and our institutional cultures are big challenges. They are changing, as you could see from the exhibition outside so remarkably, but we need to change that even better. Now, one example of how this is happening is the IDEX program. You'll see those results over here. And a few years ago, when the CDS examined the IDEX exhibition, and previously other chiefs did, the quality of work over there really promised about what is going to happen in the future. Today's exhibition is remarkable because it sees what is already happening. So that's a remarkable success. But there are two main factors which mitigate against our going into huge success. Entrepreneurs, such as Baba Kalyani and many of you here, are willing to take risks. Risks are not the problem. Whether the risks are whether there's something with the market going down, technology challenges, new kinds of innovation needed, those kinds of risks entrepreneurs are willing to take. What they're bogged down by are uncertainties, and the uncertainties are symbolized by the water levels over here. If the water level on our roads, metaphorically, are not controlled, then you will not be able to see the pitfalls, or if the water level rises, you will not see the roadblocks on the road. That uncertainty, whether it is Bijli, Pani, roads, processes, rules, regulation, those uncertainties have to go. Our innovators have to be unshackled for us to be able to take risks. That again is happening remarkably. The successes you see around us are fantastic. But as I said, it's a changing world, and therefore we must keep innovating to remove uncertainties. Now, there's another point which is very important, and that relates to trust deficit and about institutional variety. We must learn to trust our scientists and also have a wide variety of institutions. That's critically important. Trust means letting scientists play around and be truly innovative. If everything that scientists do must be target-driven and to be delivered by the next quarter, true innovation will not happen, only catching up will happen. And that's something to remember. We have terrific institutions, and there are different kinds of institutions, and different kinds of institutions must be allowed to do different kinds of things. There are certain very, very big challenges which require a very long haul in material science, in design, in electronics, and scaling. Jet engines are an example. But these, we must have a long haul strategy for this, not just something which says, we can do it, we will do it, but how to do it, when to do it in a realistic frame, how to collaborate or not, all of that needs to be decided. Now, there's an extraordinary opportunity nevertheless, and these opportunities lie in emerging technologies. These technologies allow us to leapfrog, and I'll come to that. Our institutional framework in academia is extraordinary. There's a great patriotism and a desire to work on defense-related innovation. Therefore, our defense laboratories, our services must be the program managers and not the actual doers of everything, and they should let the outside ecosystem work in a much broader way. And this requires a very important change, and that requires leveraging the startup ecosystem, which is so vibrant across the spectrum in the civil space, and bring that into the military space also. Many case studies are useful. Krishna mentioned some of them. United States, Israel, South Korea, and China. Each of them have to be studied in detail. Our understanding of what's going outside is equally important, and how they succeeded and how they failed. And I want to spend more time on that. We put forward many important Indian success stories, and the Tejas is one such example. But given that, going forward to new kinds of versions, new challenges, we must go ahead with our eyes open and therefore see how time and speed and cost can be dealt with, and partnerships can be put in place for doing this. The Air Force and the defense system and defense public sector undertakings are doing that, but what can we learn from that in the broader ecosystem going forward is also very important. Now, we need to have a proper roadmap for all this. Our policy structures have a danger that they try to accommodate too many different viewpoints, but there needs to be a little more daring in those structures for us to go into the defense space over a 20, 30, 40-year-old haul, because that's the only way supply chain blockage as well as a strong deterrence can be there. The purpose of a strong military is not only to succeed in war, but to have such a strong visible deterrence that no one would dare to come to war with you. If they know that your supply chains are limited and you're restricted because of supplies, then your deterrence isn't strong enough. We need many initiatives to take place. Joint research centers are one. Now, there are some joint research centers with our Department of Defense Research and private universities and public universities. They need to scale enormously. Those examples, some of them have worked really well, but they need to be opened up to scale on a much larger level. Now, there are many technologies which we can focus, and that seems a contradiction to say many and to focus, but we have a wide intellectual base, a wide foundational base, and there are many ways by which we can use the current tools of AI and machine learning, which are going to be very important in the civil sector, quantum computing, hypersonic systems, for example. There are many talented people in our university ecosystem who can contribute. And advanced materials, India is doing really well. That needs to be integrated into industry and design. Indian designers are there in top companies all over the world. Many of them are in India, and this combination can be really very valuable going forward. So the value of civil-military research needs to broaden. That will also allow us to have extraordinary economic impact in the broader ecosystem. And the role of the private sector in defense innovation needs to grow above the extraordinary examples we have of some successes, lots of innovation taking place at the ground level, but that needs to grow into a huge behemoth of an industry. So the future, there are many opportunities and challenges. I've listed some of them, but let me quickly run through. What we need is capability in all our services. Air Marshal Harjinder Singh is an example. He developed aircraft very early on at a time when people thought India couldn't do this in Kanpur. What we need is competence, comprehension, creativity, and capacity. We have extraordinary competence in our top research institutions. There's no doubt about that. The best institutions, sadly, I would say, are what I would call a short walk from India. They need to be connected to India. And it's our job, working in the defense sector, and the institution's job to have this handshake. We have really top quality comprehension. Our atomic energy establishment is one such example, taking on great challenges and combining fundamental research with advances in nuclear research. And there has been extraordinary creativity in fundamental research from life sciences, from humanities, from physics, chemistry in India. And this creative system which links economics, politics, and science is something which is absolutely fantastic. We have the capacity to take on big projects. Our nuclear power plants are now already progressing very well. And these require deep management over a long haul. It's very difficult. If those kinds of technologies and a nuclear submarine can be taken up, there's no reason why we can't take out even more complicated defense projects. So for capability and a path to success is available, and I'd like to end by saying what we need for competence, comprehension, creativity, and capacity is a collaborative mindset. We need to trust people and collaborate. Break away from our silos. This has been said many times by many people, but it bears reiteration. If we can do that, the world is ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to request one of the iconic business leaders of India, Sri Baba Kalyani, Chairman of Bharat Forge, to kindly address the audience. Sri Baba Kalyani would be speaking on the subject of strengthening innovative defense product manufacturing.
Forward and back, okay. Thank you. Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Tripathi, Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal V.R. Chaudhary, Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, senior officers of the naval services, other services, friends from the defense industry, my fellow panelists and good friends, Dr. Vijay Raghavan, Dr. Krishna Ali, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here this afternoon on the Swavlamban 2024 to talk about innovation, defense product manufacturing. You know, innovation is a subject that's not only related to defense, but as Dr. Krishna said in his talk about vaccines and medical science, and what Dr. Vijay Raghavan talked about in terms of many of the areas where India can and is doing innovation. This is a very broad subject, and one of the reasons why I feel that we as a country have kind of remained behind a little bit than the rest of the world has been that we have not taken innovation as the major policy initiative for our growth. If you look at manufacturing, India's manufacturing to GDP is kind of stagnating around 15 to 16%. Although our GDP is growing, but the ratio of manufacturing is not growing. And the simple reason is we are not doing enough innovation. We are still dependent on the Western world to supply us a lot of technologies, a lot of equipments. Some of it is the kind of mindsets we have, the kind of trust deficit we have within our own system. I'm a student of history. I'm not a historian, I'm an engineer, but I read a lot of history. So my current reading is about the Maratha history. I'm reading about the period from 1640 to about after the Peshwas lost the war to the East India Company, which was almost closer to 1800. And if you look at the Maratha history, for 100 years, one man, Shivaji Maharaj, at that time, with a bunch of his mountain friends, as Aurangzeb called him the mountain rat, went and dominated and took over almost 3/4 of this country and ruled it with a very good system, very good administration, and very good ruling. Now, what ruined that rule was after the last Peshwas, after the third Peshwa died, the infighting started, the trust deficit began to set in, and trust was gone, and the British took advantage of this. This has been the history of India for thousands of years. I don't have to tell you that. Most of you know this. And I think one of the great things that I see in this whole Swavlamban program, this is your third Swavlamban, and I've been part of, let's say, the policy initiatives that were taken, started by the late Defense Minister, Mr. Manohar Parrikar, during his time, and of course carried on with our current Defense Minister, and everybody in between, including Dr. Vijay Raghavan, who has played a key role as the principal scientific advisor to the Prime Minister in shaping policy. But it is quite remarkable. Just walk into that hall and see those exhibits and see what all these young people are capable of doing. It is simply amazing to me as an engineer that imagine if we had done this 40 years ago. Where would India have been? And the reverse of that, with what is happening in this country and around the world, where will India be in the next 10 years? That's going to be the short, let's say, talk that I would like to give in terms of what I perceive in terms of defense manufacturing, a little bit in terms of what we do in defense manufacturing. We started defense manufacturing in 2012, not very long ago, just about 12 years ago, just before Prime Minister Modi got elected into the office as Prime Minister. So the new policies were not even in place. And we made our first artillery gun. I had some passion about artillery for some reason, because an artillery gun is largely a forging. The barrel is forged, the breech is forged, the muzzles are forged, the recoil systems are forged. There's a lot of machining involved, metal cutting involved in that. So I was wondering to myself in 2010, we got technology from Bofors in 1984 to make artillery guns. We got truckloads of drawings and specifications, and we were not able to make it. And why are we not able to make it? So let's give it a try. And that's how we started. And that's just the range of artillery guns that we make. We make almost 10 different platforms. The one in the middle was designed by DRDO. DRDO has some great capability in terms of design. And that gun is extremely capable, one of the best artillery guns on this planet today. But we have made a lot of other platforms on our own, with our own designs. And the other 2 platforms that you see there, we have 8 more platforms like that. We are now exporting this to Europe, to South America, and to other parts of the world. And that is innovation. That was just done. We don't have an order from the Indian Army yet, but that was just done with the passion that we had within our organization, people who believed that this is something that we can do. We do a lot of work for the Navy. We have started developing naval guns. We have started developing subsystems for the Navy. We're going to do many more things in the next few years in terms of both technical capability, technical knowledge. On our guns, I can tell you a small story. When we first made our gun in 2012, it was almost 2016, when we wanted to test it on a firing range. Nobody would give us permission to take it to a firing range and fire. The Army would not. So I had some friends in the United States at the Tri-City Army unit out in the middle of the corn country in the US, in Illinois. So I phoned my friend, General Chris, and I said, I have this problem, can you help me? He said, write a letter to Department of Defense. He told me what to write. And he said, once you get a reply, then we'll act on it. You won't believe it, within 7 days I got a reply. They said, send your gun to this place. So I air freighted my gun. In 45 days, they fired it, tested it, sent me a video and a report. And fortunately, after I got that, there was a conference in 2017, the Army Senior Staff Conference, where the Defense Minister was also there, and I was one of the speakers. So I told late Mr. Parikar about this story, and I showed him the video about this. Within 1 week, he changed the policy. And I think that was kind of the point of inflection in the policy change that took place in terms of the new defense procurement policies and everything else that kind of came after that. And it was a good thing that has led to this whole IDEX type of policy initiatives. I mean, it's unbelievable that the lateral or the potential talent that is available in this country with young people, many of them are sitting here, some of them going to be young people as they pass out of colleges, is just simply amazing. You just have to let them bloom, let them move, give them space, and things just fall in place. I mean, a very good example is Dr. Krishna's here. When we got the COVID, he didn't say this, he's very modest. He doesn't want to talk too much about his own company. And of course, Vijay Raghavan played a very key role in that. When the COVID hit us, like everybody else, the whole world was worried that India with 1.4 billion people will not be able to handle COVID. Its medical system will fall apart, its medical delivery system will fall apart. And they were more worried about India giving more of this virus to other countries than the other way around. Fortunately, with a strong political leadership, as Vijay mentioned, Prime Minister took a decision to have 2 private sector companies and make the vaccine, funded them, broke all the silos in the government, and the end result was we didn't need a multinational pharmaceutical company. It was an Indian company that produced vaccines for every Indian that needed a vaccine, and I think exported a lot of them. It's a good example of what can happen in this country. And I think IDEX will do similar things. The whole Swavlamban, the whole Atmanirbhar Bharat program that the government has launched will move in that direction very, very rapidly. And we need to believe in ourselves. We need to believe in ourselves. We need to believe in our colleagues. We need to believe in our scientists. We need to believe in the people who are doing work and allow them to do work. I've always said, in our scientific community, we have this unfortunate regulation called the GFR Act, which kind of prevents, I think Dr. Kamath is sitting here, he knows this very well, kind of prevents scientists from really doing the maximum that they can do for the purpose of science, for the purpose of innovation, for the purpose of developing new things. And today we have come to a world where there is an absolute need to unshackle this innovation, whether it's our scientific community, the DRDO, the scientific labs, whether it's our universities, whether it's our industry, whether it's public sector, private sector. We just simply need to unshackle this. And we need to give them a lot of freedom and allow them to move forward at a much higher speed than what they do today. I mean, we are well aligned industry-wise with the Navy's strategic goals. And I just want to assure everybody here that we are all working in this direction to create technology self-sufficiency in areas where we currently don't have enough self-sufficiency. Some of these Dr. Vijay Raghavan talked about, like gas turbines and jet engines and things like that. There are many other areas, but there is one thing that's going to help us dramatically do this faster, and that is the new age of AI. And I don't know how much everybody knows. I'm sure everybody uses ChatGPT AI. It's become almost like my wife uses it to find things out, and she's become even smarter than me because she has more time to get to her phone and use that. But more than that, what is most important is this. I don't know whether you read about this. This is just 2 days ago. This famous man that everybody knows, Elon Musk, has created a supercomputer which is, I think, 100 times more powerful than any supercomputer that the US had in 118 days. Normally to build a supercomputer, I think India has been building a supercomputer for 20 years. And he has built it in 118 days. And matter of fact, after putting the hardware together, to train the supercomputer, train means putting inputs into it, it took 18 days for him. And he used 100,000 NVIDIA H100 GPUs. Very, very powerful GPUs, each one of them, in a cluster format. This is the speed at which things are going to happen in the future. So we have to learn to move from incremental to exponential growth. And we can only do it provided we do three things. One, we allow all the potential that is there in our country to bloom, which is the young people. That don't matter whether they come from IITs or they come from regional engineering colleges or they come from small town engineering schools. Everybody has the potential. I came from a village which didn't even have electricity till I was 8 years old. So that's one thing we need to do. Second thing we need to do, we need to create more trust. We need to eliminate the trust deficit that is there. There's just too much of trust deficit. Historically, it's been there. And third, we need to think big. We need to think much beyond what we were thinking. We need to dream big. We need to be far more ambitious than what we have been. And if we can do that, then I think India will be a great country. The whole notion of Viksit Bharat will be achieved. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I now request Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral Dinesh Tripathi. Sir, could you please felicitate the eminent speakers of the plenary session? Shri Baba Kalyani, Chairman, Bharat Forge. Dr. K. Vijay Raghavan, former Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Dr. Krishna Ella, Chairman and Managing Director, Bharat Biotech.
So please take your seats, sir. We'll have a question and answer session now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are so fortunate to have these eminent speakers before us. It's an opportunity for all of us to dip into their wisdom. Members of the audience, the house is now open for questions. When you ask a question, please keep three things in mind. Introduce your name, keep your questions precise, and don't address your question to me. They are the ones who are going to answer the question. Just raise your hand if you need a mic. We're going to send it to you, sir. There you have it. Ma'am, please give the mic.
Sir, I'm Commander Lohit, sir. This question is to Mr. Baba Kalyani. Sir. So we have seen a lot of small startups in here who have been trying to contribute and develop systems for the Navy and the armed forces. As you mentioned that there was no contract and nobody held your hand when you made the guns. Since Kalyani, Bharat Forge is quite a big company. My point is, can such big conglomerates, companies, handhold these smaller startups, since it's an innovation, they have developed a product, and handhold them develop the product and then give it to the defense or sell it to the defense? Because the capital with the smaller companies are quite less, and sometimes they may or may not get fundings. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for your question. You know, that is, the question is, can you? Yes, we can. But the answer really is going to be, We will have to, otherwise we will not be able to make the exponential growth progress that we need to make. The only way we can industry can exponentially grow, you have an idea. Let's say, for example, with the advent of AI and all the competition that AI is going to bring, I mean, it is already bringing in many other industries. It has not yet come too much in the manufacturing sector because that's a little complex sector to deal with in terms of AI. But one of the areas that this is going to create a lot of new industry is smart robotics, for example. There could be many more. I'm just giving one example, smart robotics. Now, if an industry wants to get into smart robotics, the only way you can do is you need to create or team up with 100 startups in this area, create some kind of a ecosystem. Doesn't matter, there may be some in Bangalore, some in Pune, some in Delhi, some somewhere else. But they need to work in an ecosystem, and you need to bring the knowledge of these 100 startups and their couple of 100 people together. And you need to fund them, you need to give them capability, you need to give them computing power, you need to do all those things. And then only are you going to be able to develop products much faster than other people. This is the way it is going to happen in the future. And I think it is going to be not can we do it, we just need to do it.
Sound control. Ma'am, mic le aaiye zara.
Sir, this is Captain Devrit Kalia. I have another question for all the three esteemed guests. Sir, we have seen many technologies being developed and being made openly available. For example, many of the artificial intelligence are made openly available for us to further reinforce them, to train them to our use case. And many such technologies also exist in the open domain, and I think we can integrate them as per our requirement to our systems. So, as a big leap, how do you envisage the technologies of open source being integrated to our system, and do you have any plans for the same as well?
Thank you very much. You know, there are two components to this. One, the open source systems and what they can do and how to use them are going to be invaluable. And there's no doubt that despite the huge investment, for example, in AI related large language models, billions of dollars, huge power supply requirements, there's a new age coming in of greater efficiency in power consumption, as also a greater efficiency in training models, and that's going to result in the possibility of open source technologies being applied to very specific narrow use cases. That's important. My concern is not so much about whether we will do that. We will do that. There's a lot of innovative capacity. My concern is being truly innovative in foundational AI also is necessary, and that requires a longer haul and a more heavy and more complicated investment. In most other areas, you can see how investment directly in the university sector or in our research institutions can pay off. In AI, the challenge is that that's largely been, even in the West, a substantial industry growth. There are some very key players in the university sector, but how does one be competitive and lead in that is a major question for debate, which I think we should discuss and not hesitate to do that. Otherwise, we'll be only emulating and not potentially leading later on.
Sir, I'm retired Group Captain Narang from IDSA. Last year, India bought about 1,150 transport aircraft for commercial airlines, which at a listed price costs about $150 billion. So $150 billion going out of country with nothing coming in is going to be a challenge. Now this is a scientific and our economic progress problem, because we are looking at a Viksit Bharat, and that has got military applications of Atmanirbharta. How do we address this problem when you have an entire commercial airline going into the private sector and the national technology roadmap? We have an ambiguity. So I would like your view on the government perspective and Baba Kalyani sir's view. How would industry look at it, the same problem, and probably give potential solution?
First of all, I think what you said about ordering of 1,150 aircrafts or some such number. That's ordering. Unfortunately, Boeing is already on strike. So I don't think those aircrafts are going to come. It's going to be a long, long haul before those aircrafts arrive and before our money gets spent. So that's one problem. Then you have only one more aircraft manufacturer left, which is Airbus, which is already, I think, running at full capacities in terms of production. In terms of local, you talked about, I think your basic question is why can't India manufacture aircrafts? I think that's the fundamental question. India had aircraft manufacturing. Hindustan Aeronautics was a private sector company in close to our independence, 1947, 1948. Started by a Bombay businessman, Seth Walchand Hirajan. And they used to do maintenance, repair, overhaul of aircrafts, both British as well as American, during the Second World War. And that's the origin of Hindustan Aeronautics. Okay, unfortunately, policies changed and something else happened. And for a long time, private sector was not allowed to invest in this sector at all, to manufacture. I think it was only till about last 15 odd years that private sector has been allowed to invest. And now you see Tata's have their aircraft facility in Baroda. Right now it's only an assembly facility, but in time it'll become a manufacturing facility once people get to know. I don't think there is a rocket science in building aircrafts. I think India was building aircrafts in the 50s, in the 60s. I mean, the NAT aircrafts were built in Bangalore and Kanpur during that time, as was shown by one of the speakers. So I don't think there's a rocket science behind it. I think we have to make a national mission out of this to make things happen, just like we are doing in many other products today. I mean, IDEX is a good example, although it's smaller products, but it can be done in bigger products, in platforms. I just want to give you only one example, and this is maybe good for everybody. During the Second World War, between 1939 and 1944, under President Roosevelt's administration, the United States built 210 submarines in 4 years, 150 aircraft carriers in 4 years, taking the help of the private sector alone. Companies like Frigidaire, who used to make refrigerators, started making aircraft engines. And those aircraft engines had 10 times more components than today's aircraft engines because they're all piston engines. And they were all reciprocating engines. So, US made it happen because people were very patriotic. The world was at war. Everybody wanted to participate. India is not less patriotic. We are also as patriotic, or maybe even more. We just need to make it our national mission and make it happen.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Sergeant Commander.
Just a second, please.
Chinese have done an amazing job. What they did is simple policy. One, copy what Americans had. Second is innovate. And they copied the high-speed train, flights, everything.
Yeah, I'm Sergeant Commander Arnab Ghosh. I'm into medical innovations. I have a specific question to Dr. Raghavan sir. What is your take regarding organizational entrepreneurs? We are talking about entrepreneurs, but inventors in the organizations who spend around 20, 25 years or maybe 30 years. Immense potential, immense resources, access to many technologies. What is the government's take or maybe policies India is foreseeing for facilitating organizational entrepreneurs?
Thank you. This is actually a very, very important question. Our institutions, whether they're in the defense or in state government or central government, if you look at a person there who's served for 20 years or 30 years and you talk to them, and I'm saying not talk to the bureaucrats, but talk to the engineers in that organization For example, if you go to the Municipal Corporation of Delhi and talk to the engineers in charge of waste management. Now, from the outside, you wonder, why is waste management such a problem? But you go in and you talk to that person, it is stunning the depth of knowledge and understanding and innovation which that person has. So in other words, it is the organizational hierarchy which often inhibits the unleashing of this innovation, because organizations are too focused on precision and they forget the importance of accurate. Precision means do this correctly, follow this rule, put this tick mark, put that tick mark. Accuracy means more or less approximately solving the problem. So this has been addressed at the highest level. People know the problem, but entrepreneurship exists in our organization, not just jugaad, but truly innovative understanding, and we need to unleash that. Otherwise, we are tying down many people in our organizations because of our stress on processes. In the private sector also, by the way, there are these kinds of challenges. But the focus on outcomes and impacts is so strong. The focus on quarterly demands are so strong that no organization can afford to be complacent about this. So the government also, in our multiple organizations, no shortage of talent, we need to unleash that.
Last question, please.
Jain sir, I am Captain Sunil. Sir, I have a two-part question. Number one is for Dr. Raghavan sir. Sir, I have seen and studied defense industry in our neighbor. They have companies like Norinco, Chengdu and all these companies. These are the private companies, but there is so good communication between manufacturer, these companies, and the user like PLA, that they depute one officer of service to these companies, so that if there is some change or something has to be done technically, they can immediately do. So we don't see that sort of synergy in India. So my question is, sir, how do you see, is there any scope of having this kind of organizational change in India so that we can work a bit faster? And second question is to Kalyani sir. Sir, in India, there is so much capacity gap and demand gap, like we need not to have competition, we can have cooperation between all the companies. So is there any chance of forming a super consortium of companies to work in much better way for the defense? Thank you, sir.
So the first part of the question about embedding military officers in companies, see, that's a peculiar, that kind of embedding which you talked about at the PLA is a peculiar PLA phenomenon where independently of whether the company is private or public, that what I would call military-civil fusion is there. That's why I use the word civil-military fusion in a very different way. So that's a peculiar Chinese aspect. That said, we have, as Baba Kalyani mentioned, extraordinary design capabilities in our defense laboratories. The private sector has got extraordinary ability to execute large projects, and the defense has got extraordinary focus needs. These three coming together with embedding of defense officers in a collaborative way is the solution. And some of the aspects, by the way, the kinds of guns Baba talked about, some of the nuclear submarine projects, the other projects in large undertakings which companies such as L&T and Mahindra have taken up, those have these kinds of embedding. Now the question is, can you institutionally scale it up that this embedding is there also at the leadership level of these projects is a big challenge.
The final question, please.
Jain sir, I'm Govind Kumar, Junior Scientific Officer from Directorate of Indigenization. My question to the eminent personalities on the dais, sir, can we build submarine aircraft? Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, can't understand your question. What do you mean by submarine aircraft?
Sir, submarine aircraft, basically that will submerge inside the water, and when required, it will come on the surface and can launch aircrafts whenever required, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, right now, I think I've only seen in a James Bond film. But you know, any product that is required in reality, if there's a need for a product, the capability to engineer, design, and make it is available. And now with AI being available to almost a common man, you know, the power of AI makes a common person as smart or as capable as a highly educated person, or at most pretty close to it. So I think we have tremendous talent, and this talent will only grow with the use of AI and AI tools that are going to come. So anything is possible. I mean, there are people who are designing flying cars at this moment. And I think in Dubai, they already have flying cars running around. So anything is possible, but there has to be a market for it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the end of this plenary session. May I request all members of the audience to please give a round of applause in respect of our eminent speakers, Dr. Krishna Ella, Dr. Vijay Raghavan, Sri Baba Kalyani. Thank you so much, sirs. You know, sir, that final question was really tricky, very imaginative. You want a flying submarine or you want a diving aircraft? That way. You want a combination of both. Okay? You'll get that if you play Punjabi music. After 11 p.m., you'll be able to see submarines flying and aircrafts diving. दोस्तों, आप सबको हम बताना चाहेंगे कि सभा के मुख्य अतिथि भारत के माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह अब भारत मंडपम में पधार चुके हैं और कुछ ही समय में वो यहाँ इस प्लेनरी हॉल में आएंगे। सभी दर्शकों से एक बार फिर निवेदन है, अपने मोबाइल फोन्स चेक कर लीजिए, उनको साइलेंट मोड पे कर दीजिए। My compliments to this audience for being so involved in the plenary session and looking so attentive, especially after that heavy lunch. Okay, this is a special request to all the young students, cadets of the National Cadet Corps. जब तालियां बजाने का वक्त आएगा ना, तो तालियां उनके कान तक नहीं, उनके दिल तक पहुंचनी चाहिए। समझ गए? Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for the arrival of our chief guest, let us show you a couple of special films. Video control, let's stand by. We'll show you the first film on Swavlamban 2024.
In the face of an uncertain world, to safeguard our future, Indian Navy propels forward, ready for every challenge. Strengthened by the spirit of innovation and indigenization.
भारतीय नौसेना की भूमिका निरंतर बढ़ती जा रही है, इसलिए नौसेना का स्वावलंबी होना बहुत आवश्यक है।
In the heart of India's capital, a vision for the future unfolds. Swavlamban 2024, where innovation ignites strength and where power meets purpose. Where strength and innovation converge to shape a secure, self-reliant Bharat.
Innovation and Indigenization Seminar is Indian Navy's annual event that brings innovators, incubators, and industry partners together towards charting an Atmanirbhar future for the Navy.
United in purpose, the Army, Navy, and Air Force march forward under one mission to build a stronger, more self-reliant defense force. With the latest homegrown technologies, we are equipped to defend our nation by our nation. Our forces are equipped with cutting-edge advancements, from precision-guided weaponry to state-of-the-art communication systems, all developed and manufactured within our own borders. Through the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, we foster a culture of innovation that goes beyond the ordinary. This platform is a melting pot of ideas, connecting the brightest minds from startups, academia, and industry leaders across the globe. At Swavlamban 2023, we unveiled revolutionary solutions under the Sprint Initiative, a true game changer in maritime defense. Leaders from across the nation gather at Swavlamban, where key decisions shape the future of India's defense. In this forum of ideas and strategy, policymakers, military leaders, and innovators come together to chart a path toward a more secure, self-reliant India.
The previous two editions of this seminar saw enthusiastic response and energetic participation, resulting in more than 2,000 proposals, 171 contracts, an outlay of over 2,000 crore rupees.
At the core of this transformation is innovation, a word that goes beyond mere progress. It signifies a commitment to breaking barriers, pushing boundaries, and redefining what's possible. Our dedication to indigenization ensures that the future of Indian defense is Atmanirbhar, self-reliant and self-sustaining. Swavlamban. We enhance our navy's float, move, and fight capabilities, thereby safeguarding our maritime borders with unparalleled precision and strength. Each vessel, each piece of equipment symbolizes our nation's resolve to stand tall and independent in the face of global challenges. We've seen an unprecedented surge in our efforts to ensure that our defense forces are not only prepared for today's challenges, but are also ready to meet the unknowns of tomorrow. Today, we celebrate the power of Indian innovation. These innovators amplify our strength, redefine our strategies, and elevate our capabilities. They are the game changers of tomorrow.
PSA Technologies started as a space company. Thanks to the IDEX program, we were able to venture into the defense side of things as well.
Which 150 square feet when it started off, today and expanded over 3 acres of factory space. This has only been possible due to undaunted support of DIO and TDAC NIO.
Each prototype, each piece of equipment embodies the spirit of excellence and the relentless pursuit of perfection that drive the Indian Navy forward. This is where dreams take shape and where the future of our defense is built, one innovation at a time.
Let Swavlamban 2024 showcase our collective strength and power, propelled by the constant drive for innovation and indigenization.
Swavlamban 2024, where strength and power through innovation and indigenization lead the way to a secure and prosperous future.
ऐसा देश कभी न देखा कभी न सुना है देशों का सरताज यह भारत देश है
सभी दर्शकों को एक बार फिर सूचित किया जाता है, हमारे मुख्य अतिथि भारत के
माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह कुछ ही पलों में इस हॉल में पधारने वाले हैं। सभी दर्शक कृपया अपने स्थानों पर बने रहें। मुख्य अतिथि के आगमन पर कोई भी जन आगे ना आए, अपने स्थानों पर बने रहें। नारेबाजी बिल्कुल वर्जित है। समारोह की गरिमा को कायम रखना हम सब की जिम्मेदारी है। Ladies and gentlemen, we await the arrival of our chief guest, the Honorable Defense Minister of India, Shri Rajnath Singh. We still have a couple of minutes to show you a very special film about something which is happening 10,000 miles away from here. Two young, brave naval officers, Lieutenant Commander Dilna and Lieutenant Commander Rupa, are sailing south of equator on a mission to circumnavigate the globe. They'll be sailing on an Indian-made sailing vessel called INSV Tarini, just a 50-foot boat, covering a distance of 21,000 nautical miles, equivalent to almost 40,000 kilometers, and they'll be at sea for 8 months. Can you imagine? They're riding the rough seas. Let's have a look at a special film on Lieutenant Commander Dilna and Lieutenant Commander Rupa.
I'm really excited. We're well aware of all the difficulties we might face during the expedition. We are fully prepared.
We have been training since almost 3 years for the circumnavigation. Upcoming voyage is going to be a challenging one, and I feel really excited and thrilled about it.
Circumnavigation involves sailing around the world, starting and ending at the same port. Navigating through rough seas and storms of the Southern Ocean, we use only sails which harness the power of the wind. For a true circumnavigation, we must cross the equator twice, sail a distance of minimum 21,600 nautical miles, and pass via 3 significant capes: Cape Leuwin in Australia, Cape Horn, and the Cape of Good Hope.
Everything has to be done by ourselves.
You need to manage the boat, like put up the sails. It's very physically demanding and mentally demanding.
Right from repairing of machineries and navigation, even cleaning, cooking, everything.
In the middle of the sea, if anything goes wrong, in case we are far away from the land and we don't have any immediate support.
I do have fear. It's very important that you have a right amount of fear so that you are safe and the boat is safe. You have to be mentally very strong to go through the extreme weather conditions, rough seas, storms, gale force winds.
There's no teacher better than the sea. When you see the nature at its full force, which is something you cannot fight, so it just becomes an act of survival.
You know, folks, for a person who's not a mariner, it's difficult, and it's even beyond your imagination to understand the difficulties of circumnavigation. Here is a small tip for all the students. When you go back home, you can search on Google and see how many people have climbed Mount Everest and how many people have successfully circumnavigated the globe. That'll give you a fair idea of what I'm saying. Common people like us, when it's raining a bit, we don't want to get out of the room because you'll get wet. Too hot, too sunny? No. But here you have 2 young naval officers all by themselves riding the rough waves. They're about to reach Fremantle in Australia. You can track them on the globe. The Navy is tracking them, and they're going to be back after a successful mission in May next year. Yes, 8 months at sea, all by themselves. Folks, the countdown has begun. Any moment now, we'll witness the arrival of our chief guest, the Honorable Defense Minister of India, Shri Rajnath Singh. प्यारे बच्चों, लंबी लंबी सांस ले लो। जब मौका मिले ना, ऐसी ताली बजाना कि बिल्डिंग हिल जाए। हमें बड़ी खुशी है कि आप यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं भारत मंडपम में, क्योंकि किसी भी फौजी समारोह में इतना डिसिप्लिन कड़क होता है कि तालियां भी लोग बिल्कुल संतुलन से बजाते हैं, लेकिन रक्षा मंत्री जी जब यहाँ आएंगे दिल खोल के बजाइएगा, ठीक है? ठीक है? क्या हो गया भाई? ऑल वेल? Please rise. The Honorable Defense Minister of India, Shri Rajnath Singh. आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि एक बार दिल से ऊंची तालियों की गूंज से हमारे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी का स्वागत करें। देखिए कितना अच्छा लग रहा है, हम इस भव्य प्रकोष्ठ में बैठे हैं भारत मंडपम में। एयर कंडीशनिंग है, क्या समा है, इतने सीनियर लोग यहाँ पर हैं और हमारे सामने हमारे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी उपस्थित हैं। लेकिन दोस्तों याद रखिए कि इसी पल और हर पल हमारे वीर सैनिक, वायु सैनिक और नौ सैनिक अपने अपने ड्यूटी स्टेशंस पर तैनात हैं और वो भारत की रक्षा के लिए सब कुछ कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार हैं। हमारी डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री के जो मेंबर्स यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, आपके लिए ये छोटा सा संदेश। द सेलर्स, एयर वॉरियर्स एंड सोल्जर्स ऑफ इंडिया who are now ready at their duty stations to defend and protect our nation. These men and women in uniform, they trust you. They depend on you. To earn the trust of a man or woman in uniform, to earn the trust of a soldier is the greatest honor and the greatest responsibility, and I hope that will be the greatest motivation for the Indian defense industry to keep charging towards a self-reliant India. There's one good news which I'd like to bring forward to this audience. The Indian defense industry has grown 3,000% in terms of defense exports, 3,000% over the last 10 years. 30 times growth in the last 10 years, and that is, it is the highest growth rate. Do note, a growth rate of 3,000% in 10 years is the highest growth rate of any industrial group in the world. What a remarkable achievement, and this is just the beginning. The other very important thing is the transformation that we have seen over the last 10 years. भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने, श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमारे देश को एक मूल लक्ष्य दिया आत्मनिर्भरता का। आत्मनिर्भर भारत का जो लक्ष्य हम सबको मिला, उससे हमारे देश की प्रगति की दिशा, ऊर्जा और गति बदल गई और हमारे देश में ऐसा क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन आ रहा है। आज हमारी डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री के जितने सदस्य वो कहते हैं कि इतनी कोऑपरेशन, इतना सपोर्ट मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस से जो आज हमें मिलता है, वो आज तक तो भारत के इतिहास में कभी हुआ ही नहीं। तो दोस्तों, एक बार तालियों के साथ अपना आभार व्यक्त करें उनके लिए जिनके नेतृत्व में हम सबको इतना प्रोत्साहन मिलता है, हमारे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी श्री राजनाथ सिंह। It is under his leadership that the Ministry of Defense has motivated and inspired the Indian defense industry. I now request Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral Dinesh Kumar Tripathi. Sir, could you please give the welcome address?
Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, General Upen Dwivedi, Chief of Army Staff, Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh, Chief of Air Staff, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Defense Secretary Designate, Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary, our former Chief of Air Staff, Shri Sameer V. Kamath, Secretary R&D and Chairman DRDO, Shri Rajendra Singh Bhatia, President of Society of Indian Defence Manufacturers, Vice Chiefs of all three services, CISC, illustrious moderators, panelists and speakers through the day during the conference, distinguished invitees, our industry partners, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. At the outset, let me express my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji for having taken time out from his busy schedule, and I know how busy he has been, to be here with us today. Sir, your presence today at the Indian Navy's Innovation and Indigenization Seminar, Swavlamban, signifies the importance attached by the Government of India to this seminar and self-reliance in the country in the security and defense of our nation. Sir, the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat has inspired us with renewed vigor and energy to strive for self-reliance through Swavlamban, a device to foster a culture of invention, innovation, indigenization, and incubation of ideas and thoughts into action. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would all know, India has set sail on an ambitious journey to become Viksit Bharat by 2047. Whilst Indian Navy remains committed to safeguarding our national maritime interest anytime, anywhere, anyhow, to facilitate this journey, we also made a solemn commitment to be a fully Atmanirbhar force before 2047. In terms of hardware, in terms of software, but more importantly, in terms of mindware. I do believe that Atmanirbharta in mindware, that is how we think, would be a key element in defining our growth as a nation. By integrating the in-house treasure trove of knowledge from our civilizational history with contemporary knowledge and adapting them to address the complex challenges of today, we can create a unique and self-reliant course for a new and confident India that is truly Atmanirbhar. Taking this endeavor forward, Sprint, that is supporting pole vaulting in research and development through IDEX, NIIO, and TDAC, which were launched during the first edition of Swavlamban in July of 2022 by our Honorable Prime Minister, defines our approach of promoting innovation in defense technology on a sprint mode. It starts with a vibrant ecosystem guided and fostered by a clear vision of our government to achieve Atmanirbharta in every possible field. Furthermore, enabled by the policies of the Ministry of Defense under the leadership of Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji, the armed forces today have a clear roadmap to pursue self-reliance in the strategically important security sector. In this context, IDEX has launched 11 editions of Defense India Startup Challenge or DISC, wherein the Indian Navy is collaborating with over 155 startups and MSMEs. In the recently concluded DEF Connect 4.0, the Indian Navy is spearheading 5 pioneering challenges under Aditi 2.0 scheme in niche domains. Therefore, to my mind, more than ever, today we have the potential to make India a global defense innovation manufacturing hub. Ladies and gentlemen, Indian Navy's Swavlamban seminar aims to harness and promote this collective capital of our country by providing a common platform to all stakeholders. Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji, I remember the impactful words you shared very recently with our future leadership at the National Defense College. And I quote, "Think critically, adapt to unforeseen circumstances, and leverage latest technology to gain strategic advantage in today's time," unquote. I'm indeed delighted to share that through constant conversation and collaborative efforts of DIO and NIIO, 173 challenges presented to industry by the Navy, including all the 75 challenges launched by the Honorable Prime Minister as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. They have been converted into pragmatic solutions and positive outcomes. This has resulted in fructification of more than 2,000 proposals with an outlay of over 2,000 crores and conclusion of 171 contracts for an excess of 788 crores, which the figure is going up day by day for development of Swadeshi solutions. Many of them being global first, game changers, and technologically futuristic. The success of our previous two editions has inspired us to expand the scope and scale of this year's edition through launch of new transformational technology initiative and challenges, including a hackathon. Sir, in line with Government of India's vision, we are committed to working together with all stakeholders in this journey to invigorate indigenous prowess through reshaping the future of our nation. And therefore, I'm happy to inform that this landmark edition is also witnessing the largest ever participation of delegates from across our defense sectors, which includes from the Indian Army, Indian Air Force, Coast Guard, as well as Central Armed Police Forces, Defense PSUs, shipyards, and DRDO. I am convinced that this seminar, aptly themed Strength and Power through Innovation and Indigenization, that is Navachar Evam Swadeshikaran se Sashaktikaran, will synchronize and synergize our efforts to ideate, innovate, imbibe, and integrate niche technologies to face future challenges. To conclude, I would once again express my gratitude to the Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji for his unwavering support and vision. Sir, your leadership has been instrumental in guiding us towards the path of Atmanirbharta. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, along with the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force, the Indian Navy has been at the forefront of the efforts towards our national objective of self-reliance, our national objective of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Today, the entire world recognizes that the Indian Navy is a professional, ethical, and progressive organization. And the reason for that is that the Indian Navy always leads by example, and the Indian Navy's leadership always leads by example. May I request you for a round of applause for the Navy Chief. अब चलते हैं कार्यक्रम के अगले पृष्ठ की ओर, लेकिन उससे पहले यहाँ पे बैठे हुए जितने बच्चे हैं हमारे सामने, स्टूडेंट्स, युवा, एनसीसी कैडेट्स, आप सबके लिए भारतीय नौसेना की तरफ से एक छोटा सा संदेश दिल से। हम तैयार हैं, हरदम तैयार हैं, जी जान से तैयार हैं, और इसीलिए हम लहरों के पहरेदार हैं। एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजा के हिला दो भारत मंडपम को। Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come now to celebrate the release and launches in this third edition of Swavlamban 2024. We would like to begin with the release of Swavlamban 3. The Swavlamban 3 document, the indigenization plan, formulates the requirements of the Indian Navy, lists out the equipment, systems, subsystems which can be taken up for indigenization in the coming years by the PSUs, DRDO, and private industry. May I request our Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, to please release Swavlamban 3, the indigenization plan. We shall now have the launch of the indigenization roadmap for armaments and explosives. Explosive manufacturing and testing is a key milestone towards indigenous production of ammunition. Indigenization roadmap document is named Challenges and Opportunities in Indigenization of Ammunition and Explosives, Surmounting Gaps. It is compiled and is being released as a ready reference for use by the Indian Defense Industrial Base to aid the process of indigenous ammunition manufacturing. I request Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, sir, to please launch the indigenization roadmap for armament and explosives. दोस्तों, हमारे देश को आज़ाद हुए 77 साल हो गए हैं, लेकिन हमारे देश के इतिहास में पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है कि रक्षा मंत्रालय की तरफ से ऐसी लीडरशिप, इतनी इंस्पिरेशन और इतना साथ दिया जा रहा है इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री को। जो आप रोड मैप देख रहे हैं, ये बहुत ही अमूल्य इनिशिएटिव है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस और इंडियन नेवी की ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का। अब चलते हैं अगले दौर पे, द एक्सचेंज ऑफ द मेमोरेंडम ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग्स बिटवीन भारत इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स लिमिटेड एंड थर्ड आईटेक प्लस भारत सेमी। I'd like to request the CMD of Bharat Electronics, Shri Manoj Jain, and Ms. Brinda Kapoor, Chief Executive Officer of Third iTech, to please join us for the exchange of Memorandum of Understanding. We shall now have the felicitation of innovators. 7 firms who have signed bulk contracts with the Indian Navy would be felicitated with a certificate, and they would have the honor to pose for a formal group photograph on stage with our Honorable Defense Minister. I'll now announce their names in sequence. Vimal Fire Controls, Aeromobic Systems, TSC Technologies, Airbotics Technologies, Sagar Defense Engineering, Optrel India, Adisan Systems, you can see the logos, the brand logos of all these winners on the screen. दोस्तों, जब हम क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन की बात करते हैं तो उसमें सच्चाई ये है कि रोज कुछ न कुछ ऐसी उपलब्धियां होती हैं जो हमारे देश के इतिहास में पहली बार हो रही हैं। और अब हम अनाउंस करेंगे हैकाथॉन विनर्स के नाम। टू ऑनर द एक्सेप्शनल अचीवमेंट्स ऑफ सम ऑफ द ब्राइटेस्ट माइंड्स इन आवर नेशन at the inaugural naval hackathon, the Indian Navy organized a hackathon a week back on the 22nd of October. This was hosted by the Navy as a part of Swavlamban 2024. The Naval Hackathon united 900 innovators from across India in a mission to solve real-world defense challenges. With 5 complex problem statements at hand, these talented participants put forth their best efforts to bring forward creative solutions that promise to elevate our naval capabilities. Today, we are thrilled to recognize the standout contributions of our winners, whose work embodies both vision and dedication. Put your hands together and let's have the applause flowing for problem statement number 1, speech separation. Ms. Noorin Nasir Kot, a student from IIIT Kota, and Sahasransu Purohit, a professional freelancer. They're the winners of the problem statement number 1, speech separation. Let's move on. Problem statement number 2, drone swarm coordination. Master T. Advik Vithan, a student from Karunya Institute of Technology and Science, Coimbatore, and Suvranshu Jana, professional from Messrs. Autosky Aerospace. Problem statement number 3. Problem statement number 3 is real-time tracking of flying objects. Master Rishabh Bhattacharya, a student from IIIT Hyderabad, and Mr. Apurva Joshi, a professional from Messrs. Indrone Solutions. Problem statement number 4, load balancer on OpenStack. Miss Sneha, a professional from Messrs. Jupical Technologies, and Alok Kumar Thakur, Petty Officer ELR from the Indian Navy. And finally, problem statement number 5, maritime situational awareness. Commander Dheeraj Khanna, retired, a professional from Messrs. Pythtech. Master Aparesh Kumar, student from Shiksha O Anusandhan, Ranchi. We shall now move on to the next element of the release and launches in this function, the unveiling of IDEX challenges. Aditi 3 consisting of 1 problem statement and this 13 consisting of 7 problem statements of the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force would now be launched by our chief guest, the Honorable Raksha Mantri of India, Shri Rajnath Singh. May I now request Shri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Raksha Mantri, sir, could you please release the IDEX challenges?
The landscape of defense innovation has evolved rapidly, pushing the boundaries of excellence in defense technology. IDEX is accelerating Atmanirbharta in defense by driving critical and next-generation ideas through state-of-the-art innovation. As India augments its position as a global defense power, IDEX remains steadfast in its commitment towards boosting innovative and cutting-edge technologies for our armed forces. Earlier this month, Honorable Raksha Mantri launched Aditi 2.0 and Disk 12 during DevConnect 4.0. Continuing the efforts to make India self-reliant in developing strategic technologies on the occasion of the 3rd Annual Innovation and Indigenization Seminar, Swavlamban 2024. The Indian Navy, together with the Indian Army and Indian Air Force, has partnered with IDEX to unveil 8 challenges in a step closer to Atmanirbhar Bharat. Presenting the 3rd edition of Acing Development of Innovative Technologies with IDEX and the 13th edition of the Defence India Startup Challenge, with grants up to 25 crore and 1.5 crore that feature challenges across technology domains such as directed energy weapons, artificial intelligence, military communications, network protocols, cybersecurity and more. Swavlamban 3.0 marks the launch of 8 IDEX challenges. Indian Navy with 3 challenges. Indian Army with 3 challenges. Indian Air Force with 2 challenges. IDEX extends an open invitation to innovators, startups and MSMEs. Pushing boundaries, advancing defense.
I now request all the speakers and moderators of the interactive sessions and the plenary session to please step on the stage for a group photograph with our Honorable Chief Guest. And now the final element of release and launches. Ladies and gentlemen, to showcase the technological advancements achieved through innovation by startups, the Indian Navy is launching Sagar Mala Parikrama today. Matangi, an autonomous surface vessel developed by Sagar Defense Engineering, shall embark on a passage to herald the age of autonomous capabilities developed in India. The sea transit from Mumbai to Tuticorin spans a distance of about 850 nautical miles, equivalent to 1,500 kilometers. The unique aspect of the passage is that Matangi shall transit in autonomous mode. And there she is on the screen, Matangi in autonomous mode without human intervention, using the indigenously developed navigation and collision avoidance software. दोस्तों वीडियो देख के मेरी तो सांस रुक रही है, आप लोग सांस लेते रहिए. This is Matangi. Can you imagine an autonomous surface vessel going to travel 1,500 kilometers across the Indian Ocean without human intervention? May I now request our Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, sir, please flag off the mission, Sagar Mala Parikrama. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Raksha Mantri will be flagging off the mission with Flag November. And you're now watching the live stream coming from Mumbai. This is the live stream. Matangi is ready. And there she goes. A historic moment for the Indian Navy, a historic moment for the Indian defense industry, and definitely a historic moment for Mother India. That's the live stream coming to you from Mumbai. This vessel is going to go around the coast of India from Mumbai to Tuticorin without human intervention. लंबी सांस लेके एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए यार, क्या बात है. Congratulations to the Indian defense industry for this golden milestone. मैं अब हमारे मुख्य अतिथि माननीय श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, भारत के रक्षा मंत्री, से निवेदन करता हूं, श्रीमान कृपया सभा को संबोधित करें.
मैं चाहूँगा कि सबसे पहले इस कार्यक्रम के मॉडरेटर शरदचंद सिन्हा के लिए एक बार तालियां हो जानी चाहिए. और अच्छी तरह मॉडरेट किया, एक्सेलेंट मॉडरेशन. एडमिरल डी.के. त्रिपाठी, चीफ ऑफ नेवल स्टाफ, जनरल उपेंद्र जी द्विवेदी, चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ, एयर चीफ मार्शल A.P. सिंह, चीफ ऑफ एयर स्टाफ, श्री R.K. सिंह, डिफेंस सेक्रेटरी डेजिग्नेट, डॉक्टर समीर V. कामत, सेक्रेटरी DDR&D एंड चेयरमैन DRDO, बाबा कल्याणी, चेयरमैन एंड मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर भारत फोर्ज, लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल J.P. मैथ्यू सिस्क, वाइस एडमिरल K. स्वामीनाथन VCNS, श्री R.S. भाटिया, प्रेसिडेंट SIDM एंड फॉर्मर एयर चीफ मार्शल V.R. Chaudhary, senior officials, industry representatives and innovators, मीडिया के मित्रों, देवियों व सज्जनों. इंडियन नेवी द्वारा आयोजित स्वावलंबन इवेंट में आज आप सबके बीच उपस्थित होकर मुझे बेहद खुशी हो रही है. मैं इंडियन नेवी को डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और सोसाइटी ऑफ इंडियन डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के साथ मिलकर स्वावलंबन का आयोजन करने पर अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं. आपने इस आयोजन की थीम स्ट्रेंथ एंड पावर थ्रू इनोवेशन एंड इंडिजिनाइजेशन रखी है. मैं समझता हूं कि यह न केवल वर्तमान की परिस्थितियों के लिहाज से रेलेवेंट है, बल्कि यह भविष्य के भी आपके प्रयासों को दिशा देने में निश्चित रूप से मदद करेगी. इसलिए मैं पुनः आप सबको इसके लिए बधाई देता हूं. मैं इस इवेंट में पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को तथा इसमें शामिल विभिन्न कंपटीशंस के विनर्स को भी बधाई देता हूं. पिछले 2 वर्षों में आप सबके सामने हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस ने जो भी चैलेंजेस रखे, आपने उन्हें पूरा किया है. आपने जिस प्रकार से हमारी सेनाओं को अनेक टेक्नोलॉजी दी, उसके लिए आप सभी प्रशंसा के पात्र हैं. मुझे विश्वास है कि यह इवेंट आपके, हमारी सेनाओं के और पूरे देश के साइंटिफिक हॉरिजन को और वाइडन करेगा. साथियों, इस इवेंट में आप जो भी इनिशिएटिव शुरू कर रहे हैं, वह चाहे स्वावलंबन डॉक्यूमेंट को रिलीज करना हो, आईडेक्स चैलेंजेस की अनवीलिंग हो, हैकाथन अवार्ड हो या फिर सागरमाला परिक्रमा की शुरुआत हो, यह सब इस बात को दिखाते हैं कि डिफेंस सेक्टर में इंडिजिनाइजेशन, इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट को लेकर आप सभी कितने सक्रिय और सजग हैं. आत्मनिर्भरता को लेकर इंडियन नेवी का प्रयास बेहद सराहनीय है. मैं कई मौकों पर और कई मंचों से इंडियन नेवी की इस बात को लेकर तारीफ भी कर चुका हूं. मेरी दृष्टि में इंडियन नेवी एक प्रकार से इनोवेटिव नेवी है. इनोवेशन और आत्मनिर्भरता के प्रति आपका संकल्प आपके द्वारा कराए जा रहे इस कार्यक्रम में भी स्पष्ट रूप से दिखाई दे रहा है। मैंने अभी कुछ देर पहले यहाँ लगी एग्जीबिशन को विजिट किया। उसमें मुझे जो टेक्नोलॉजी और प्रोडक्ट्स दिखाए गए वे मन में यही विश्वास पैदा करते हैं, मन में यह भरोसा पैदा करते हैं कि आने वाले समय में आप सभी इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजीज के क्षेत्र में एक लंबी दूरी तय करने वाले हैं। मुझे बताया गया कि आज आप सब ने फ्यूचर वारफेयर, इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज तथा इंडिजिनस डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम के ऊपर सेशंस भी आयोजित किए हैं। मैं यह भी देख पा रहा हूं कि इस बार के इवेंट में पिछले 2 इवेंट्स की तुलना में ज़्यादा पार्टिसिपेशन हुई है। ये सारी चीज़ें यह दिखाती हैं कि देश में इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट को लेकर एक वाइब्रेंट कल्चर डेवलप हुआ है। साथियों, भारत में रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट, इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट की बढ़ती हुई गति को मैं खुद अपनी आंखों से देख पा रहा हूं। इस बात की पुष्टि मैं इस प्रकार से कर सकता हूं कि पिछले सिर्फ 15 दिनों में ही मैं लगभग 3-4 ऐसे कार्यक्रमों में भाग ले चुका हूं जो इन विषयों से संबंधित रहे हैं। चाहे वो SIDM का कार्यक्रम हो, TDF का कार्यक्रम हो या फिर डेफ कनेक्ट हो, यह फ्रीक्वेंसी अपने आप में इस ओर स्पष्ट इशारा करती है कि भारत में अब इनोवेशन की एक लहर चल रही है। साथियों, आज मैं पूरे देश भर में डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर जो एक्साइटमेंट देख पा रहा हूं वह अनपैरेलल्ड है। ऐसा मुझे पास्ट में कभी देखने को नहीं मिला है। ऐसा मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं क्योंकि भारत के इतिहास में ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव चेंजेस के कई दौर आए हैं, पर इन चेंजेस ने डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन इकोसिस्टम को ज्यादातर बाईपास ही किया है। 90s के डिकेड में जब कंप्यूटर रिवॉल्यूशन आई थी तो पूरा समाज उससे प्रभावित हुआ, लेकिन डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में कोई ज्यादा परिवर्तन नहीं दिखा। इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म्स के बाद भी जब मार्केट में कैपिटल का फ्लो बढ़ना प्रारंभ हुआ तब भी पूरी अर्थव्यवस्था प्रभावित हुई, लेकिन डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में कोई ज्यादा परिवर्तन नहीं देखने को मिला। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी का दौर, तब भी हर क्षेत्र में क्रांति आई, लेकिन डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में कोई ज्यादा परिवर्तन नहीं दिखा। मतलब ऐसे अनेक अवसर आए जब भारत में डिफेंस सेक्टर को लेकर एक इनोवेटिव कल्चर डेवलप हो सकता था, लेकिन कुछ कारणों से ऐसा नहीं हो पाया। जो सबसे बड़ा कारण मुझे इसके पीछे दिखता है वह यह है कि हम एक लंबे समय तक इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंट देश रहे हैं। हम आर्म्स और इक्विपमेंट को लेकर इंपोर्ट पर इतने ज़्यादा निर्भर हो गए थे कि भारत में इनोवेटिव आइडियाज जन्म ही नहीं ले पा रहे थे। अगर कभी आइडियाज जन्म भी लें तो उनको एग्जीक्यूट कराने के लिए हमारे पास जैसा एक कम्प्रिहेंसिव सिस्टम होना चाहिए था, वह कम्प्रिहेंसिव सिस्टम भी नहीं था। पर पिछले कुछ वर्षों में राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने इंपोर्ट पर अपनी डिपेंडेंसी कम करने और आत्मनिर्भर बनने का निर्णय लिया। इसके लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो कमिटमेंट दिखाई वह आज भी हमारा मार्गदर्शन कर रही है। यह माननीय प्रधानमंत्री की दूरदर्शिता का यह परिणाम है कि पिछले कुछ वर्षों में स्थितियों में तेजी से सुधार हुआ है। आज हमारे पास कॉन्क्रीट इकोसिस्टम भी है और आज हम सेल्फ रिलायंस की ओर तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। साथियों, एक और महत्वपूर्ण बात मैं इसमें जोड़ना चाहता हूं, वह यह है कि सिर्फ पब्लिक सेक्टर ही भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए प्रयासरत नहीं है, बल्कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर की भी उतनी ही बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। और मैं तो यह मानता हूं कि यह प्राइवेट सेक्टर की भूमिका और आगे तेजी से बढ़ने वाली है। जो कॉन्फिडेंस इस समय मुझे प्राइवेट सेक्टर में देखने को मिला है, आज के कुछ वर्षों पहले वह कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं था। हमारी सरकार ने पब्लिक सेक्टर और प्राइवेट सेक्टर दोनों को एक साथ लेकर चलने का प्रयास किया है। डिफेंस सेक्टर में हमारा पब्लिक सेक्टर तो पहले से ही इन्वॉल्व था, लेकिन हमने इस बात को समझा कि आखिर एक पंख पर कोई पंछी कितनी दूरी उड़ सकता है, सरकार में आने के बाद हमने डिफेंस सेक्टर में दूसरे पंख को भी मजबूत किया, यानी हमने डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल इकोसिस्टम में प्राइवेट सेक्टर की भागीदारी को मजबूत करने का भरपूर प्रयास किया है। साथियों, आप इसी तरह हमारे डीपीएसयूज को देखें। हमारे डीपीएसयूज आत्मनिर्भरता के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने की दिशा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स लिमिटेड यानी एचएएल ने तो अपनी क्षमता को बढ़ाते हुए अभी हाल में ही महारत्ना का स्टेटस प्राप्त किया है। आज सुबह ही मैंने कई डीपीएसयूज की परफॉर्मेंस का रिव्यू किया है और मैं आपके सामने यह बेहद खुशी के साथ कह सकता हूं कि मैं डीपीएसयूज के परफॉर्मेंस से काफ़ी संतुष्ट हुआ हूं। लेकिन मैं आज इस मंच से प्राइवेट सेक्टर के साथ साथ अपनी डीपीएसयूज से भी यह आह्वान करूंगा कि आप लोग भी कॉन्टिन्यूअस इनोवेशन के दम पर लगातार नई नई ऊंचाइयां हासिल करने की कोशिश करें और आज की मीटिंग में भी मैंने उनसे यही आग्रह किया है। साथियों, प्राइवेट सेक्टर को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए हर वह प्रयास कर रही है सरकार जो आवश्यक है। जहां जरूरत पड़ी प्राइवेट सेक्टर को कैपिटल प्रदान किया, उन्हें रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट के लिए प्लेटफॉर्म दिया, उनके लिए नॉर्म्स को भी जितना आसान बनाया जा सकता है उसे आसान बनाने की कोशिश की है। आज प्राइवेट सेक्टर डिफेंस इनोवेशन में बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा ले रहा है। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा डिटेल में नहीं जाना चाहता, लेकिन आप सबको पता है कि आज हम अपनी ज़रूरतें तो पूरी कर ही रहे हैं, साथ ही साथ दूसरे देशों की ज़रूरतें भी पूरी कर रहे हैं। आज हमारे सारे प्रयास धरातल पर सफल होते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। साथियों, हमारे इन सम्मिलित प्रयासों का परिणाम सिर्फ यही नहीं है कि हम भारत की इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंसी को कम कर रहे हैं। हमारे प्रयासों का परिणाम सिर्फ यही नहीं है कि पब्लिक और प्राइवेट सेक्टर मिलकर डिफेंस सेक्टर में स्वावलंबन यानी सेल्फ रिलायंस के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, बल्कि हमारे प्रयासों का सबसे बड़ा परिणाम यह है कि पूरे भारत में साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन और फाइनली सेल्फ रिलायंस एक रिवॉल्यूशनरी आइडिया, एक क्रांतिकारी विचार यह बनकर उभरा है। यह विचार तेजी से प्रसारित भी हो रहा है। यह विचार हम सब भारतीयों के अंदर एक विश्वास भी पैदा कर रहा है कि हम अपने दम पर आत्मनिर्भर बन सकते हैं। साथियों, आप दुनिया के किसी भी क्षेत्र में देखें तो हर कार के पीछे कोई न कोई एक आइडिया छुपी होती है, चाहे वो पॉलिटिकल हो, चाहे वो इकोनॉमिक हो, सोशल हो या फिर कल्चरल ही क्यों न हो। पूरी दुनिया में कहीं भी कोई भी बड़ा डेवलपमेंट यदि हुआ है तो उसके पीछे कोई न कोई आइडिया ही विशेष रूप से जिम्मेदार रही है। बिना आइडिया के चेंज कभी नहीं आ सकता है। हालांकि नए विचार आसानी से एग्जीक्यूट भी नहीं होते हैं और विचारों को अनेक समस्याओं का सामना भी करना पड़ता है। बावजूद उसके विचारों में अगर ताकत होती है तो तमाम मुश्किलों को पार करते हुए सामने आ ही जाता है। साथियों, इतिहास में ऐसे अनेक उदाहरण हैं जहां किसी बड़े आइडिया को समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ा है, बावजूद इसके वह आइडिया पूरे दमखम के साथ समाज के सामने आई है। इस संबंध में मुझे गैलीलियो गैलीली का उदाहरण याद आ रहा है। आप सब गैलीलियो के बारे में अच्छी तरह जानते हैं। उन्होंने यूरोप को यह बताया था कि सोलर सिस्टम यह पृथ्वी केंद्रित नहीं बल्कि यह सूर्य केंद्रित है। उन्होंने यह बताया था कि पृथ्वी सूर्य की परिक्रमा करती है। उससे पहले यूरोपियन यही मानते थे कि सूर्य पृथ्वी की परिक्रमा करता है। जाहिर सी बात है कि वहां के लोगों के लिए यह आइडिया अपने में नया था। नए विचार से डरने वाले लोगों ने इस आइडिया को दबाने का भरपूर प्रयास किया। इसी क्रम में गैलीलियो को सजा भी हुई थी। बर्तोल्ट ब्रेख्ट का एक नाटक है, लाइफ ऑफ गैलीलियो। बर्तोल्ट ब्रेख्ट के उस नाटक में इस बात का भी जिक्र है कि जब उन्हें सजा सुनाई जा रही थी तो उनसे माफी मांगने को कहा गया और उनसे यह कहा गया कि यदि तुम मान लो कि सोलर सिस्टम पृथ्वी सेंट्रिक है, अर्थ सेंट्रिक है, तो हम तुम्हें छोड़ देंगे। गैलीलियो उस समय मन ही मन मुस्कुराते हैं। कई बार मैं सोचता हूं कि स्टेज पर इस सीन को कैसे प्ले किया गया होगा। गैलीलियो मन ही मन मुस्कुराते हैं और सोचते हैं कि यदि मैं यहाँ मान भी लूं कि पृथ्वी सूर्य का चक्कर नहीं लगाती, फिर भी सूरज का चक्कर लगाएगी तो पृथ्वी ही लगाएगी। मेरे माफी मांग लेने से यह सच झूठ तो नहीं बन जाएगा। मेरे माफी मांगने से यह आइडिया तो दब नहीं जाएगी। और आप देखिए कि आज पूरी दुनिया साइंटिफिक एविडेंसेस के साथ यह मान लिया है कि सूर्य पृथ्वी की नहीं बल्कि पृथ्वी सूर्य की परिक्रमा करती है। साथियों, इसी प्रकार मुझे फ्रेंच रेवोल्यूशन का भी एक उदाहरण याद आता है। उस क्रांति के दौरान लिबर्टी, इक्वालिटी एंड फ्रेटर्निटी के आइडिया को दबाने का बहुत ही प्रयास किया गया था, लेकिन क्या यह आइडिया दब पाई? फ्रांसीसी रिवॉल्यूशन से निकला हुआ स्वतंत्रता, समानता और बंधुत्व का विचार पूरी दुनिया में लोकतंत्र की यह नींव बन गया। भारत का स्वतंत्रता संग्राम भी इससे अछूता नहीं रहा है। स्वतंत्रता की हमारी आकांक्षा को भी दबाने का पूरा प्रयास किया गया। 1857 के प्रथम स्वतंत्रता संग्राम को तो दबाया ही गया, उससे पहले भी कई सारे छोटे बड़े विद्रोह देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में दबाए गए अथवा उन्हें दबाने की कोशिश की गई, लेकिन इससे स्वतंत्रता की हमारी जिजीविषा, हमारे दिल की तड़पन वह कम तो नहीं हुई। जब उस विचार का उचित समय आया तो पूरे देश में स्वतंत्रता की एक लहर सी चल पड़ी। एक ऐसी लहर, एक ऐसा आइडिया जिसे अंग्रेज दबा ही नहीं पाए, और यह एक विचार था जिसे दबाने का पूरा प्रयास किया गया, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं हो सका। यह वह विचार इतना मजबूत था कि उसे दुनिया के सामने आना ही था। साथियों, अंग्रेजी का एक फ्रेज है, आप सबने सुना भी होगा कि नथिंग इज मोर पावरफुल देन एन आइडिया हुज टाइम हैज कम। यदि मैं हिंदी में इसे कहूं तो मुझे इस पर साहिर लुधियानी साहब का एक शेर याद आता है। वह कहते हैं, हजार वर्क गिरे लाख आंधियां उठें, यहाँ वर्क गिरने का अर्थ होता है बिजली गिरना। हजार वर्क गिरे लाख आंधियां उठें, वो फूल खिल के रहेंगे जो खिलने वाले हैं। साथियों, आइडियाज के साथ भी यही होता है। जब उसे सामने आना होता है तो किसी भी प्रकार से सामने आएगी ही, उसे कोई रोक नहीं सकता। भारत में भी अब यही हो रहा है। इनोवेशन और सेल्फ रिलायंस का आइडिया अब भारत में खिल चुका है। हम सब ने मिलकर अपने कार्यों से भारत में इस आइडिया को जगाया है, युवाओं में इस चेतना को जगाया है। अब जब यह चेतना जग चुकी है तो यह सेल्फ प्रोपेल्ड इंजन की तरह काम करेगी, ऐसा मेरा पक्का विश्वास है। यह हमारे युवाओं का ही इनोवेशन है कि आज भारत में 1 लाख से अधिक स्टार्टअप्स हैं, इनमें भी 100 से अधिक तो यूनिकॉर्न्स हैं। कई सारे स्टार्टअप्स ऐसे भी हैं जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में बेहद बड़ी भूमिका, महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। हमारे युवाओं ने इस आइडिया को स्वीकार किया है कि वह इनोवेशन के माध्यम से हमें आत्मनिर्भर बना सकते हैं। साथियों, एक और बात जो मेरे जेहन में काफ़ी समय से चल रही थी, उसकी भी चर्चा मैं यहाँ आप सबके सामने करना चाहूँगा कि यहाँ आर्म्ड फोर्सेस द्वारा दिए गए चैलेंजेस के कई सारे विनर्स भी बैठे हुए हैं। मैं विशेष रूप से उनसे एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ, अब तक आपने जो भी किया वह एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी रहा है। हम आपको अपनी समस्याएं बताते हैं, उन समस्याओं पर आधारित चैलेंजेज आपको देते हैं, और आपने अब तक उन समस्याओं का निदान करते हुए उन चैलेंजेज को पूरा भी किया है। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले मैंने जिक्र किया, नथिंग इज मोर पावरफुल देन एन आइडिया हुज टाइम हैज कम। यह बात सही है, लेकिन इससे आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं यह भी सोचता हूं, क्या हमें उस टाइम का इंतजार करना पड़ेगा कि कब टाइम आएगा, फिर आइडिया आएगा और हम उस पर काम करेंगे? हम हाथ पर हाथ धरे बैठे तो नहीं रह सकते हैं। हमें अपने पुरुषार्थ से वह समय स्वयं ही लाना होगा। आइडियाज का समय आता नहीं है, बल्कि अपनी मेहनत से, अपनी लगन से वह समय हमें लाना पड़ता है। इसलिए अब हमें इससे भी कहीं आगे बढ़कर सोचने की जरूरत है। मतलब अब आपको ऐसी चीजें डेवलप करनी होंगी जिसकी अभी हमें आवश्यकता तो दिख नहीं रही है, लेकिन वह चीज वास्तव में डेवलप होने के बाद हमारे लिए आवश्यकता बन जाएगी। जब आपको ऐसे ऐसे आइडियाज लाने हैं जो हमारी जरूरत बन जाएं, सर्विसेज को ऐसा लगे कि आपके इस इक्विपमेंट के बिना तो अब तक हम अधूरे थे, इसे मैं आपको कुछ उदाहरण से समझाना चाहूंगा। साथियों, ट्रेडिशनल इकोनॉमिक्स में एक बात कही गई है कि जैसे जैसे कोई इकोनॉमी डेवलप होती है, उसमें मनी एक्सचेंज का स्वरूप भी स्वाभाविक रूप से बदलता जाता है। जैसे पहले के समय में आप देखें तो बार्टर एक्सचेंज सिस्टम हुआ करता था। फिर जैसे जैसे अर्थव्यवस्था आगे बढ़ी है, मॉनेटरी एक्सचेंज की व्यवस्था आई है। फिर जैसे जैसे कंट्रीज डेवलप होती गईं, वहाँ क्रेडिट कार्ड और डेबिट कार्ड जैसी चीजें भी हमें देखने को मिल रही हैं। यानी धीरे धीरे कैश का प्रचलन कम होता गया। परंतु यदि मैं भारत की बात करूं तो हमने इससे भी एक कदम आगे बढ़ते हुए डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शंस के रूप में एक डिसरप्टिव एंट्री की है। क्रेडिट कार्ड और डेबिट कार्ड जैसी चीजों तक तो हम पहुंचे ही थे, लेकिन एक तरफ जहां दुनिया वहीं पर रुक गई, हमने वहां से लंबी छलांग लगाते हुए डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन की ओर मूव किया और ऐसा प्रदर्शन किया कि पूरी दुनिया के लिए यह अपने में एक मिसाल बन गया है, दुनिया के लिए अपने में एक एग्जाम्पल बन गया है। साथियों, आज दुनिया के कई सारे डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज से भी ज्यादा हमारे यहाँ डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शंस हो रहे हैं। पूरी दुनिया में जितने डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन जितना हो रहा है, उसका मोर देन 45% ट्रांजैक्शन भारत में हो रहा है। आज भारत डिजिटल पेमेंट के वैल्यू के मामले में दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा देश बनकर उभरा है। आज देश के किसी भी कोने में बड़े से बड़ा माल से लेकर सब्जी और चाय के ठेले तक पर आप अपने मोबाइल से यूपीआई के माध्यम से अपना पेमेंट कर सकते हैं। अभी हाल ही में मैं एक रिपोर्ट देख रहा था जिसके अनुसार सिर्फ पिछले सितंबर महीने में ही यूपीआई से 1.5 करोड़ से ज्यादा ट्रांजैक्शंस हुए हैं, जिसकी टोटल वैल्यू 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक है। यह अपने आप में मैं मानता हूं एक रिकॉर्ड है। आज दुनिया के कई देश हमारे इस आइडिया को अपनाने की बात करते हैं। मेरे कहने का अर्थ यह है कि हमने इस डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन के आइडिया के धरातल पर उतरने का इंतजार नहीं किया है, बल्कि हमने वक्त को अपनी ओर खींचा और इस आइडिया को इंप्लीमेंट किया है। इसी प्रकार आप जैम ट्रिनिटी के रूप में एक और उदाहरण देखिए। आज भारत में जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल के एकीकरण ने गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स की डिलीवरी को बहुत ही आसान बना दिया है। जनता सीधे मोबाइल के माध्यम से सरकार से जुड़ पा रही है, सरकारी योजनाओं का लाभ ले पा रही है। सरकारी और अब आपको गैस सिलेंडर के लिए लाइन भी लगाना नहीं पड़ता है, बल्कि मोबाइल के क्लिक से गैस सिलेंडर खुद आपके घर आता है। अब देश के लोगों तक सरकार की योजनाओं का पूरा लाभ पहुंच रहा है। यह सब जैम ट्रिनिटी के माध्यम से ही यह संभव हो पाया है। मेरे कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि आप इनोवेशन के माध्यम से आइडियाज और समय के आने का नहीं, बल्कि उसे लाने का प्रयास करिए। सही समय का इंतजार नहीं करना होता है, बल्कि अपने पुरुषार्थ से सही समय लाना पड़ता है। आप लोग पूरी तरह से सक्षम हैं और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप अपनी मेहनत और अपने नवाचार के दम पर भारत के लिए वह समय ला कर रहेंगे, ऐसा मेरा पक्का विश्वास है। मुझे आप सबकी मेहनत, लगन और स्वावलंबन इस इवेंट में भी देखने को मिल रही है। साथियों, मुझे बताया गया कि स्वावलंबन के पिछले 2 सत्रों में इंडियन नेवी के इंडियन इंडस्ट्रीज की तरफ से 2000 से अधिक प्रपोजल्स आए हैं। इन प्रपोजल्स को 155 चैलेंजेस में कन्वर्ट किया गया है और 171 कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स को पूरा करने में सहयोग देंगे। इसके अलावा एक और महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि स्वावलंबन इनिशिएटिव ने आईडेक्स के तहत 213 एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप्स के साथ भी सहयोग किया है, जिसके तहत अब तक 19 केसेस में 2000 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा के एक्सेप्टेंस ऑफ नेसेसिटी यानी एओएन दिए गए हैं, जिनमें से 784 करोड़ रुपए तक के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स पूरे भी हो गए हैं, ऐसा मुझे बतलाया गया है। साथियों, आज हमें इस बात की संतुष्टि होती है कि हम सब ने मिलकर जो भी प्रयास किए हैं वह सफल हो रहे हैं। मैं इस मंच से आप सबको आश्वासन भी देना चाहता हूं कि आगे भी जब आवश्यकता पड़ेगी सरकार सदैव आपके साथ खड़ी रहेगी। आप और हम मिलकर भारत को हर क्षेत्र में स्वावलंबन प्रदान करने के लिए लगातार काम कर रहे हैं और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारा प्रयास इसी तरीके से भविष्य में भी जारी रहेगा। मैं इंडियन नेवी को स्वावलंबन के आयोजन के लिए बधाई देता हूं और विशेष रूप से एडमिरल दिनेश त्रिपाठी जी को मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं, उनकी पूरी टीम को बधाई देना चाहता हूं और एक बार फिर से यहां उपस्थित सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स और विनर्स को उनके भविष्य के लिए ढेर सारी मैं हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और मैं ईश्वर से इस इवेंट की कामयाबी के लिए प्रार्थना करता हूं और अंत में आप सभी और आपके परिवारजनों को धनतेरस और दीपावली की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
दोस्तों, जब हमारे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह किसी भी समारोह में आकर सभा को संबोधित करते हैं तो आप सब मेरी बात से सहमत होंगे कि हमारे दिलों की धड़कन तेज हो जाती है, हमारे दिलों में आत्मविश्वास और प्रेरणा की भावना जाग जाती है। सर, सच्चाई को आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करना मेरा कर्तव्य है और सच्चाई ये है कि जब आप किसी भी समारोह में आते हैं तो आप सभी जनों को देखते हैं, आप सबको देखते हैं, लेकिन हम सब की नजरें आप पर होती हैं क्योंकि हम सबको आपकी आंखों में मर्यादा, उदारता और प्रेरणा का सागर दिखता है। यही सच्चाई है। सत्यमेव जयते। I now request Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan. Sir, could you please present the vote of thanks?
Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, Chief of the Naval Staff, General Rupendra Dwivedi, Chief of the Army Staff, Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh, Chief of the Air Staff, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Defence Secretary Designate, Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary, former Chief of the Air Staff, Dr. Sameer Kamath, Secretary R&D and Chairman DRDO, Lieutenant General Johnson Matthew, CISC, Principal Staff Officers, Sri Rajendra Bhatia, President SIDM, eminent speakers and moderators of this seminar, officers of the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, the Indian Air Force and Coast Guard, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to propose the vote of thanks as we draw curtains on the third edition of the Indian Navy's Innovation and Indigenization Seminar, Swavlamban 2024. I begin by expressing my profound gratitude to the Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, for gracing the event today with his presence. Sir, we are deeply honored and privileged to have you amongst us this evening. The vision and direction you gave us today have once again showcased your unwavering commitment to drive the country and indeed the Indian Armed Forces towards Atmanirbharta in the defense sector. The support of the Ministry of Defense and your personal guidance and advice have been pivotal over the years in steering the conversation on self-reliance with innovation and indigenization as its guiding tenets. I'm happy to inform you, sir, that each edition of Swavlamban has been tailor-made to take your guidance forward and transform it into actionable outcomes for the Indian Armed Forces. We remain hugely indebted to you for your continued personal support. I'm glad to inform this August gathering that Swavlamban 2024, built around the theme Strength and Power through Innovation and Indigenization, has seen the participation of over 5,000 personnel from the Indian Armed Forces, the Indian defense industry, MSMEs, startups, innovators, venture capitalists, and students. We also have had very distinguished speakers and moderators participating in 3 interactive and 1 plenary sessions of the seminar. They have steered very interesting discussions on several aspects related to indigenous technology and technology development. We are extremely encouraged by the prolific and enthusiastic response to the Naval Hackathon that was launched on the 22nd of October 2024. The hackathon saw participation of over 1,500 students, startups, and innovators. This enthusiastic response, both online and in person, from MSMEs, startups, innovators, students, subject matter experts from across the length and breadth of the country, clearly reflects the expanding scope and stature of Swavlamban, and for this, we are extremely grateful to each and every one of you. You have supported and energized this event very, very significantly, and we are truly thankful to you for it. I also take this opportunity to place on record our profound gratitude to the Ministry of Defense, the DMA, the DOD, the DDP, and MOD Finance, the Ministry of Finance, the Defense Innovation Organization, SIDBI, SIDM, and the Indian Trade Promotion Organization. Thank you very much for working hand in hand with the Indian Navy and providing us the support that we needed quite a lot to execute Swavlamban 2024, and that was done so flawlessly. I conclude by once again thanking the Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji for sparing his valuable time to be with us this evening. I assure you, sir, that under the guidance and leadership of the Chief of the Naval Staff, the Indian Navy is committed to Atmanirbharta. We shall strive relentlessly to achieve self-reliance in developing indigenous combat systems as well as niche, critical, and disruptive technologies in the days to come. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
देवियों और सज्जनों, सभा के समापन से पहले एक छोटी सी रिक्वेस्ट हमारे एनसीसी कैडेट्स और स्टूडेंट्स के लिए। अपने दिलों की आवाज को पहुंचाइए माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी तक। मेरे साथ 3 जय पुकारेंगे। श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी की, भारतीय नौसेना की, भारत माता की। सभी दर्शकों से निवेदन है, आप अपने दाहिनी तरफ से इस हॉल से बाहर जाइएगा। May I request all the